Chapter 971. They're not with Major General Hua. Kai Xingnan was shocked. It's the new year. Where do they go? I don't know. I'm not part of their system, so it's hard to find out. The Special Operations Forces was as solid as a steel plate, and no one could penetrate it. Special Assistant Yang had even tried to plant some Senate spies into the Special Operations Forces in the past, but Hua Xiaoheng had carried out a massive purge, and none of his spies were spared. They were all sent to the military court. After that, they never dared to place people in the Special Operations Forces again. Kai Shengnan felt bad after hearing Special Assistant Yang's words. She snorted and said dryly, "It seems like people shouldn't be so thin-skinned. People who are thin-skinned are afraid of everything. My cousin and Major General Hua are a match made in heaven, but she's not as thick-skinned as some people who insist on staying by his side. Why don't you take a look at your own wealth? Do you think you're worthy of a family like the Hua family?" Special Assistant Yang listened to the jealousy that couldn't be suppressed and was shocked for 2 seconds. He quickly changed his tone and smiled like an elder. "You can't say that. Gun Yinji is actually quite rich. Her family's inheritance is an astronomical figure. When she was fighting her inheritance lawsuit, I attended 2 of the hearings. My opinion was insignificant, but Speaker Long was full of praise for her. He even told me to win her over and planned to recommend her to the special office of the Secretary of the Senate." Kai Xingnan was silent for a while. Her breathing could be heard clearly. It was obvious she was feeling emotional. Special Assistant Yang didn't say anything either. He waited quietly for a while before Kai Shengnan continued. "Inheritance? That was originally her sister, Gu Yanran's, right? Didn't she use Major General Hua's power to fight a lawsuit and split the inheritance with her biological daughter? Also, she can't protect her family's inheritance even if she has money but no power. She has no parents or relatives. If it were me, I would also cling to Major General Hua and not let go. That's common sense." "Oh, that's not true. The Gu family's inheritance does belong to Gun Yinji. Gu Yanran isn't even a biological daughter of the Gu family. That's already very clear." Special Assistant Yang explained to Kai Xingnan in detail. Because the case was closed, the media didn't report it. Only the highest-ranking officials and related relatives and friends could listen to the entire trial. At the end of the trial, Gu Yanran was still in custody because she was suspected of murder for money. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and her subordinates have long run away. Therefore, Kai Shengnan didn't know much about the details of the lawsuit. Actually, Kai Shengnan was the same as Special Assistant Yang. They both believed that Gun Yinji had won the estate dispute lawsuit, not because of her own abilities, but because of Yi Zhichu and Hua Xiaoheng. Now that Special Assistant Yang had confirmed that Gun Yinji was indeed the heir to the Gu family's astronomical inheritance, Kai Shengnan raised an eyebrow and said, "Actually, it doesn't mean anything that the inheritance is hers. This kind of inheritance located abroad is usually managed by a trust fund. At most, Gun Yinji can receive a fixed share of the estate income from the trust fund every month. It's impossible for her to have the qualifications and ability to control the entire estate." "Oh, I'm not sure about that. Miss Kai has always been a lawyer in the United States, so she definitely knows more about this than I do." Special Assistant Yang was very humble and flattered Kai Xingnan very well. Kai Xingnan also introduced him to how trust funds operated abroad and finally ended the conversation happily. After putting down the phone, Kai Xingnan walked around the room a few times. Although she didn't think much of Gun Yinji shamelessly following Hua Xiaoheng around, she was more worried about Hua Xiaoheng's health. However, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, so she couldn't go to a local doctor to ask how to recuperate in such a situation. Later, she remembered that the United States didn't celebrate the Lunar New Year, so she quickly called a doctor she was familiar with in the United States. When the doctor heard that it was only an electric shock, he didn't care and smiled to reassure her. He said that it was only a superficial wound and wouldn't hurt his muscles or bones. Kai Shengnan patted her face and realized that she was so nervous that her face was stiff. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, she celebrated the holiday at Prime Minister Tan's official residence. Her aunt, Kai Songyin, and her daughter, Tanguren were there to entertain the guests who came to visit. Of course, they were all cabinet officials and their families. Other than Prime Minister Tan, the person with the highest position today was probably the Minister of the Interior, Bai Jiansheng. He had brought his daughter, Bai Yueran, with him. Tanguren was now the chief violinist of the army's performing group, so she could be considered to have joined the army. She was in the same system as Bai Yueran. She was in charge of entertaining Bai Yueran. Director Bai, try this. It's authentic cantaloupe from the Northwest. It just arrived by air yesterday. Tanguren enthusiastically placed a crystal plate in front of Bai Yueran. On it was a sliced cantaloupe with 8 petals. Bai Yueran picked up a toothpick and forked a piece of cantaloupe into her mouth. The fragrant and sweet juice immediately awakened all the taste buds. Yes, it's really not bad. There's fresh cantaloupe to eat on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the best part is that it's from the Northwest. Bai Yueran narrowed her eyes and ate with relish. Tanguren sat beside her and ate the cantaloupe with her. They chatted quietly, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At that moment, Kai Xingnan walked over and sat next to Tanguren and across from Bai Yueran. She also reached out to eat a piece of cantaloupe as she asked Bai Yueran, "Director Bai, I just heard someone say that Major General Hua went to General Ji's house to visit the Lunar New Year, but his personal secretary didn't go with him." Bai Yueran smiled. "That's an internal matter of our system." She then asked, "Miss Kai, why are you asking about this?" Kai Shengnan laughed heartily and said openly, "I'm worried about Major General Hua. I heard that his right arm is injured, so it must be very inconvenient for him to go about his daily life." Bai Yueran was also very surprised. Major General Hua's right arm is injured? When did that happen? Why didn't I know about it? Hua Xiaoheng had been injured on the Lunar New Year's Eve when he was doing the system's annual inspection. Of course, she didn't know. Kai Shangnan had just learned about it from Special Assistant Yang over the phone, but she wouldn't reveal her source of information. She only said vaguely, "I heard it from a friend who happened to be visiting General Ji's house for the Lunar New Year." This friend must be very important to be able to visit General Ji's house for the Lunar New Year at this time. Bai Yueran glanced at her and didn't say anything. Tanguren couldn't sit still after hearing that. Ever since Hua Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining, personally told her to get together with Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanxin, Tanguren had been ashamed and angry for a long time. She had already made up her mind not to contact Hua Xiaoheng anymore. Song Jining was Hua Xiaoheng's mother, and she had clearly expressed her dislike for her. Tanguren didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to be stuck between his mother and her, so she had already taken the initiative to distance herself from Hua Xiaoheng. Although she had also been with the military art troop for the past 2 weeks, she had automatically blocked all news related to Hua Xiaoheng. The military art troop was a place for gossip, so she could hear all kinds of news every day. Especially Hua Xiaoheng, who was a single high-ranking general at such a young age and was extremely good-looking. He was the topic of everyone's conversation every day. Under such circumstances, although Tanguren had a hard time holding it in, she had been holding it in. It wasn't until now that she heard that Hua Xiaoheng was injured that she felt the emotions she had painstakingly suppressed for the past 2 weeks burst out like a spring tide. "Cousin, since Major General Hua is injured, why isn't he recuperating? His personal secretary isn't with him. So who's going to take care of him?" Tanguren had been holding it in, but finally asked. Kai Shangnan had been waiting for her to ask this question. She laughed dryly. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the almighty Gun Yinji. She's currently following Major General Hua as a nurse. "Cousin, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you've lost to Gun Yinji in terms of shamelessness." "Miss Kai, please be careful with your words." Bai Yueran frowned. She was very unhappy to hear Kai Shengnan talk about Gun Yinji like that. In her mind, Gun Yinji was part of the Special Operations Forces. She was a little girl who had grown up in the Special Operations Forces, so she couldn't tolerate others talking about her like that. Moreover, Bai Yueran knew a thing or two about Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. It wasn't like what Kai Shangnan had said at all. Kai Shangnan wanted to incite Tanguren's common hatred for the enemy, so she said without mercy, "Am I wrong? That Gun Yinji clearly broke up with Major General Hua, but she shamelessly followed Major General Hua as a nurse. Actually, Major General Hua's injury isn't serious, and Gun Nianji doesn't have a nurse license. Why would she do that? Isn't it obvious to everyone what she's up to? All in all, this woman is too utilitarian. She's so scheming. Cousin, you're so innocent. You're no match for her at all. Kai Shangnan placed a cup of milk tea in front of Tan Guiran and concluded. Shut up. Bai Yueran couldn't take it anymore. She stood up with both hands in her trouser pockets and said with a sullen expression, Miss Kai is indeed an internationally renowned lawyer. You're really good at stirring up trouble. This was the first time. Chapter 972. Kai Shengnan was stunned. Director Bai, I'm just telling the truth. Tan Guiran quickly tried to smooth things over. Director Bai, don't be angry. My cousin is straightforward and doesn't have any bad intentions. She has lived abroad for many years and is used to speaking frankly. Miss Tan, this is the worst time Outspoken has ever been slandered. If she said that about Gun Nianji and Miss Tan thought that she was just being outspoken, then I would either doubt Miss Tan's intelligence or her character. Pick one. Goodbye. Bai Yueran didn't want to stay here any longer because she didn't see eye to eye with him. Moreover, Bai Yueran didn't like the Tan family to begin with because her father, Bai Jiansheng, had lost the election. He was only here to pay a New Year's visit out of courtesy. She found her father, Bai Jiansheng, and whispered, Dad, are we going back? Bai Jiansheng and Tan Dongbang actually didn't have much to talk about. The two of them had different ideologies to begin with, and they almost fell out during the election. However, Tan Dongbang needed Bai Jiansheng's control over the cabinet to help him get through the early stages of transition. Bai Jiansheng also needed to consolidate his connections in the cabinet before he stepped down. Only then did the two of them work together. Today was the first day of a new year. Coming to the Prime Minister's residence to pay a New Year visit was just the norm for cabinet officials. It was just like a job that had to be completed. Bai Jiansheng thought that someone had offended her when he saw Bai Yueran's unhappy expression. He hurriedly said without batting an eyelid, You can leave first. I'll sit here for a while. Don't show on your face. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Bai Yueran quickly put on a standard professional smile. Yes, father. She walked over and said goodbye to Kai Songyin with a smile. Mrs. Kai, thank you for the cantaloupe today. It was especially delicious. Miss Tan has a gentle personality and gets along well with everyone in the song and dance troupe. You have a lot of people here, so I won't bother you anymore. I still have a few places to visit for the new year, so I'll take my leave first. Kai Songyin pulled her back with a smile on her face. Director Bai, don't you want to sit for a while longer? We haven't had lunch yet. No, I also have a lot of things to do over there. I'm busy. My father is still here. Please bear with him and don't let him drink too much. Once he drinks, he goes crazy. Bai Yueran shook hands with Kai Songyin and turned to leave. After leaving the Prime Minister's residence, Bai Yueran drove her own car and circled around the city. In the end, she still went to find Bai Shuang. Yesterday was New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. The Bai family gathered together and had a lively New Year's Eve dinner. The Bai family had a large population in the Huaxiao Empire. Other than Bai Jiansheng's 3 brothers and 1 sister who were direct descendants, there are also many collateral relatives and cousins. Through intertwining marriages, they were distributed in various political and business departments and industries, and they were all leading figures. Every new year, the Bai family's courtyard house located at the foot of the imperial city on the Second Ring Road would be decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very lively and had a festive atmosphere. After observing the new year, everyone left. Even the Bai family, whose families and businesses were not in the capital, had their own residences in the capital, so they didn't need to squeeze with the Bai family. Bai Shuang was the only daughter of a second branch of the Bai family. The second son of the Bai family, Bai Yuxing, had been secretly executed for defecting to the United States. Bai Shuang stayed abroad for a while and then came back. Bai Jiansheng was worried that it wasn't easy for her to live alone, so he took the initiative to ask her to live with him, so it would be easier to take care of her. Bai Shuang had always been on good terms with her uncle and cousin Bai Yueran, so she agreed and didn't return home. However, because she discovered Zhao Yangzi and Bai Yueran's relationship a while ago, she no longer wanted to live in the Bai family's courtyard house. She didn't lack houses in the country or abroad. She had a high-end apartment in the Third Ring Road, a detached villa in the suburbs, and vacation homes in the Huaxia Empire and various scenic cities abroad. She could choose any one of them and stay for a long time. Bai Shuang had originally planned to pack her luggage tomorrow and go abroad to relax. On the first day of the new year, everyone else was busy visiting relatives, but she was the only one who had nothing to do and stayed in her small apartment in a daze. Holding a cup of coffee, she sat in a rocking chair on the glass balcony and silently stared at the horizon in the distance. A book was spread out on her knees, but she didn't read a word. Not long after, the phone's ringtone broke the silence. Bai Shuang didn't want to pick up the phone at first, but it kept ringing, and she didn't want to give up. She couldn't help but be a little curious. Who would be so persistent in looking for her, a person whose life had already hit rock bottom? She took the phone and looked at it. Her heart skipped a beat. It was actually Zhao Yangzi's number. She hesitated for a solid minute before finally hanging up. Since he had already chosen to be with her cousin, he shouldn't look for her again. Even if they were just normal friends, Bai Shuang couldn't bring herself to be normal friends with the person she had a crush on, so she chose not to contact him at all. The other party didn't seem to believe her and took the initiative to hang up. He called a few more times, but Bai Shuang hung up every time. In the end, Zhao Yangzi seemed to understand that Bai Shuang really didn't want to pick up his call, so he could only send a text message. Little Zay, Shuang, Happy New Year. Why didn't you pick up my call? I just wanted to greet you. Bai Shuang was furious when she saw it. Greet my ass. She wasn't the kind of person who would still be friends after breaking up, not to mention that she didn't even have a right to break up with him. Bai Shuang didn't say anything else and blocked Zhao Liang's number. There were no more phone ringtones or text messages. Her world was finally quiet. Finishing the coffee in her hand, Bai Shuang got up and planned to go to the kitchen to make some small wontons for herself. At that moment, her phone rang again. Bai Shuang thought it was still Zhao Yangzi and couldn't help but be surprised. How could this person be so amazing? He could still call after being blocked. However, when she took the phone, it wasn't Zhao Yangzi, but Bai Yueran. She could ignore Zhao Yangzi and block him, but she couldn't do that to Bai Yueran. No matter what, she was still her cousin. Bai Shuang felt uncomfortable, but she still wanted to see Bai Yueran one last time. She wanted to clarify things before going abroad. Anyway, she didn't want to see these two people again before she felt better. Although she didn't hate them, she just didn't want to see them. Seeing them made her heart ache. Bai Shuang swiped her phone to answer the call. Sister, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Bai Yueran's voice sounded a little depressed from the phone. It was the new year, and she just had a boyfriend. Why was she depressed? Bai Shuang thought it was strange, but didn't ask. She only continued to ask about her uncle, Bai Jiansheng. Is Uncle doing well? It's the first day of the Lunar New Year, and I texted Uncle to wish him a Happy New Year. Uncle must be very busy today, so I won't disturb him. She was worried that Bai Yueran had come to ask her to spend the new year with the eldest branch of the Bai family, so she stopped her from talking in advance. Bai Yueran smiled and drove to the underground parking lot of Bai Shuang's apartment. I'm free today, so I came to see you. Are you willing to take me in? Sister, what are you saying? Of course I welcome you. But you didn't go out to give New Year's greetings today? Bai Shuang switched her hand to the phone and immediately went to the fridge to see if there was anything to eat. She could make do by herself, but it was embarrassing if Bai Yueran was around. Bai Yueran got out of the car and got into the elevator. She continued to call her. I went. I just came out of the Prime Minister's official residence. Those people are so boring. I really don't get along with the Tans. Bai Shuang knew that her uncle had lost to Tan Dongbang in the Prime Minister election, and she also felt that it was a pity. Whether in terms of ability or experience, her uncle, Bai Jiansheng, was 10 streets ahead of Tan Dongbang, who had only been in the cabinet for 2 years. Unfortunately, the Bai family's influence in the media wasn't as strong as the Kai's, so they had been caught off guard during the election. The current situation was really whoever wins the media wins the world. The Bai family was in the traditional political and business industries, and their business was in the traditional manufacturing industry. The Bai family's influence was greatly lagging behind in the emerging internet and the new media that was derived from the internet. The Kais had quietly occupied half the sky in the new media industry. They were also the leaders of the traditional media industry. The state-owned television stations and the publicity department were all led by the Kais. Bai Shuang had originally served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was the youngest spokesperson there. The Bai family had originally wanted to use her qualifications in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to enter the media industry after she retired from the ministry and fight for a place for the Bai family. In the end, her father, Bai Yuxing, couldn't think straight and made a huge mistake. Not only did he ruin himself, but he also ruined Bai Shuang's future. She could only resign from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and become unemployed. When Bai Yueran came in, Bai Shuang finally gathered her thoughts and asked with a smile, "What would you like to drink? I don't have anything to eat here. We'll eat out later." Bai Yueran raised her eyebrows. "You dare to live alone without food? Do you want to become an immortal?" Bai Shuang smiled and opened the fridge. She took out a box of iced coffee for Bai Yueran and placed it in front of her. "I remember that you like this vanilla-flavored iced coffee." Although it was winter, the central air conditioning in the house had a constant temperature of 25 degrees, so it was still very comfortable to drink iced coffee. Bai Yueran took it and opened the lid to take a sip. She sighed and said, "This New Year's has been really boring. I'm looking forward to going back to work." "How is it boring?" Bai Shuang sat across from her and looked at her openly. "Aren't you together with little Zay? Why don't you go on a date with him?" It was the second watch. "Good night, sweethearts." Chapter 973. Bai Yueran's hand trembled, and she looked up at Bai Shuang in surprise. For a moment, she was at a loss and murmured, "You knew?" Bai Shuang nodded and looked down at the double-ear milk coffee cup in her hand. She said indifferently, "I saw you two kissing in the parking lot." Bai Yueran closed her eyes, feeling extremely awkward. She wanted to wait until after the New Year to clarify things with Bai Shuang, so that Bai Shuang could have a good New Year. She didn't expect Bai Shuang to find out so early. So this was the reason why Bai Shuang had been depressed recently, right? And she insisted on moving out of their house. Bai Yueran sighed and nodded heavily. "Yes, we're together." Bai Shuang's heart sank. Although she already knew the answer, she was still extremely disappointed. She was mentally prepared, but hearing it from her own ears was still a bit unbearable. She held the coffee cup tightly and calmed herself down after a while. "If that's the case, why did you encourage me to pursue little Zay?" She frowned and looked at Bai Yueran. "If you like him and he likes you, what do you mean by doing this?" Bai Yueran had always done things in a straightforward manner, but in terms of feelings, she really wasn't straightforward enough this time. But who could say for sure when it came to feelings? Who could immediately recognize one's true feelings? Bai Yueran took a deep breath and pursed her lips. She gathered her courage and said, "I won't hide it from you. In the beginning, I did think that little Zay didn't quite match my expectations for my other half. I thought I admired him, but not to the extent of falling in love with him." Bai Shuang raised her eyebrows. And then when I found out that you liked little Zay so much, I felt that I should still let you try." Bai Yueran raised her hand. "I swear at that time, I definitely didn't take the initiative toward little Zay, nor did I give him any hints." Bai Shuang looked at Bai Yueran quietly. Although she tried her best to hold it in, her eyes still reddened. She looked up at the small LED lights embedded in the living room ceiling like stars and choked out, "Can I believe you? Sis, since young, you've always been the person I admire the most. You've always been the other people's daughter in my parents' words. You're my role model and the goal I've been chasing after." "I'm sorry." Bai Yueran also felt bad. She sat next to Bai Shuang and hugged her. "Shuang, I never thought of stealing your boyfriend, but little Zay doesn't love you. I was moved by him and fell in love with him. If you want to blame someone, blame me for going back on my word." Bai Shuang's body had been stiff the entire time, and she refused to approach Bai Yueran. She turned her head and straightened her neck. Tears streamed down her face, and she wept silently and sorrowfully. Bai Yueran was very understanding of Bai Shuang's feelings. She was also very upset. She owed this younger sister a lot. Her uncle, Bai Yuxing, who was also Bai Shuang's father, had defected and fled the country. Bai Yueran had never regretted reporting him. Although Bai Yuxing was Bai Yueran's relative, everyone had the right to punish him for his treason. But because of her actions, Bai Shuang lost her father. Now, because of her, Bai Shuang didn't even have a crush on her. It could be said that the double blow of kinship and love came from her. Bai Yueran felt even more guilty. How can you do this? I've liked him for a long time. I know he also has feelings for me. If you want to reject him, be more resolute. Sister, I'm so upset. I'm so sad. Why did you still come to see me? I really don't want to see you again. Bai Shuang held it in for a long time, and finally burst into tears under Bai Yueran's embrace. It seemed that she wanted to vent all her pain and unwillingness through her tears. Bai Yueran hugged Bai Shuang silently, letting her beat her, reject her, and even scold her. After Bai Shuang vented her anger to her heart's content, she finally felt a little better. She looked at Bai Yueran and saw that her expensive white turtleneck cashmere sweater was a mess from her tears and snot. I'll get you some clothes to change into. Bai Shuang stood up from the sofa and slipped into the bedroom. Bai Yueran looked at herself with a bitter smile, knowing that this cashmere sweater was useless. She sat in the living room for a while, and Bai Shuang came out with a lake green cashmere cardigan. Sister, you can wear this. It's your size. It's a little big for me. Bai Yueran looked up at Bai Shuang and realized that she had lost a lot of weight recently. Shuang, Bai Yueran took the cashmere sweater from her. In the future, you will meet better people, people who will truly love you wholeheartedly. Bai Shuang pulled a long face and curled her lips disdainfully. Save your chicken soup for the soul. I don't buy it. Bai Shuang rubbed her eyes that were red and swollen from crying. She sat down on the sofa and said lightly, I'm going to travel abroad tomorrow. Bai Yueran was startled and sat down opposite her with the cashmere sweater. Tomorrow? Why are you going out again? If I don't go abroad, am I supposed to stay here and watch the two of you show off your love every day? I'm afraid I won't be able to resist chopping you up with a knife. Bai Shuang turned her head away in a fit of pique, but the anger in her heart still lingered. Bai Yueran smiled bitterly and shook her head. You don't have to. Little Zay isn't in the country, so how can we show our love to you? Bai Shuang was stunned. He's not in the country? I was wondering why you guys didn't take the opportunity to go on a date during the new year. You even had the time to come here and chat. He's on a mission anyway. Bai Yueran lay back on the sofa and rubbed her temples. Don't ask me where he went. I won't tell you even if I know. I won't ask. Bai Shuang cleaned up the coffee cups on the coffee table and remembered Zhao Liang's call to her just now. She asked casually, then you can chat on the phone, text, or the chat. What's there to worry about between lovers? Bai Yueran just shook her head. She also didn't know why little Zay had been sent to a small island where birds didn't even lay eggs. It was questionable whether there was even electricity, so how could he have had the opportunity to chat on the phone, text, or even chat online with her? However, she couldn't tell Bai Shuang about this, so she could only change the subject in the end. After I said goodbye to little Zay in the parking lot that day, I never saw him again, and I couldn't get through to him on the phone. I asked Big Xiong and found out that he had gone abroad. Goodbye kiss. That was a goodbye kiss. Bai Shuang's tone still had a hint of resentment and jealousy. Bai Yueran was also very embarrassed, so she could only change the subject again. You're going abroad tomorrow. Have you bought the plane ticket? Where are you going? Bai Shuang pointed to the suitcase in the room. I'm going to Florida in the United States for a while. Then I'm going to South America to see the Mayan ruins. I've always wanted to go there, but I haven't been since I lived in Central America for so long. It's quite a pity. This time, I want to go to all the places I've ever wanted to go. Okay, remember to send me postcards, and every time you arrive, send me a WeChat message to let me know you're safe, okay? Bai Yueran didn't stop her anymore. She knew that Bai Shuang didn't have the heart to work right now, so going abroad to relax was a good choice. She didn't lack money anyway. Okay, Bai Shuang nodded sullenly. Her parents were now dead, and she was traveling overseas alone, so she really had to keep in touch with Bai Yueran. Of course, it was impossible to chat without any ill feelings like before. At least Bai Shuang hadn't completely forgiven Bai Yueran. Bai Yueran also knew that Bai Shuang still had a knot in her heart, so it was impossible to let go of the past immediately. She could only let time dilute all the pain. Bai Yueran sat for a while and helped Bai Shuang pack her things for the trip abroad before leaving. Not long after she left, Bai Shuang heard her phone ring again. She carried the suitcase in one hand and swiped the phone with the other. As soon as she answered the call, she realized that it was actually Zhao Liang's voice. He actually changed his number and called again. Bai Shuang was furious. She simply raised the phone to her ear and said angrily, "Zhao Liang's, don't go too far. I've already blocked you." "Block me, do you understand?" Zhao Liang's clear voice came from the phone. "Shuang, why did you block me? Can't I even say Happy New Year to you?" "No," Bai Shuang objected without hesitation. "Zhao Liang's, don't even think about having a foot in both boats and trying to benefit from both of us. I'm not that despicable." Zhao Liang's was also angry. "Bai Shuang, I'm calling to greet you and say sorry to you. What's with your attitude? Do you know how hard it is for me to make a phone call? Don't just quarrel with me." This was the first update. The second update at 7 p.m. was a big one, including an increase of 3,000 monthly tickets. P.S. Thank you to Lavender Mimi for the 10,000 Qijian coins yesterday. Chapter 974. What? You want me to swallow my pride and wish you a happy marriage and have a son soon? I'm telling you, I can't do that. Bai Shuang tilted her head and clamped the phone between her ear and shoulder. She continued to quarrel with Zhao Liang's as she tidied up the closet. "Since you don't like me and only like my cousin, it's okay. You can like anyone. You have your freedom. I have no problem with that. We were just ordinary friends before anyway. But please don't call me again. Don't text me, and don't contact me in any way." Zhao Liang's was stunned. "Why? I thought we were still friends." "No. From the moment you chose Bai Yueran, we were no longer friends. We weren't even ordinary friends." Bai Shuang's refusal was loud and decisive. Zhao Liang's didn't expect Bai Shuang to be so determined. Her eyes used to follow him. When she saw him, her eyes would shine, and her whole person would become brilliant. When he saw her like this, his mood would also become very good. This was probably why he was still willing to be friends with her, even though he felt that he didn't love Bai Shuang. But when he thought about how her smile was no longer brilliant and her eyes no longer sparkled because of his actions, Zhao Liang's felt indescribable heartache and sadness. He had finally found the person he loved, so he should be happy and even ecstatic. But Zhao Liang's knew that ever since the day he kissed Bai Yueran and was caught by Bai Shuang, his mind was filled with Bai Shuang's crying eyes. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng had sent him to this small, uninhabited island. Half a month of hard work had left him with no time to think about personal issues. Almost 20 hours of high-intensity work a day had polished the fair and handsome Zhao Liang's into a bronze-skinned, fit man. He was still very handsome, but he was no longer as scholarly as he used to be. Now he truly looked like a soldier. He rushed and finally set up the first signal tower and cell phone base station on the first day of the new year, successfully establishing a connection with the Nandu satellite navigation and communication system. However, the power generation device on the island hadn't been set up yet. They used a temporary diesel generator. Apart from supplying the signal station and cell phone base station, as well as work computers, there was almost no power left. This time, it was the day before the Spring Festival. The Marines sent them a lot of supplies, so they had the opportunity to use the power provided by the diesel generator to contact their families in China. Because everyone's allocated time was limited, everyone only called the people they care about the most. Married people call their wives and children. Unmarried people call their parents and lovers. Zhao Liang's first reaction was to call Bai Shuang. Unexpectedly, not only did Bai Shuang not pick up his call, but she also blocked his number. If it weren't for his discipline, Zhao Liang's would have hacked into Bai Shuang's phone and pulled his number from the blacklist. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. Later, he borrowed someone else's phone to make a call, and Bai Shuang accidentally picked up the call. But how was this talking? It was clearly a quarrel. Zhao Liang's held his stopwatch and tried to reason with Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, I've already apologized. Do you have to be so cruel? Bai Shuang felt that Zhao Yangzi was being unreasonable. She had already embarrassed herself enough. Did he want her to continue embarrassing herself? Zhao Yangzi, fine, I accept your apology, okay? Now let's go our separate ways. The road leads to the sky, and we each go our separate ways. We don't want to see each other again in this life. I beg you, let me go. Believe me, without me as a friend, you won't lose anything in your life. Bai Shuang was also very annoyed. She randomly pulled out a few clothes from the closet, threw them into the suitcase, and locked it with a bang. Zhao Yangzi heard something wrong with Bai Shuang's voice and couldn't help asking, Bai Shuang, what are you doing? Packing my luggage. I'm going abroad tomorrow. Don't call me again. I won't use this number again. Bai Shuang pressed the speaker button and threw the phone on the bedside table. Going abroad? Where are you going? Zhao Yangzi didn't know why he was so nervous. My number won't change. If you encounter any difficulties outside, you can call me. Call you? I don't even know where you are. Do you think I have nothing better to do? If it's an emergency, wouldn't it delay me? Bai Shuang rejected Zhao Yangzi without hesitation. Zhao Yangzi hesitated for a while and remembered Hu Shaoheng's instructions. He summoned his courage and said to Bai Shuang, do you know that when I saw you leave crying that day, I was very sad? I drank a lot, and then accidentally said a few words to make Hu Xiao unhappy. I was sent to this place where even birds don't lay eggs. I don't have electricity or water here. Everything has to be resupplied. I really don't have much time to argue with you. Bai Shuang was stunned. She looked at the phone and asked suspiciously, what did you say? You were sent to a deserted place because you talked back to Hu Xiao? No way. Hu Xiao isn't that kind of person. Zhao Yangzi couldn't describe how he felt when he heard Bai Shuang almost unconditionally trust Hu Xiaoheng. He only felt a little sour and muttered, that's the truth. You can ask Big Xiong if you don't believe me. But forget it. I'm not saying this to make you sympathize with me. I just want to make it clear that I really didn't mean to make you sad. I'm sorry. Although Bai Shuang didn't know exactly what Zhao Yangzi was doing, she knew the nature of the Special Operations Forces. Since Zhao Yangzi had angered Hu Xiaoheng, it was obvious where he would be sent to. It could be any remote and desolate place. Bai Shuang bit her lip and stood up to pick up the phone. She said to Zhao Yangzi, okay, I got it. You don't have to feel guilty. Work hard and don't waste your precious time on me. Call your parents or my cousin. It's better than calling me. Zhao Yangzi was startled and thought to himself that he should have called them first. Why did he call Bai Shuang instead? Not only did he call her, but he also persisted. Zhao Yangzi was also frightened by his own thoughts. His breathing was a little rapid, and he couldn't speak for a moment. Bai Shuang waited for a while. Seeing that Zhao Yangzi didn't speak, she nodded. Okay, I'll hang up. Zhao Yangzi quickly said, Happy New Year. Bai Shuang hesitated. You too, Zhao Yangzi said. You have to be more careful when you're abroad alone. There are many perverted foreigners. The corners of Bai Shuang's mouth twitched. I'm not a little girl who doesn't leave the house, but thank you for the reminder. After a pause, Bai Shuang hurriedly said, You take care too. Be careful. She quickly hung up the phone. She clutched her chest and found that her heart was beating very hard. No, she couldn't go on like this. Bai Shuang pulled out the SIM card and found a pair of high heels. She smashed the SIM card with the sharp soles of her shoes. Zhao Yangzi stared blankly at his phone. It was just a simple, perfunctory, polite sentence, but his mood suddenly improved. It was like the dark clouds in the sky had suddenly dispersed and the sun was shining. Spring had returned. He felt full of energy. Even the silver-gray plastic bucket used to catch rainwater looked so pleasing to the eye. It was noon at General G's house on the first day of the new year. It was time for lunch. As usual, General G hosted everyone for a meal. There were 2 long tables in the spacious dining room. The big shots sat at one table with their wives or children, while their subordinates and attendants sat at another table. They were all divided up. Gun Yinji originally wanted to sit at the other table with her subordinates. However, Xiaoheng walked over and pulled her over. Yinji, General G wants to talk to you. Gun Yinji had no choice but to follow him over and sit next to him. On Gun Yinji's other side was General Ji. On General Ji's other side was his wife. On Hua Xiaoheng's other side was Speaker Long. Speaker Long didn't bring his wife or children to General Ji's house for New Year's greetings. He came alone and only brought Special Assistant Yang as an attendant. Therefore, the tables on both sides were clearly divided. The other attendants didn't have any objections to Gun Yinji sitting at the host's table and eating at the same table as the leaders. After all, everyone served their own masters and didn't care about the small differences in seating. Moreover, General Ji's house was a family banquet, not a state banquet. General Ji said he wanted to talk to Gun Yinji, so it was only right for him to give her preferential treatment and call her over for a meal. He held back his indignation. Only Special Assistant Yang didn't feel good. Although he sat at the attendance table, his eyes never left the host's table. General Ji smiled and chatted with Gun Yinji for a while before getting to the main topic. Yinji, I heard you graduated early. Yes. Gun Yinji tilted her head with a smile. I just graduated. The graduation ceremony won't be held until July. Oh, then have you considered where to work after graduation? General Ji looked at Gun Yinji very warmly and pointed to the 4 dishes on her plate. Try my chef's signature dishes. The upper left corner is Xiao Tian pastry, which is actually stir-fried shredded deer meat and chicken shredded. The upper right corner is roasted prawn, which is actually grilled prawn. The lower left corner is fresh sprouts, and the lower right corner is dessert. I specially asked the chef to make this cheese with cherries. I heard they're all ancient dishes. I hope you like them. Gun Yinji quickly glanced at everyone. Everyone had a 4-compartment lunchbox in front of them, and there was a small round lunchbox in the middle with dipping sauces. The 4 dishes in front of everyone were different, probably made according to everyone's preferences. It was obvious that everyone was very happy and satisfied as they ate. Of course, it could also be an act. In any case, the big shot's acting skills were already superb. Gun Yinji felt like she was an ordinary person, so she wasn't as scheming as these big shots, and her acting skills weren't as good as theirs. She looked away and nodded to General Ji with a smile. Thank you, General Ji. I like these dishes very much. She took a bite of roasted prawn and swallowed before saying to General Ji, I haven't considered where to work for now. I'll think about it after the Lunar New Year. She was currently considered an official employee of the largest law firm in the United States, but she didn't plan to work in the United States, so she would probably have to quit this job. Or if the largest law firm in the United States opened a branch in the Huaxia Empire, she would consider staying there. You haven't decided yet? That's good, that's good. General Ji happily slapped the table. Come, my office just happens to be lacking a legal consultant. If you're willing, I'll ask Secretary Chow. Old Ji, what are you talking about? You can't poach my people anymore. Speaker Long had been patiently listening on the side, planning to wait for General Ji to finish speaking before he spoke. He didn't expect General Ji to bring it up before he could even speak. Speaker Long anxiously pushed Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, move aside. I have something to say to Yinji. 2 of the 3 highest-ranking people in the empire both favored Gun Yinji, so of course Hua Xiaoheng was happy. However, he didn't show it at all. He politely stood up and gave up his seat. Speaker Long, please. Speaker Long unceremoniously sat in Hua Xiaoheng's previous seat and surrounded Gun Yinji with General Ji on both sides. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and stalwart. As soon as he stood up, he was a particularly obvious target. The attendants immediately noticed the commotion here. One of the military's attendants quietly nudged Special Assistant Yang and said with a smile, Look, your Speaker Long really thinks highly of Miss Gu. Special Assistant Yang squinted his eyes and smiled. Our speaker is very fond of talents and likes to cast a wide net. Not only Miss Gu, but also Miss Kai. She is also an important candidate for our speaker's consideration. Understood. Haha, come, let's drink. The attendant laughed and toasted with Special Assistant Yang. Speaker Long had already spoken to Gun Yinji directly. Yinji, to be honest, you are a professional in law. It's a waste of your talent to go to the military. There is no position for a lawyer there. Look at Director Bai. He is also a smart and capable person, but now he has to deal with paperwork every day. He can't show off his talents in court at all. You're so suitable for court arguments. You should really consider our Senate. General G was so angry that he wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight. Old Long, that's enough. What's wrong with our military legal department? It's not like we can't go to court. Nianji, let me tell you, it's fine if you like to go to court. Our military is lacking a talent like you. Let me tell you, we don't know how many cases we need to fight, and they're all cases in the International Court of Justice. Unfortunately, we don't have enough manpower, so it's been delayed for several years. I'm so anxious. Gu Nianji suddenly became interested when she heard that they were going to the International Court of Justice. Really? I don't think I've heard about these cases in the media. Why would these be reported in the media? They have to be kept secret. General G saw that Gu Nianji's interest had been piqued. He smiled widely and looked like a kind grandfather. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and silently ate a mouthful of roasted beef loin. Speaker Long became even more anxious. He even grabbed Gu Nianji's arm and said earnestly, "Nianji, we study law, so we have to plan for our careers in the long term. Of course, lawsuits are important, but what's more important is whether every lawsuit we fight will be helpful to our career development in the future." That makes sense. Gu Nianji nodded and picked up the juice in front of her to take a sip. It was her favorite coconut juice. Hua Xiaoheng must have poured it for her. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and saw that he was drinking liquor with a high alcohol content. The combination of liquor and roasted beef loin was quite special. Gu Nianji looked away and listened to Speaker Long's words with delight. "Nianji, you think it makes sense too, right? So those lawsuits in the International Court of Justice won't help much in your career planning. You can come to the Senate Secretariat as the chief legal advisor. In 3 years, I promise you can be elected as a member of the Senate. With your aptitude, you will be my successor in the future." Speaker Long finished speaking and smiled proudly at General G, as if saying, "You're the only one with a successor? I have it too." With a smug look, General G smiled and raised a pair of white eyebrows. He drawled, "Old Long, aren't you going too far? Aren't you embarrassed to paint such a big picture for a young girl who just graduated from school? Why should I be embarrassed? Every word I say is from the bottom of my heart." Speaker Long waved his arms. His chubby face was flushed, making him look even more youthful and vigorous. "Nianji, don't listen to him. Old Long came from a political career and is good at going back on his word. I'm different. I'm a soldier, and you grew up with soldiers. Of course, you know that although we don't talk much, we mean what we say. We never exaggerate, and we always do what we say." General G continued to undermine Speaker Long's authority, which made Speaker Long furious. "Old G, you just want to go against me, right? I'm not going against you, but I'm a talented person. Everyone loves her. So what? You're allowed to paint a picture, but I'm not allowed to recruit her? What right do you have to say that I'm painting a picture and you're recruiting her?" Speaker Long was really angry. "I can make a military pledge. As long as Nianji goes to the Senate Secretariat, I will protect her all the way and will definitely train her as a successor." Speaker Long's voice was so loud that everyone in the room heard it. Everyone joined in and expressed that they were willing to be witnesses. These people were all famous military leaders. If they volunteered to be witnesses, it would be no different from Speaker Long making a military pledge. General G suppressed the joy in his heart and gave Hua Xiaoheng a look that said, "You know me." Hua Xiaoheng was calm, and his expression didn't change at all. Only Special Assistant Yang's expression changed. He understood that the thing he feared the most had finally come. This was the second chapter, which was 4,800 words long and included 3,000 monthly votes. Chapter 975. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Don't lose your composure. Special Assistant Yang kept mentally preparing himself. After all, he was someone who had worked in the Senate for more than a decade. Step by step, he went from a fledgling assistant secretary to the current special assistant. He had climbed to where he was today completely by himself, and no one could take anything away from him. Special Assistant Yang finally calmed down. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose and smiled slightly. He clinked glasses with the person next to him. See, this is our speaker Long's charm. After lunch, everyone left in twos and threes and rushed to the next place to visit. General Ji took the opportunity to call Hua Xiaoheng to his study. Xiaoheng, has Nianji decided where to work yet? General Ji asked quietly. Will she be willing to go to the Senate? General Ji was truly worried sick about Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Because of Gu Nianji's identity, even if she joined the military, her future in the military would be very limited. Moreover, even if she didn't join the military, General Ji knew that with Hua Xiaoheng around, Gu Nianji would definitely do her part as long as the military needed her. Therefore, he had no intention of forcing Gu Nianji to work in the military. From the beginning to the end, the target he had chosen for Gu Nianji was the Senate. This was also for Hua Xiaoheng's sake. The senior members of the Senate were elected, so there was no conflict with the cabinet or the military. However, the cabinet was not a good place for Gu Nianji. Because of Gu Yanran, Gu Nianji had probably already offended Prime Minister Tan. Prime Minister Tan still had at least 5 years left in office. After 5 years, if he successfully ran for re-election, that would be 10 years. How many decades of a person's career could be wasted? Therefore, Gu Nianji would definitely not enter the cabinet. Then she only had 2 ways out. One was to continue working in a professional law firm and become her own lawyer. The other was to enter the Senate and advance to the senior members. However, to enter the senior members of the Senate, in addition to having the ability to run for office, she also needed a strong person like Speaker Long to protect her. General Ji had initially asked Secretary Chao to publicly express his interest in recruiting Gu Nianji in order to attract Speaker Long's attention to Gu Nianji's talents and abilities. Then, he would pretend to compete with Speaker Long to further increase Gu Nianji's value. Hua Xiaoheng was well aware of General Ji's little scheme. Although he didn't interfere either. General Ji, I respect Nianji's opinion on this matter. Young as she has always had her own ideas. If she wants to do something, I can't stop her. I can't force her to do something she doesn't want to do. Is that so? General Ji looked at him with a smile and clasped his hands behind his back. Xiaoheng, this isn't like you. You're already husband and wife. Doesn't she listen to you on everything? Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. General Ji, please don't make fun of me. Marriage is an expedient plan. You must keep it a secret from me. I know. General Ji rubbed the back of his head. I'll be waiting for the day of your wedding. I'll definitely give you a huge red packet then. Well, Xiaoheng nodded. I'll definitely ask General Ji to be our witness when the time comes. The two of them talked about work arrangements before letting Hua Xiaoheng out. Speaker Long took advantage of Hua Xiaoheng's absence to lobby Gu Nianji again. Nianji, think about it carefully. Really, I'm very sincere in inviting you. The position of Chief Legal Counsel of the Senate Secretariat is currently vacant. As long as you agree, I'll definitely do my best to train you. Speaker Long was completely sincere with Gu Nianji and was wholeheartedly trying to recruit her. Gu Nianji knew that Speaker Long's words were mixed with lies, but politicians were all like this. As a lawyer, she sometimes spoke half-truths to her clients, so she didn't care. She just couldn't make up her mind. Just as Speaker Long said, her career choice was closely related to her career plan. This would determine what kind of person she would be for the next 5 or 10 years, what kind of person she would become, and what kind of status she would have. And in her selfish heart, she wanted to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hua Xiaoheng as soon as possible. With her background, if she wanted to achieve a similar position as Hua Xiaoheng in the Huaxia Empire, she could only achieve her goal by entering the military, the Senate, or the cabinet. She would definitely not be able to rise to the same position as Hua Xiaoheng in the military, even if it was a few ranks lower. Because of Hua Xiaoheng, she would always be in a state of balance. Although she was willing to help the military as a career plan, joining the military and entering General Ji's office wasn't a very good way out. As for the cabinet, there was no need to even mention it. Tan Dongbang still had to be the prime minister for 5 years. Even if she could enter the cabinet, she would be sitting on the bench for at least 5 years. So the cabinet was definitely out. Then the only option was the Senate. The Senate wasn't like the cabinet or the military. In the Senate, family background wasn't very important, and the background check wasn't as strict as the other two systems. As long as one had the ability, this was the best place for young people to excel. Gun Yinji was somewhat biased towards Speaker Long's Senate. However, she wouldn't agree right away. Gun Yinji still wanted to ask for He Jichu's opinion when he returned from the new year. Therefore, Gun Yinji very sincerely said to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, thank you for your favor and support. I will definitely consider it carefully." Okay, don't think about it for too long. Our Senate Secretariat will start the recruitment process after the new year. If you have decided, give me a call, and I will fill out the recommendation form for you. Speaker Long was indeed very considerate. Gun Yinji quickly thanked him and watched Speaker Long get into the car. Special Assistant Yang got into the car behind Speaker Long. Before getting into the car, he politely nodded to Gun Yinji and said, "Miss Gu, that's great. We might be colleagues." Gun Yinji curled her lips. "Yes, what an honor." Special Assistant Yang said seriously, "Miss Gu, you must work hard. Actually, between you and Miss Kai, I would prefer Miss Gu to get this position. I think that as colleagues, Miss Gu is easier to get along with than Miss Kai." "Miss Kai?" Gun Yinji blinked. "Which Miss Kai are you talking about?" "Miss Kai Xingnan." Special Assistant Yang smiled. Speaker Long also appreciates her and had already internally decided on her as the chief legal advisor of our secretariat. Now that Miss Gu has suddenly emerged, Miss Kai will have to work even harder. "Oh? Internally decided?" Gun Yinji wanted to back out. "Then I won't join the fun, okay?" "It's okay. It wasn't internally decided. I mean, if Miss Gu wasn't there, Miss Kai would have been internally decided. Now that Miss Gu is obviously more capable than Miss Kai, of course Miss Kai won't be internally decided. You all have to participate in the assessment. Good luck. I have high hopes for you." Special Assistant Yang patted Gun Yinji's shoulder as he spoke before turning to get into the car. Speaker Long waved at Gun Yinji from the car. Gun Yinji smiled and waved back as she watched Speaker Long's car drive away. In the car, Speaker Long asked Special Assistant Yang with a smile, "You're quite familiar with Gun Yinji? You seem to be chatting happily. It's all right. You asked me to sit in on her estate dispute lawsuit, so we're familiar with each other." Special Assistant Yang had always been very polite and generous in front of Speaker Long. He didn't compete or get jealous, so Speaker Long appreciated and trusted him very much. Originally, everyone thought that Special Assistant Yang would be Speaker Long's successor. Even Special Assistant Yang himself thought so. However, what Speaker Long said in front of so many big shots today made Special Assistant Yang realize that he had been overthinking things. Speaker Long's successor had never been considered for him. Speaker Long's car drove away, but Gun Yinji still stood at the entrance of General Ji's courtyard and looked thoughtfully at the road in the distance. Hua Xiaoheng came to stand beside her for a while. "Did you have a good chat with Speaker Long?" Gun Yinji looked up at him and smiled. "It was all right." Speaker Long was very enthusiastic. Speaker Long has been the Speaker of the Senate for more than 30 years. His words are very infectious. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke to her, he heard a call coming in through his Bluetooth headset. It was a call from his father, Hua Guanchen. Hua Xiaoheng thought that it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, so he still answered the call. This was because he noticed that Hua Guanchen, as a member of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council, didn't come to General Ji's house for New Year's greetings. Logically speaking, Hua Guanchen should have come. He used to come every year, but he didn't know why he didn't come this year. This was the first time. Chapter 976. Happy New Year, General Hua. Hua Xiaoheng greeted Hua Guanchen politely. Hua Guanchen's voice sounded a little tired from the Bluetooth headset. "Xiaoheng, today is the first day of a new year. Are you going home?" Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't want to go back, but Hua Guanchen's words seemed to have other intentions. "Is grandfather okay?" Hua Xiaoheng asked casually. "Not so good. Yesterday, on New Year's Eve, because there was no one at home, he threw a tantrum. This morning, he found out that his mouth was crooked. The doctor from the military hospital just left. He said he had a small stroke. Hua Guanchen was very worried. The old man is getting on in years. He just wants to be lively during the new year. Come back and see your grandfather. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. I'll be right back. I still have 2 hours of free time. I'll go home and pay my New Year's greetings before going back to work. Hua Xiaoheng ended the call and turned to look at Gunyinji. I'm going back to the Hua family for New Year's greetings. Can you come with me? Gunyinji actually didn't want to go, but when she saw the faint hope in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, the words of refusal lingered on the tip of her tongue and turned into okay. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes suddenly brightened, and a smile appeared on his lips. His handsome face was like a still black and white landscape painting that had suddenly come to life. In an instant, it was like the first light of spring, and it was too beautiful to behold. Gunyinji looked away and followed Hua Xiaoheng to the car they had driven here. I'll drive. Gunyinji extended her hand to Hua Xiaoheng. Give me the keys. Hua Xiaoheng had drunk alcohol today, and Gunyinji didn't want to call the chauffeur at this time, so she decided to be the chauffeur herself. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at her quietly. His deep eyes seemed to speak and were full of inquiry. Gunyinji smiled and said, I'm your nurse today. Of course a nurse has to go all out. Hua Xiaoheng took out the car keys and placed them in Gunyinji's hand. The two of them opened the doors on both sides and got into the car. Gunyinji sat in the driver's seat while Hua Xiaoheng sat in the passenger seat. Those who originally thought that they were broken saw this scene and dispelled their doubts one after another. Everyone thought that the relationship between the two was still unusual, so they didn't really believe that the two had broken up. Moreover, everyone could see that although Hua Xiaoheng claimed to have injured his arm, he had no problems eating and drinking, let alone driving. But this time, Hua Xiaoheng actually asked Gunyinji to be his chauffeur. This was enough to show that Hua Xiaoheng didn't value Gunyinji that much. At most, it was a one-night stand. In any case, Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji were both single. Whether it was a romantic relationship or a hookup, there was no problem and no mistake. Of course, Gunyinji couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. She had already seen through them. It didn't matter what others thought of her. What was important was whether she could stand up on her own. Gunyinji really liked her career plan. It would allow her to quickly reach the pinnacle of her career, and then she could marry a tall, rich, and handsome man. The Hua family's compound was in the same military compound as General Ji's, but in the opposite direction. If he wanted to walk there, he could, but it would take more than 20 minutes. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji still drove there. After driving for 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the Hua family's iron gate. Different from General Ji's antique courtyard, the Hua family's building was a small Western-style building with 2 large iron gates in front. Hua Xiaoheng pointed for Gunyinji to park the car on a small road near the Hua residence. Then, they got out and walked to the Hua family's gate. The soldier on duty at the gate recognized Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji, so he immediately saluted Hua Xiaoheng. Happy New Year, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Happy New Year. Thank you for your hard work. Gunyinji purposely walked half a step behind, so she wouldn't have to accept the soldier's salute. She wasn't a military personnel and didn't have the right to accept a military salute. Gunyinji respected soldiers very much. Whether they were generals or private soldiers, they were all the same to her. Following Hua Xiaoheng to the entrance of the Hua family's living room, Gunyinji felt very emotional. What happened on New Year's Eve last year was still vivid in her mind. Coming back here today, it actually felt like a lifetime ago. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was very calm as he strode ahead of Gunyinji. When they entered the living room, they discovered that there were actually a few guests there. On the pearl gray 3-piece sofa in the living room, Hua Guanchen sat on one side, and Tan Guiran, Kai Xingnan, and Mrs. Tan, Kai Songyin, sat across from him. Hua Xiaoheng knew that he had fallen into his father's trap again. However, since he had already come in, it would be very rude to turn around and leave in front of these people. Hua Xiaoheng's professional habit was never to be rude in public. Even if he was embarrassing people, he had to be elegant and decent. He couldn't use any vulgarities when cursing, or else it would be tarnishing his identity. He walked over with a faint smile and greeted all the guests in the living room. Happy New Year, everyone. He then asked his father, Hua Guanchen, General Hua, where's grandfather? Hua Guanchen saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't even call him father in front of the guests and felt a bit embarrassed. He said with a fierce expression, Who are you talking to? How impudent. Tan Guiran saw this and immediately smiled. Uncle Hua, don't say that. Hua Xiao calls you general out of respect and intimacy. Oh, I can hear respect, but where does intimacy come from? Cousin, you can't be so biased. Kai Shengnan clapped her hands and smiled as she continued. She looked very eager to learn and even winked at Tan Guiran. Tan Guiran blushed slightly and said softly, Nowadays, many young people and children like to call their parents like that. They don't call them mom and dad, but by their names and honorifics. I think it's much more intimate than calling them mom and dad. Oh, that's a way of saying it. Hua Guanchen laughed immediately and had an even better impression of Tan Guiran. He looked somewhat similar to Hua Xiaoheng and had also been the flower of the military in the past. Although he was getting on in years, he was still very handsome when he wasn't pulling a long face. Even the knowledgeable Kai Shengnan was dazed when she saw Hua Guanchen smile. Miss Tan is really good with words. Hua Guanchen was very polite to Tan Guiran and turned to look at Kai Songyin. Mrs. Tan has been raised well. Last time, Song Jining had clearly expressed that she didn't want Tan Guiran to be her daughter-in-law. Kai Songyin had originally been very angry and felt that Song Jining's words in public were completely uncultured. It was only after Hua Guanchen very sincerely apologized to her and Prime Minister Tan that she forgave them. Of course, this forgiveness was completely because of Tan Guiran. If they hadn't seen that Tan Guiran loved Hua Xiaoheng, they would have blacklisted the Hua family at any time. As the Prime Minister of the cabinet, Tan Dongbang had already established himself in the cabinet after surviving the impeachment. Kai Songyin believed that nothing could shake their family's position, so she wasn't as respectful and fawning over the Hua family as before. Moreover, the Kai family controlled the media industry, so it was too easy to smear an entire family. Any random topic could make the Hua family the center of attention. However, now that Tan Dongbang had just escaped the misfortune of being impeached, Kai Songyin didn't want to make too many enemies for now. Because of these reasons, she didn't argue with the Hua family. If Tan Guiran hadn't heard that Hua Xiaoheng was injured and insisted on seeing him today, Kai Songyin wouldn't have stepped foot in the Hua family's front door. She had her pride. Okay, I still have things to do at the Prime Minister's residence, so I'll leave first. Kai Songyin sent Tan Guiran there and planned to go back. She said to Kai Shengnan, Shengnan, your cousin is pure and kind. She's no match for those with ulterior motives. Help me look after her, and don't let anyone bully her. Tan Guiran blushed and rubbed her hands uncomfortably. Mommy, don't say that. No one will bully me here. Kai Shengnan promised, Little Andy, don't worry. I'll definitely protect my cousin. Hua Guanchen also stood up. Mrs. Tan, don't you want to have a simple meal before you leave? No need. The Prime Minister's residence can't do without me. Kai Songyin smiled reservedly. Her fair face was full of grace and elegance. When she walked past Gun Yinji, Kai Songyin paused and said with a smile, Miss Gu, right? If our Guiran offends you in any way, I hope Miss Gu will be magnanimous and not stoop to her level. She's been spoiled since she was young and has never been in contact with society. She's pure and doesn't have any bad intentions. Gun Yinji chuckled. Mrs. Tan's words are contradictory. If your Miss Guiran is pure and doesn't have any bad intentions, then why would she offend me? You also know that I have no one to rely on, so I never make things difficult for others unless they take the initiative to make things difficult for me. Kai Songyin's expression changed, and she snorted. You only know how to use your glib tongue. It was the second watch. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 977. Glib talk is my job, Mrs. Tan. Isn't your husband the same as well? Prime Minister Tan? How did he become Prime Minister if he doesn't have a glib tongue? Gun Yinji had never regarded being a quiet person as a virtue. To her, if she didn't agree with something, she would retort. If she was happy, she would say a few more words. In short, she wouldn't lose out. Kai Songyin was furious and was about to say, How dare you compare yourself to the Prime Minister? Hua Xiaoheng already looked over and bowed slightly with a hint of warning in his eyes. He said calmly, Mrs. Tan, please don't be disrespectful. This sentence was a resounding slap to Kai Songyin's face. It slapped all of Kai Songyin's sarcasm back. Disrespectful? Disrespectful? Calling her old? How dare he call her old? She wasn't even 50 years old. Kai Songyin's face flushed from Hua Xiaoheng's words, and her arms trembled. However, Hua Xiaoheng said it so politely that she couldn't find any fault with him. She couldn't even complain about him. Mommy, don't be like this. Miss Gu is a very nice person. She won't bully me. You should go back first. Tan Guiran blushed and quickly came over to help Kai Songyin out. Kai Songyin finally calmed down when she got into the car. She held Tan Guiran's hand and wanted to say something but stopped herself. Tan Guiran smiled. Mommy, I know. Don't be angry. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to stay for a while and then go back. Kai Songyin sighed and murmured, a grown son can't be controlled by a mother. You have to be careful. With that, she left the Hua residence in the Prime Minister's official car and returned to the Prime Minister's official residence to host a banquet. Kai Songyin sighed and murmured, mothers can't control children when they grow up. Be careful. With that, she left the Hua residence in the Prime Minister's private car and returned to the Prime Minister's official residence for the banquet. She looked at Kai Shengnan inquiringly and slowly sat down next to her. Kai Shengnan smiled. Major General Hua went upstairs to see his grandfather. Miss Gu also followed him. Hua Guanchen nodded. Thank you for your concern. Xiaoheng's grandfather wasn't feeling well last night. Xiaoheng was originally on duty today, but I called him back. Tan Guiran and Kai Shengnan were sitting in the living room of the Hua residence. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't coming down, they were too embarrassed to chase after him. Tan Guiran took out the special medicine she had brought and handed it to Hua Guanchen. General Hua, I heard that Major General Hua's arm is injured. This is the best medicine in the world for treating electric burns. Please help us give it to Major General Hua. Hua Guanchen smiled and shook his head. Miss Tan, you can ask Xiaoheng yourself if he needs it. But in his heart, he was thinking, is Xiaoheng injured? I didn't notice it just now. My mommy spoke too harshly today. I'm worried that Major General Hua won't be happy. Tan Guiran continued. Actually, I wanted to explain to Major General Hua in person that my mommy is a very, very nice person. It's just that she cares too much about me. I really didn't mean anything else. Upstairs in Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather, Hua Xiwenong's suite, Hua Jialon was briefing Hua Xiaoheng about Hua Xiwenong's situation. Last night, when I was staying up for Chinese New Year's Eve, I suddenly couldn't speak. I called the doctor over and gave him an injection. If it doesn't work, we might have to perform surgery. It sounded pretty serious. Gun Yinji quietly retreated and stood at the door of Hua Xiwenong's suite. She didn't have any feelings for Hua Xiwenong and didn't want to pretend to be filial inside. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't signaled her to follow him with his eyes, she would have rather watched Tan Guiran and Kai Shengnan's performance downstairs. Hua Xiaoheng learned about Hua Xiwenong's condition inside and called the doctor to confirm if Hua Jialon and Hua Guanchen were telling the truth. Gun Yinji was bored, so she paced back and forth in the hallway and counted the window panes. Not long after, Hua Guanchen brought Tan Guiran and Kai Shengnan upstairs. Seeing Gun Yinji pacing alone in the hallway, Kai Shengnan smiled slightly and thought to herself that it seemed like they had really broken up. However, Gun Yinji didn't give up and was still pestering Hua Xiaoheng. Tan Guiran sympathized with Gun Yinji. They were both deeply in love with Hua Xiaoheng, so she must feel terrible being ignored by such an outstanding man, right? Only Hua Guanchen ignored Gun Yinji and completely pretended she didn't exist. He only said politely to Tan Guiran, Miss Tan, Xiaoheng's grandfather is recuperating here. Xiaoheng is also here. Please come in and talk. Hua Guanchen brought Tan Guiran into Hua Xiwenong's suite. When they entered, Hua Xiaoheng had just put down the phone. He confirmed Hua Xiwenong's condition and asked the doctor there to fax a copy of the medical records to Chen Lai. He planned to discuss it with Chen Lai when he returned to the base. He looked up to see Hua Guanchen enter with Tan Guiran. Before Hua Guanchen and Tan Guiran could speak, Hua Xiaoheng said dryly, "General Hua, I don't have any objections no matter who you remarry. You don't have to ask for my opinion either. It's fine as long as the military approves. I'm still very busy. Goodbye." Hua Guanchen was furious. "What the hell are you talking about? When did I say I was going to remarry? Isn't General Hua bringing a woman home to remarry?" Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and slowly walked out the door. Tan Guiran was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She said anxiously, "Major General Hua, don't misunderstand. There's nothing going on between your father and me. I came here today to see you. I heard you were injured, so I brought you the best medicine in the world for treating electric burns." As she spoke, she was about to hand the medicine over. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He said calmly, "I don't know who it is. Please don't take it personally." "Xiaoheng, stop right there." Hua Guanchen couldn't help but growl. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks, but didn't turn around. He only said calmly, "General Hua, this is your guest, your home." "She's not my guest, my home." With that, he strode out. When Hua Guanchen brought Tan Guiran into Hua Xiwenong's suite, Kai Xingnan didn't follow. Instead, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood in the hallway, looking Gun Yinji up and down with interest. Was she trying to see whose eyes were bigger? Not to be outdone, Gun Yinji looked back with a smile and also looked Kai Xingnan up and down. Although Kai Xingnan was 8 or 9 years older than Gun Yinji, with Gun Yinji's composure and experience, Kai Xingnan's mental fortitude wasn't any better than Gun Yinji's. She finally couldn't take it anymore. Raising her eyebrows, she asked, "Miss Gu, isn't it rude to look at others like that? It's impolite not to reciprocate. You look at me, so how can I not look back at you?" Gun Yinji ran her hand through her shoulder-length hair. She spoke casually. "Miss Gu, only people with low self-esteem would be armed to the teeth. Every time someone says something to you, you have to return it with 10. Not only is this childish, but it's also ungentlemanly." Kai Xingnan stopped in front of Gun Yinji. "Right, Miss Gu? Actually, your family background isn't too bad. Just don't think about things that don't belong to you. My cousin is prettier than you, has a better family background, and is more talented than you. Also, can't you see that everyone in the Hua family accepts her and not you?" Gun Yinji frowned slightly. "Miss Kai, are you really a partner of the second largest law firm in the United States? Did you get there with your own abilities?" Kai Xingnan was confused by Gun Yinji's question. Weren't they talking about Gun Yinji and Tan Guiran fighting over Hua Xiaoheng? Why were they talking about her status as a partner? "Of course. Did you think I worked abroad all these years for nothing?" Kai Xingnan raised her chin. Her short, curly hair that clung to her scalp made her look very capable and playful. "I really think that your status as a partner doesn't live up to your name. I suspect that they're doing it for your father's sake." Gun Yinji didn't hesitate to attack Kai Xingnan's most important thing. "Because you give me the feeling that you're too lowly. You don't look like a professional lawyer at all." "Shut up." Kai Xingnan began to speak English in anger. "You're insulting and slandering me. I can go to court and sue you. That's more like it." Gun Yinji clapped her hands with a smile. "Show me your legal literacy. Don't be like a gossipy old woman who only knows how to make a fuss about relationships. It's none of your business who I'm close to or who your cousin is close to. Please put away your sinister intentions and perverted face. It makes me want to puke." Kai Xingnan finally understood how her aunt, Kai Songyin, had felt just now. She repeatedly took deep breaths and told herself not to get angry. She didn't want to stoop to her level. She wanted to defeat her at what she was best at. She believed that with her many years of experience in the United States legal field, Gun Yinji was no match for her. "I heard that Speaker Long also intends to ask you to apply for the position of the Chief Legal Counsel of the Senate Secretariat." Kai Xingnan finally calmed down. The corners of her mouth curved into a meaningful smile. "I advise you not to waste your efforts. This position has long been taken. This was the first time." Chapter 978. Someone? Who? You? Gun Yinji laughed nonchalantly. Then let's wait and see. Kai Xingnan wanted to say something else, but Hua Xiaoheng had already come out of the house. He looked straight ahead and said calmly, "Nianji, let's go home." Gu Nianji quickly followed. Kai Shengnan was stunned by Hua Xiaoheng's straightforward words. How could he say such intimate words to a woman who had already broken up with him? Did Hua Xiaoheng enjoy Gu Nianji's constant pestering? Did this person like it when people shamelessly chased after him? Kai Xingnan's eyes became especially deep. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng out and got into the car. She was still driving. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his brows with one hand, and there was a hint of exhaustion on his solemn face. Gu Nianji secretly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and drove out of the compound without batting an eyelid. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng asked her, "What did you say to Kai Shengnan just now? I don't think you're very happy." Gu Nianji looked at her face in the rearview mirror. Was it that obvious? However, looking at the flawless smile on her face in the mirror, Gu Nianji felt that only Hua Xiaoheng could see her true emotions. She coughed lightly. "It's nothing. This person is asking for it." Hua Xiaoheng didn't care about the trivial matters between these women. He said to Gu Nianji, "Come to our base during the new year. Little Zay went to Africa, and you have to help take a look at a lot of system tests. I don't trust others." Gu Nianji's computer skills were excellent. Most importantly, she had been taught by Zhao Liangzi. With her working with Zhao Liangzi, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Gu Nianji had nothing to do during the holidays anyway, so she agreed after thinking about it. Hua Xiaoheng was relieved and said, "Also, think about what kind of job you want to do after the new year. You can go to a law firm if you want, but don't force yourself." Gu Nianji was still hesitant, but after Kai Xingnan's arrogance just now, she had already made a decision. "Hua Xiao, I want to try working at the Senate." Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised and agreed. "Okay, call Speaker Long after the new year." The matter was settled. Gu Nianji felt relieved, and her mood instantly relaxed. She drove to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces and entered with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji returned to his official residence to settle down. "You haven't lived here for a while. This time, you'll be staying for half a month. Take a good look at what you want to buy." Hua Xiaoheng led Gu Nianji into his official residence. "I've already contacted a few buyers in Europe. They'll bring someone over to take your measurements. You're going to work, and your old clothes don't fit. You need a new wardrobe. Replace all of them?" Gu Nianji frowned. "I can't wear that many clothes. I'll just prepare a few gowns. I'll ask them to pay attention to the style. It has to be low-key and decent, and it has to look good." Hua Xiaoheng patted her shoulder. "It's my gift to you." "Thank you, Hua Xiao." Gu Nianji made a face. "In return, I'll work for you for half a month for free. Don't tell me you want to charge me." Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. White smoke billowed in front of him. "Don't tell me you don't want to pay me." Gu Nianji teased him. TSK. Hua Xiao is really good at squeezing labor." Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Don't joke around. Hurry up and get ready to move in. When you have time, prepare the application for the Senate Secretariat. The Senate would only start work after the 15th of the Lunar New Year, and the recruitment process would officially begin." She still had half a month to prepare well. Gu Nianji nodded and looked at her watch. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. She was a bit sleepy and planned to go upstairs to her room to take a nap. As she followed Hua Xiaoheng up the stairs, her phone rang again. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her and smiled. "You're quite busy. It's not just you, Hua Xiao. We ordinary people have our own things to do too." Gu Nianji took out her phone to see it was Ma Chi-Chi calling. She smiled as she swiped open the phone. "Chi-Chi, Happy New Year." Ma Chi-Chi's excited voice came through. "Nianji, Happy New Year. I'm so excited. Nianji, I'll send a video to share with you." Soon after, Ma Chi-Chi sent a video. Gu Nianji opened it and saw that the screen was dark. She couldn't see anything. She thought there was something wrong with the phone and mumbled, "I just got a new phone. Why can't I see anything?" Hua Xiaoheng took 2 steps back and poked his head out to look. "What's wrong?" The phone screen suddenly lit up. It turned out that it was just the prologue of the video. It wasn't the phone that was broken. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng watched the video together. What appeared on the phone screen was a vast sky with twinkling stars. It looked like a scene from outer space. At that moment, Ma Chi-Chi appeared in a white dress suit like a little fairy. She looked around in surprise. The feeling of being able to reach out and pluck the stars was too beautiful and shocking. She really reached out and tried to touch the brightest star. She knew she shouldn't be able to touch it. Ma Chi-Chi in the video, Gun Yinji, and Hua Xiaoheng probably all thought the same thing. So when Ma Chi-Chi stretched out her hand and the brightest star really fell in her hand, not only did Ma Chi-Chi in the video laugh with surprise, but even Gun Yinji, who was outside the video, felt her heart skip a beat and her blood boil. So good. It wasn't a star, but a shiny diamond ring. The pear-shaped diamond on the ring shone brightly under the starlight and actually glowed. It was really a diamond of extremely high purity. Just as Ma Chi-Chi was grinning from ear to ear, In Shi-xiang appeared in a slim, fitting black suit. He seemed to have walked out of the stars and knelt in front of Ma Chi-Chi. He held up an open diamond ring box and said excitedly, "Chi-Chi, will you marry me?" "Yes, yes, I will." Ma Chi-Chi held the diamond ring and said yes 3 times in a row. It worked. It worked. The proposal was a success. Suddenly, the background music of the wedding march appeared. The stars gradually faded, and the sound of laughter almost overflowed from the video. Many people walked out from behind the starry background. Men and women, young and old, all of them were decently dressed, elegant and beautiful. Finally, when a middle-aged man and woman appeared with tears in their eyes, Gun Yinji immediately recognized them. They were Ma Chi-Chi's parents. So In Shi-xiang had specially invited Ma Chi-Chi's parents over during the New Year to plan his engagement ceremony with Ma Chi-Chi. Ma Chi-Chi clearly didn't know. When she saw her parents suddenly appear, she was stunned for a full 3 seconds before shouting, "Mom and Dad." Then she threw herself over and hugged her parents, jumping and laughing. In Shi-xiang stood to the side with a doting expression. After a while, he still pulled Ma Chi-Chi away. He stood in front of Ma Chi-Chi's parents and held her hand. He said sincerely, "Uncle, Auntie, I hope you can marry Chi-Chi to me. I will only love her in this life and only marry her. Everyone here today can be my witness. I will definitely treat Chi-Chi well for the rest of her life." Okay. Big Xiong, you're so considerate." Ma Chi-Chi's mother was so touched that she couldn't stop crying. Because of In Shi-xiang's occupation, Ma Chi-Chi's mother originally didn't want her daughter to marry a soldier, especially one on the special front lines. However, Ma Chi-Chi and her father liked In Shi-xiang very much. Now that In Shi-xiang was so considerate, Ma Chi-Chi's mother finally softened and accepted him. The video came to an abrupt end. The commotion ended, and the official residence returned to silence. Gun Yinji couldn't stop smiling. She immediately sent Ma Chi-Chi a huge red packet of 8,888 and texted her, "Happy engagement, my baby." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji. He thought she would reminisce about the past and argue with him, but she acted like nothing had happened. She was happy for Ma Chi-Chi and hummed as she went upstairs. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and leaned against the railing of the stairs. He thought about it silently for a while before taking out his phone to forward an email to Gun Yinji. It contained the written exam questions for the Senate Secretariat's recruitment. It was the second watch. "Good night, dearest." Chapter 979. Gun Yinji went to her room and sat on the sofa. She took out Ma Chi-Chi and In Shi-xiang's engagement video and watched it several times. Other scenes aside, Gun Yinji was most envious that they had so many parents and relatives. On In Shi-xiang's side, other than his parents and uncles, he also had grandparents. Ma Chi-Chi also had grandparents, but she didn't go to In Shi-xiang's hometown. But when the two of them got married, there might be a banquet on both sides. That would be a lot of relatives. This was what marriage was like. Hua Xiaoheng went upstairs and knocked on Gun Yinji's door. Seeing that it wasn't locked, he pushed the door open and entered. He saw Gun Yinji sitting on the sofa and staring at her phone without blinking. Hua Xiaoheng sat next to her, but she didn't react. What's so good about someone else's engagement ceremony? Hua Xiaoheng took the phone from Gun Yinji's hands and stopped her from watching. Give it back. This is my best friend and best brother's engagement ceremony. Why can't I watch it? Gun Yinji couldn't help rolling her eyes at Hua Xiaoheng. I think you're jealous. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. I'm jealous? I just didn't think Big Xiong would use this flashy but impractical method to propose. Gun Yinji was furious. Flashy but impractical? Hua Xiao, what is flashy but real? Give me an example. Why are you so excited? You want it too? Hua Xiaoheng sat on the sofa and supported his head with one hand as he quietly watched Gun Yinji jump. What does that have to do with me? Gun Yinji refused to take the bait. This is the engagement ceremony Brother Xiong prepared for Chi-Chi. If Chi-Chi is touched, then his goal has been achieved. As for what you think, Hua Xiao, it doesn't matter at all to these two newlyweds. To them, you're just passerby A. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Okay, I'm passerby A. What about you? Passerby B. Gun Yinji's enthusiasm suddenly deflated. She said dejectedly, Yes, I'm passerby B. Passerby A and passerby B are a match made in heaven. Hua Xiaoheng added silently in his heart. But seeing Gun Yinji's depressed expression, he wisely changed the topic. Yinji, I got you the exam questions from the Senate's previous recruitment. Do you want to go through them? For a top student, doing questions was a daily routine. If he was in a good mood, he would do it. If he was in a bad mood, he would do it too. When he was in a good or bad mood, well, it was better to do 2 sets of questions to calm himself down. As expected, Gun Yinji's attention was diverted. There are exam questions. Yes, the Secretary of the Senate's recruitment process is divided into 2 parts, a written test and an interview. Based on past experience, the written exam paper is the same, but the interview questions are different depending on the position you are applying for. Gun Yinji immediately said, Hurry up and send it to me. I'll go to sleep after I finish reading it. Hua Xiaoheng gestured for her to look at the computer. I've sent it to your email. Gun Yinji got up and went to the bedroom. She had a computer set there. After Gun Yinji left, Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and texted Yin Shixiao. Big Xiong, the marriage report didn't pass. Go back and rewrite it. From the 2nd to the 14th of the first month, Gun Yinji spent the 14 days helping Zhao Liangzi, who was far away at the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, debug the Nandis satellite synchronization and search for computer programs. When she had time, she would also go through the exam questions for the Secretariat of the Senate. Hua Xiaoheng left the imperial capital directly during this time. He was really busy. Ever since Gun Yinji moved back to his official residence in the Special Operations Forces during the Lunar New Year, Hua Xiaoheng no longer worried about Gun Yinji's safety. Therefore, he took the opportunity to go with General Ji to visit the officers and soldiers of all levels who were on duty during the Lunar New Year. This time, he was accompanying the chairman of the Supreme Military Council, General Ji, on this trip as the Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council. The scope was no longer limited to the Special Operations Forces' secret forces, but all the major military regions. Since General Ji had made him his successor, he couldn't let him remain hidden behind the scenes forever. Therefore, General Ji would also give him opportunities to familiarize himself with the important matters of the other military regions. This visit to the grassroots during the Lunar New Year was Hua Xiaoheng's first official trip since he became the Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council. The itinerary was tight, and only a specialized news agency accompanied him to release all external news. Gun Yinji didn't contact Hua Xiaoheng for the past 2 weeks. Hua Xiaoheng occasionally called at night, but Gun Yinji was either in the central control room, talking to Zhao Liangzi, or studying with her phone off. After calling a few times but not getting through, Hua Xiaoheng gave up. However, even if Gun Yinji didn't contact Hua Xiaoheng, she could still see him on the TV news. Most of the time, he wore a low military cap and stood beside General Ji, who was as sturdy as a pine tree. He was low-key and silent, but he was also steady and imposing. It was impossible to ignore his presence. Although his face had never clearly appeared on TV, his aura of handsomeness that even the most popular idol couldn't compare to instantly set off a wave of popularity on social media in the Huaxiao Empire. There were people online every day who were infatuated with his on-screen appearances. Hashtag, have you seen the new handsome articles today? Hashtag, I never thought that I would have a day where I would watch the news on TV at 7 p.m. Hashtag, wow, military brother is so handsome and beautiful. I want to marry him. Hashtag, the military has finally done the right thing, which is to promote such a young, beautiful, and handsome and prosperous handsome man. Hashtag, suddenly I have the reason to protect the country, flowers, and faith secretly. Love. Every time Hua Xiaoheng appeared on TV, he would definitely be trending the next day. Even General Ji didn't expect this kind of popularity. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't even appeared in a clear shot of his face. How did this kind of popularity come about? Hua Xiaoheng himself didn't want to have so much exposure. Therefore, he later discussed with the accompanying news unit and only cut out his back for all the shots that had him in them. Even the blurry front image was removed. As a result, even the faint silhouette of his back was recognized by sharp-eyed fans. Hashtag, I never thought that a beautiful man's back was so beautiful. Hashtag, wow, military brother has a beautiful back that's suitable for hugging from behind. Hashtag, I only knew that there were people who were obsessed with looks and voices, but it turns out that I'm also obsessed with backs. Hashtag, wow, military brother, does your mother know that even your back is so beautiful? Hashtag, strongly protest that the TV station is jealous of the talented. They're deliberately not showing a positive image of military brother. And the usually quiet official news channel's Weibo was now bustling like it was New Year's. Although it was indeed New Year's, there were infatuated fans, tearing up, quarreling, deliberately defaming, and desperately flattering. There were also people pretending to be loyal pretending to be the other way around, pretending to be passersby, and all kinds of people dancing around. The news channel's official Weibo was bustling with activity. She was already so old, but she finally had a taste of being an internet celebrity. This feeling was toxic. She didn't want to give up. Gun Yinji took on the main task of connecting with Zhao Yangzi in the Special Operations Forces. She also realized how difficult it was for Hua Xiaoheng and the others to work every day after actually working in the Special Operations Forces for a period of time. Whether it was in terms of brain power, physical strength, or even mental strength, they were all extremely strong. Especially when Gun Yinji thought about how what she was doing could affect the lives and deaths of countless people, she felt even more responsible. She didn't dare to hold back at all and wanted nothing more than to give her all until her death. When she returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, she went through the Senate exam questions. To her, this was already relaxing and leisure mode. Then, before going to bed, she only had a few minutes to browse Weibo and check the news. As soon as she opened Weibo and saw those infatuated bloggers, she got a headache. She had already coldly blacklisted many people, but the front page still constantly had news about Hua Xiaoheng. To be precise, it was news about how infatuated Hua Xiaoheng was. Hua Xiaoheng had inexplicably become popular on the internet, and Gun Yinji's intuition told her that something was wrong. Yes, Hua Xiaoheng was very handsome. So handsome that people couldn't help but fall for him at first glance. He could clearly crush those sissy little fresh meats in the entertainment industry with his face alone, but the problem was that he had never clearly shown his face. Just by relying on those blurry side profiles on TV, he was able to gain such a large number of fans and even make it to the top 10 of the trending searches. Whether you believed it or not, Gun Yinji didn't believe it. This was the first update. The second update at 7 p.m. P.S. Tomorrow's update time. Please pay attention to the explanation after the second update at 7 p.m. There might be a surprise. Chapter 980. In fact, Gun Yinji had searched the entire internet more than once and was certain that there wasn't a single clear photo of Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, this was because of the nature of his work. He had always been behind the scenes and couldn't appear in public. Later, General Ji intended to train him to be his successor and promoted him to Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council. That was how he appeared on TV a few times. His appearances were very short. He was either in disguise, from the side, or wearing large sunglasses to obscure his face. For example, the last time he went to the United States to pick up Tangaran, the image of him getting off the plane was shown on the news. He was wearing large sunglasses that covered half his face. The audience mostly saw his tall and imposing figure and powerful aura. Even if he didn't say anything, they couldn't ignore his presence. But now, Hua Xiaoheng's popularity was almost on par with a certain popular actor's sudden popularity because of a popular drama. Gun Yinji, an internet child who was good at stirring up trouble, sensed that something was not right with this seemingly fresh flowers and embroidered brocade and oil on a raging fire. But she couldn't produce any concrete evidence. She just couldn't stop worrying. There was a sense of urgency and pressure that came before a storm. So that night, when she couldn't sleep because of this, she got up and wrote a small program that could search for Hua Xiaoheng's Weibo content on Weibo according to the scope she set. In order to keep track of his movements, Gun Yinji set the program to automatically search every 6 hours. Then, it sorted out the search content according to its importance and sent it to her email. Fortunately, everything had been normal for the past 2 weeks. Gun Yinji even wondered if she had been too paranoid and overly paranoid. On the night of the 14th day of the first lunar month, Gun Yinji finally finished the satellite debugging work with Zhao Yangzi. She also passed the security test of the network channel. She returned to the official residence early and ate a full dinner before washing up and going to bed. Hua Xiaoheng texted her during the day to say that he would be back the next day. Tomorrow was the national television station's Lantern Festival party. The heads of the Senate, the cabinet, and the military would all be attending. Hua Xiaoheng would also be accompanying General Ji to such a party for the first time. Gun Yinji picked up her phone and saw the message. She glanced at it and opened the email on her phone. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat when she saw the sudden influx of emails in her inbox. There were more than 10 days ago. These emails were automatically generated by her Weibo search program. Any Weibo content related to Hua Xiaoheng that day, even if it was only indirectly related, was searched under the logic provided by Gun Yinji. She checked the keywords and ranked them in order of importance. Gun Yinji's gaze suddenly froze as she read through each email. Her automated program found an article about Hua Xiaoheng written by a blogger. This was the first time she had seen someone fantasizing about Hua Xiaoheng. Out of curiosity, she clicked on it to take a look. Gun Yinji only skimmed through the short essay, which was less than 3,000 words long, and her face turned livid. She was so angry that she couldn't breathe. She sat up straight on the bed, holding her phone with one hand. She wished she could crawl through the network, drag the blogger who wrote this short article over, and shoot him dead. The 3,000-word essay was about a 12-year-old girl named Gun Yinji. After being rescued by a high-ranking military officer named Hua Xiao, she began to shamelessly seduce him. She was only 12 years old, but already had all sorts of curves. Hua Xiao finally lost his mind and was successfully seduced by the 12-year-old Gun Yinji one night after drinking and made a huge mistake. Hua Xiao knew that this was an ill-fated relationship and painfully wanted to get rid of Gun Yinji. However, Gun Yinji relied on her identity as an orphan and was delicate and pitiful. Once Hua Xiao wanted to break up with her, Gun Yinji would do all sorts of things until an angelic goddess appeared and finally helped Hua Xiao walk out of this illicit relationship. Gun Yinji's face was full of black question marks as she skimmed through the article. Yexem, Gun Yinji finally understood what it meant to distort the truth and use every conceivable means. Logically speaking, even if one wanted to write an erotic article, one had to follow the basic rules. What 12-year-old girl would have a curvaceous body and a wet seduction? Gun Yinji remembered that when she was 12 years old, she was so fat that her face was like a silver plate and her waist was like a barrel. Even if she was wet, She was just a barrel filled with water. How could she be seduced? How horny was Hua Xiaoheng to be seduced by the 12-year-old Gun Yinji, who was as fat as a barrel? However, this also exposed the fact that the person who wrote the article knew how, but didn't know why. They knew a little about the relationship between Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng, but they didn't know the specifics. Therefore, this person couldn't be from the Special Operations Forces. Because the people in the Special Operations Forces all remembered what Gun Yinji looked like when she was 12 years old. That definitely couldn't have written such a masterpiece. Of course, this person must have some inside information. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Gun Yinji was saved by Hua Xiaoheng when she was 12 years old and was entrusted by the military to be her guardian. Even so, when she saw herself being defiled in the article, she felt like her heart had been thrown into the mud and then stepped on a few times. They wouldn't stop until she was ground to dust. Gun Yinji restrained herself until her whole body trembled. She bit her lower lip so hard that it bled. She only came to her senses when she tasted a trace of blood on the tip of her tongue. When she thought about it carefully, this article wasn't just slandering Gun Yinji. More importantly, it was slandering Hua Xiaoheng. As a young high-ranking military general with a bright future, and a young high-ranking military general who had just become a phenomenal online celebrity, being immediately flooded by this kind of article was too beautiful to look at. Her left hand curled into a fist and coughed softly. Gun Yinji smiled coldly. Trying to cause trouble? I'll play with you to the end. She gathered her thoughts and went to look at the original author's post. This author was a terrible writer who wrote new media articles. Looking at the time on his Weibo, this short article had been uploaded less than an hour ago. The original author had limited fans, so there wasn't a lot of dissemination. But even if he only had less than 100 fans, there was already a queue under this article. A series of posts asking for articles, asking for spreading hearts were extremely neat and eye-catching. Gun Yinji couldn't stop laughing coldly. How was this with Xiaoheng's personal charm? Someone was obviously messing with him. As a high-ranking military general, he had been hyped up on social media to this extent. Now that even the short article had been added, it wasn't support. It was an attempt to destroy his reputation and create obstacles for his career. On the surface, the direction of this short article was very obvious. The person who was hit the hardest was Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaoheng was a man, so the other party was still lenient towards him. But the actual effect wasn't like that. From Gun Yinji's perspective, the other party's move was extremely stupid. This article not only destroyed Gun Yinji, but more importantly, it made it impossible for Hua Xiaoheng to make a comeback. Although it was stupid, it was also vicious. This kind of article, coupled with Hua Xiaoheng's popularity that hadn't died down yet, would immediately cause an explosive effect on the entire internet once a major verified account came out to promote it. The outcome would be devastating. Gun Yinji thought about it, and instinctively felt that all of this had to do with the Kai family. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Kai Songyin, Tang Guiran, and Kai Shangnan had been humiliated by Hua Xiaoheng. They were looking for revenge. But if they were only looking for revenge, did they not want Hua Xiaoheng to be their son-in-law? This move was too ruthless. If Hua Xiaoheng was defeated to the point where he couldn't make a comeback, would they still be willing to marry their precious daughter of nobility to him? Putting aside the question of whether Hua Xiaoheng would marry her, Gun Yinji was thinking about this problem from the perspective of an idiot. From this incident, it could be seen that the Kai family, who controlled the media, had become unruly after Tan Dongbang won the election. They were confident that they could control public opinion. As the saying went, I can beat you down with one hand, but I can also raise you up with the other. It all depended on whether you would listen to me. And Gun Yinji believed in know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. To her, it meant that in order to defeat an idiot, one must first understand the logic of an idiot. Otherwise, the other party would use their rich experience of being an idiot to beat you until you doubted life itself. Gun Yinji silently opened her laptop and opened her most powerful hacking software. Okay, I'll wrap up early today, so I'll come and see what kind of divine being this great author is. It was the next morning. Tomorrow's update would be afternoon. Chapter 981. After opening the hacking software, Gunyinji first hit her IP, as usual, then used someone else's IP to return to the original blog. She checked the status and found that the blogger was actually online. She looked at her watch. It was past 7 p.m., and the short article had been uploaded just after 6 p.m. Was he updating or interacting with his fans at this time? Gunyinji didn't say anything else and immediately sent him a phishing private message. The blogger saw the email almost immediately. Gunyinji's Weibo phishing private message could be disguised as the account of a Weibo member's secretary, saying that there was a problem with the other party's account and asking him to confirm his identity. The blogger didn't suspect anything and immediately logged into the phishing website in the private message and entered his login account and password. This was the most labor-saving hacking method, and Gunyinji planned to try it first. If the other party didn't take the bait within 5 minutes, she would use another method. In the end, she only waited for 3 minutes before the other party's account and password were sent to Gunyinji's hacker email. With the account and password, Gunyinji quickly logged into the other party's Weibo account and downloaded all of his content. This included private chats and messages with other people, as well as his login IP and login address. They were all recorded. Then she calmly deleted the phishing private message she had just sent from the other party's private message column, then went to the security center to erase all traces of logging in and quickly logged out. Then she changed the phishing website's URL so that the other party could no longer find a URL he had just entered his login account and password. After everything was done, Gunyinji quickly scanned all the data and downloaded it to analyze it. She immediately discovered that the person had a secret transaction with another Weibo account. Simply put, someone had contacted the blogger who wrote new media articles a few days ago and offered him a large sum of money to write an article. The outline of the article and the names of the characters were all decided by the other party, and even the follow-up marketing strategy had been discussed. In order to pretend that the article had become popular naturally, the person had also racked his brains to think of a way. It was also because they wanted the matter to look like there was no one behind it, and that it had become popular naturally. So they had prepared many methods and planned to use them one by one. Their plan was to make the article become popular in 2 or 3 days. So far, the short article that had been posted for less than an hour hadn't spread yet, and the matter hadn't escalated to the point of no return. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief. She then checked the historical data and found out that before this incident, the blogger only had 3 fans. Therefore, the majority of this blogger's 90-odd fans were zombie accounts created by the Internet Water Army Company. There were also the accounts that would be used to create the first wave of popularity. Meanwhile, his essay had already been published. Even the promotional links had been sent to the fake reviewers' accounts and marketing companies. Only this kind of lousy writer would accept this kind of job, right? She had gone crazy thinking about fame and money. Any writer with a little bit of fame who valued their reputation would not do this kind of dirty work that involved taking money to blackmail people. In the Huaxia Empire, it was illegal to write pornographic novels. Gunyinji continued to read their private messages. The man promised that the writer would not get into trouble with this incident. He said that they had someone backing them up and promised that there would be no legal problems. Gunyinji's slender fingers tapped on the desk when she saw the words legal issues. She couldn't help whistling. You even know about legal issues? They're experts too? Gunyinji immediately perked up. She no longer felt tired and was full of fighting spirit. The original blogger's identity was quickly investigated by Gunyinji. He was just a writer who wanted to be famous. He had just started working full-time at home and wanted to make a big deal. There was nothing special about it. The important thing now was to find out who the original blogger's account belonged to. Gunyinji first followed the person's account to his Weibo. She discovered that the person's Weibo verification was actually a PR, public relations, for a large entertainment company. He was the one who had sent a private message to the original blogger and clearly asked him to stir up trouble and deliberately write those despicable articles to smear Gunyinji's name and warn Huaxiaoing. Gun Yinji was no stranger to this entertainment company at all. When she was investigating Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang's affair, she had found out that this entertainment company belonged to the Kai family and was managed by Kai Songyin. She was definitely going to make a report. But how could she catch the mastermind so easily? After Gu Yinji saved all his information, she still felt that something was off. If Kai Songyin really ordered someone to do this, why did she have to be so ruthless? Didn't she already compromise many times for Tangairen's sake just to get close to the whole family? But if this short article really spread, Gun Yinji wouldn't be the only one who would be hurt. Hua Xiaoheng would be the one who would suffer the most. Thinking about it, a high-ranking general who was on the rise and had a limitless future would definitely be completely ruined by a short article of less than 3,000 words. Under these circumstances, no matter how greedy Hua Xiaoheng was, he wouldn't be with Tangairen. But the mysterious account gave this PR an offer he couldn't refuse. This amount of money was so much that this PR could buy out the entertainment limited company he worked for. It was 300 times his current annual salary of 300,000. It was this kind of price tag that made the PR, public relations, take the risk and go against Kai Songyin's orders. They changed the outline of the short story according to the mysterious person's request to openly defame Gun Yinji and secretly defame Hua Xiaoheng. The main point was to make Hua Xiaoheng bear this stain and never be able to take another step forward. Gun Yinji followed the clues and set her eyes on the mysterious Weibo account that contacted this PR. But following the clues of the private message backup data, Gun Yinji discovered that the Weibo account had actually been deleted. The security was so tight. They really wanted to cause trouble. Gun Yinji became braver as she faced setbacks. She had always been the type to become stronger when facing strong opponents and stronger when facing weak opponents. The harder the task, the more she wanted to try. Of course, she could even wipe out the intranet of the German Federal Intelligence Service. So how could Weibo, which was full of security holes? Gun Yinji's fingers flew as she typed out a series of commands on her laptop and hacked into Weibo's backend server again. The last time she had a problem with Weibo's server, she had encountered a similar situation. The account had been deleted. When a user deleted their account, the server actually didn't delete their account. Instead, it moved the account from being protected by normal security software to the inactive folder. The inactive folder's security measures were much lower than normal accounts. Just like last time, Gun Yinji opened the password testing program and used less than a second to find out the backend login password of this mysterious account. After the password was cracked, Gun Yinji entered the uninhabited land and quickly found all the frozen contents of the deleted account. She searched in chronological order and quickly found the data records of the day the mysterious account contacted the original Weibo blogger. The records also included the other party's login IP. Gun Yinji looked at the IP data, and the corners of her eyes twitched. It was too familiar. It could practically be considered an old friend of Gun Yinji's. Wasn't this the invalid IP that appeared during the video call between Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang? Seeing the invalid IP, Gun Yinji sighed deeply. She seemed to have expected it, but at the same time, it was unexpected. It was like the sword of Damocles hanging over her head was finally going to fall. After going around in circles, she was back to square one. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you insisted on coming. This was the first update. It was 7 o'clock at night, and the second update. Sorry, everyone. The editor informed me of the wrong time. Today is still 2 updates, and tomorrow will be 7 updates. Chapter 982. Gun Yinji looked at the invalid IP, and her eyes darkened. The situation was more complicated than she had imagined, but it wasn't so complicated that she couldn't handle it on her own. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she quickly decided on her next course of action. Her original goal was to report Kai Songyin's entertainment company for manipulating the internet water army and purposely tarnishing the reputation of the military's high-ranking generals. With Kai Song-yin's status as the First Lady, it could be confirmed that this was a very serious crime. However, after reading the short article and discovering the invalid IP, Gun Yinji's goal and thoughts quickly changed. First of all, this short story was too shameless. She couldn't let this short story have a chance to be seen by others. She had already hacked the blogger's computer and formatted the hard drive that contained the original draft of the short article. She was using her own program to search for the cloud drive online and scan all the files stored on the cloud drive. She grabbed keywords to see if the blogger had uploaded it to the cloud drive. Currently, 80% of the scan progress had passed, but she still hadn't found any cloud drives, so it should have been completely deleted. As for the content of the article that the blogger remembered, it didn't matter. What Gun Yinji was going to do next would make the blogger realize the serious consequences of this. Even if he could remember every word clearly, the blogger would keep all the content to himself, not daring to say a word until he died. Gun Yinji wouldn't report Kai Song-yin's entertainment company anymore. She wanted to use more aggressive methods to let Kai Song-yin know what it meant to be caught in one's own trap and to shoot oneself in the foot. What did it mean by the highest level of knows-when-no die? Therefore, the first thing she needed to do was to cool down Hua Xiaoheng's popularity. She couldn't let people associate him with Hua Xiaoheng again. How could she do that? Gun Yinji looked at the invalid IP again. She remembered that this invalid IP had appeared when she was looking up the IP of Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang's short film. Didn't Kai Song-yin and Tan Dongbang like to use this kind of lowly method to tarnish the reputation of others? The best way to deal with them was to give them a taste of their own medicine. However, Gun Yinji also admitted that although this method was unorthodox and lowly, it was very effective. Food and sex were the same. The general public was naturally interested in this kind of news, so it would be widely disseminated. It was impossible for the media not to know. Since you, Kai Song-yin, made the first move, then don't blame me for retaliating. The high-definition video of Prime Minister Tan and Gu Yanran that Gun Yinji had saved for a long time could finally be put to use. Pulling up the video from her computer, Gun Yinji scrolled through the progress bar with a blank expression on her face. This time, she wasn't satisfied with only Prime Minister Tan and Gu Yanran appearing in a short film. The corners of Gun Yinji's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He easily opened the editing software on his laptop and searched for it on the internet. He downloaded some clips of Kai Song-yin's personal image that had appeared on the TV news and edited it into the short movie. Coupled with the divine song Lost Rivers, the two-person version became a three-person version. While Prime Minister Tan and Gu Yanran were having sex on the bed, Kai Song-yin was happily filming them with her digital camera. In order to let people who hadn't paid attention to this old news know who had starred in this short film, Gun Yinji had specially added the names of the characters and used Hollywood techniques. It took her only half an hour to do all this. When she logged into Weibo again, she discovered that the blogger had already gone offline. Just in time, she could freely use this person's Weibo account. Therefore, after the 5-minute short film was restored and edited, Gun Yinji logged into the blogger's Weibo account again and helped him post a Weibo post. This Weibo post was, "Shocking secret news. I didn't think you were this kind of prime minister." Then, Gun Yinji used the backend program to directly replace the 3,000-word short Weibo post that the blogger had pinned to the short film and video. She also set it so that it couldn't be deleted or blocked. This time, Gun Yinji was ruthless and changed a part of Weibo's backend program. Fortunately, she discovered it in time, so the short film hadn't been backed up by Weibo's server yet. Therefore, Gun Yinji didn't need to look through the backup data to delete it. The short film had already been deleted completely, and the link now pointed to the 5-minute short film. Unless all of Weibo's servers were shut down, this short film would always be up there for the whole world to admire. The short film had been replaced with the short film, but the promotional link had already been sent out. This kind of switching was done without anyone noticing. Neither party noticed anything amiss. Once it was 8 p.m., the entire promotional process was carried out on Weibo in an orderly and unhurried manner. According to the original plan, 3 hours after the short film was posted, the Weibo verified account that Kai Sung-yin's entertainment company had bribed would accidentally be tagged with a link to the short film. After reading it, he would be shocked and immediately repost it with a caption, "Has meaning, content, and inside information." It was called within 3 minutes. As Gun Yinji expected, once the Weibo verified account appeared, and the marketing accounts that followed the verified account also took off, the entire Weibo was instantly shocked by the short film. To be honest, the verified account that had left the post didn't even look at what was in the link. He knew it was a video, but the cover of the video was a very simple seal character. He thought it was a music video for the short film, so he reposted it without even looking at it. To him, there were too many advertising companies contacting him. He could easily make hundreds of thousands of dollars with a simple move of his fingers, so why not? With the support of these verified accounts and marketing accounts, and Kai Sung-yin's successful Weibo water army adding fuel to the fire, the 5-minute short film exploded in popularity. Even the foreign media that had been quietly watching Weibo got their hands on the video like it was a treasure. After all, it was a video of the Huaxia Empire's elected prime minister in bed. It was hard to get even with money. Therefore, at around 9 p.m., on the 14th of the first lunar month, a 5-minute Weibo short film exploded all over the internet. Weibo's servers were almost paralyzed. However, Kai Sung-yin's entertainment company was keeping an eye on the official Weibo account and forced them to repair the servers. They couldn't allow the servers to malfunction at this critical juncture. At this time, the TV stations that were originally holding pre-Lantern Festival parties were all shocked by this news. They all stopped their TV programs and began to broadcast the Weibo short film that had the entire internet going crazy. The people who had been drooling over Hua Xiaoheng all disappeared without a trace. Almost everyone's attention was on the 5-minute short film. Some people had seen this short film before, but at that time, the image of the man and the surrounding scenes were all blurred out. Only the woman's image was clear. This time, not only were there images of the man's front and back from all angles, but there was also a third party holding a camcorder. Then, almost in the blink of an eye, everyone recognized the man in the short film based on the subtitles. It was their newly elected Prime Minister Tan Dongbang, who had just escaped the impeachment. The woman who had sex with him was Gu Yanran, who had previously been rumored to be his mistress. And the middle-aged woman holding the camcorder and filming next to him was his wife, Kai Sung-yin. It was fine if it was Gu Yanran, since she was already locked up in prison. However, Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Tan appeared in this short film at the same time, so the significance was extraordinary. When this Weibo short film exploded on the internet, Kai Sung-yin's entertainment company's executives finally realized something was wrong. What happened to the promised 3,000-word essay? What was going on with this short film that was so popular on the internet? Who posted it? I want to sue them. Also, delete it. Hurry up and delete it. The executives were so scared that they were about to have a heart attack. They took out their phones, landlines, and internet phones and frantically searched the world for someone to delete the video. I don't care how much it costs. Delete it immediately. What? Can't delete it? What do you mean? It wasn't posted on Weibo. Can't we get the blogger to delete it? The PR officer who had contacted the blogger quickly said, "Director, that won't do." That person said he can't delete it and said he didn't upload it. His account was hacked. The executives didn't believe it. Give me the management of Weibo and tell them it was me. Get them to delete it from the back end. The PR officer was still quite diligent. After realizing something was wrong, he immediately contacted the blogger and asked him what he had posted. The blogger cried that he had been hacked and didn't know what was going on with the short film. The PR officer still had to calm the blogger down at this time. Otherwise, if the blogger revealed the truth, everyone would be dead. Therefore, the PR officer spoke up for the blogger. "Director, I contacted them a long time ago. The management of Weibo said they can't delete it. It seems like there's a problem with the Weibo program. It really was hacked. There's content in this world that the backend program can't delete. Do you think I'm a computer idiot?" The executive of Kai Sung-yin Entertainment Private Limited glared at him with a pair of dead fish eyes. He felt like he was about to become a dead fish. He had no choice but to personally call the management of Weibo and use both carrot and stick to get them to delete the video or block it. Now wasn't the time to pursue responsibility. They had to quickly take down the video. Director, it's not that we don't want to delete it. Weibo's technical staff has been trying for 10 minutes, but the backend can't delete it. We don't know what's going on either. Moreover, it's clearly your own promotion. Can't you just delete it yourself? If I could delete it, why would I look for you? What a bunch of useless people. The executive of Kai Songyin Entertainment Private Limited ranted for 15 minutes. When he realized that the short film was still spreading across the internet at lightning speed, he finally collapsed on the sofa. It was the second update. I'm sorry, everyone. The editor informed me of the wrong time. It will be released at 7 tomorrow. Chapter 983. At that moment, Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin still had no idea about it. They were having dinner with Tan Gairin and the Tans and Kais at a restaurant. Tan Dongbang had to attend the Lantern Festival party as the new prime minister on the 15th day of the first lunar month. He would also be giving a speech to the entire nation, so he had to attend. Therefore, the family gathering was set for the 14th night of the first lunar month. The two families finally managed to get together. The dishes had just been served, but they hadn't started eating yet. Just as they were toasting each other, Kai Songyin's phone suddenly rang. She took it and saw that it was a call from her personal assistant. Her personal assistant was probably afraid that she wouldn't pick up, so she sent her text. Director Kai, hurry up and go on Weibo. The original video of the Prime Minister, Gu Yanran, and you has been leaked. What original video? There were videos of her, Gu Yanran, and Prime Minister Tan? Kai Songyin was confused, but also a bit disdainful. It was complete nonsense. She wasn't surprised that there were videos of Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang. But why was there one of her? At that moment, more and more members of the Tans and Kais in the private room were looking down at their phones. Some even looked at her strangely. Kai Songyin instantly realized that something was wrong. She opened Weibo in a panic and immediately saw the top 10 trending topics. Almost all of them were related to Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Tan's video. Also, the number of searches was very high. It was completely incomparable to those bot trending topics. Kai Songyin's heart skipped a beat as she opened a video link. The image that instantly appeared on the phone made her almost throw her phone away. Who did this? I'm going to sue him. I'm definitely going to sue him. This is too much. How dare he tarnish the Prime Minister's image? He must have a death wish. Kai Songyin immediately knew what video it was. She also immediately realized that the video had been edited. She didn't appear in the original video at all, but some bastard had added her image into this dirty video. Although she was only recording with a digital camera, she couldn't stand it. She wanted to puke just thinking about it. This was intolerable. Kai Songyin had always had a fiery temper. Now that even Tan Dongbang listened to her, and the people around her were flattering and fawning over her, she couldn't help but swell up. Kai Songyin shot up from her seat and rushed into the private room to call her personal assistant. What are you doing? I'm paying you a high salary just so you can watch the show. Hurry up and find a lawyer and send a lawyer's letter. He wanted Weibo to remove the trending topic, block the entire internet, and delete the video. Kai Songyin roared. The veins on her forehead bulged, and a hand that gripped her phone was like a chicken's claw. Her assistant was about to cry on the phone. Director Kai, it's really not that we didn't work hard. We've already asked Weibo's management to delete it from the entire network, and we've also contacted the network management office. But we don't know what's wrong with Weibo's program. Their technicians have already spent half an hour, but they still can't delete it or even block it. Our director was so worried about this that he had a heart attack. He's been sent to the hospital. I felt that the situation wasn't right. It wasn't something an ordinary organization could handle. You're the wife of the Prime Minister. Could you get a rather powerful secret organization to handle this? Kai Songyin immediately thought of Hua Xiaoheng. But, if she got Hua Xiaoheng's help, then would he find out that she had purposely instructed her subordinate to write about him in Gunyinji? Kai Songyin shook her head and tossed the thought to the back of her mind. She immediately asked her assistant, "What about that article? How's the promotion going? Hurry up and take it down." Kai Songyin's personal assistant almost knelt down when she still remembered that article at this time. Director Kai, we originally wanted to promote and repost that article, but we don't know what happened. The promotion link that the original blogger sent us was actually this short film. This was like a huge hammer directly smashing Kai Songyin's head. She saw stars and almost swayed. She quickly held onto the wall of the private room to barely steady herself. Cold sweat broke out all over her body. A feeling of shame, anger, and a desire to die enveloped her. So whose handiwork was this? Who was so resourceful that they could grasp her movements the entire time and then secretly replace her promotion link? Out of fear of the Special Operations Forces, Kai Songyin's first thought was that Hua Xiaoheng found out and struck first. But on second thought, if it was Hua Xiaoheng, wouldn't he be afraid of making a mistake? He had a bright future ahead of him. Even if he found out that she had instructed someone to write a short article, he could just delete it and warn her. He wouldn't do something so heartless, would he? Also, she remembered that the outline she had her trusted subordinate write was to endlessly defame Gun Yinji. She had still been merciful to Hua Xiaoheng and made sure that it wouldn't have a decisive impact on his career. Kai Songyin had thought of everything correctly, but she hadn't expected that her plan would be disrupted by someone else. Someone had interfered and used her resources and methods to fully defame Hua Xiaoheng. The mastermind also didn't know that his wishful thinking had been taken advantage of by Gun Yinji. She had overturned the entire matter in one fell swoop, and the people who had put in all their effort to defame Prime Minister Tan and Kai Songyin. At that moment, Kai Songyin felt like she was in a giant maze with flashing mirrors everywhere, reflecting the extremely wretched person in the mirror. She wailed and slumped to the ground. Grabbing her hair, she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Tan Guerin was worried about Kai Songyin, so she heard her wailing and quickly ran in. "Mommy, what happened?" Kai Shengnan also came in. Her face was dark as she handed the phone to Tan Guerin. "See for yourself. Don't look." Kai Songyin sobered up as soon as she saw Tan Guerin. She suddenly snatched the phone from Kai Shengnan's hand. "How can you show such a dirty thing to little darling? Shengnan, are you out of your mind?" Kai Shengnan was furious when she heard that, but seeing that her youngest aunt's family must be in a bad mood after something like this happened, she controlled her anger and said, "Auntie, what do you want to do? What's going on with this short film?" Of course, Kai Songyin wouldn't tell the truth. Also, this short film had been re-edited by someone to add Kai Songyin's image, so it was definitely fake news. Therefore, she said angrily, "What do you mean what's going on?" Of course she was framed. "Your youngest uncle is the prime minister now. So many people don't like him. This incident happened once before, but I didn't think it would get worse this time and be even more photoshopped." Kai Shengnan said in shock, "This was all photoshopped? I couldn't tell at all." "Of course it was." Kai Songyin glared at her. "Shengnan, you're a lawyer. I'm hiring you as my private lawyer now to sue that hacker." She didn't dare to say that she would sue the original blogger who posted the video because she didn't know if her subordinates had done a clean job and if there was any evidence in their hands. If there wasn't evidence, she would definitely sue the blogger as well. But if there was evidence, Kai Songyin shuddered. In that instant, she was filled with regret. Why did she have to think of such a stupid idea? Even if she wanted to mess with Gun Yinji, she should have cleared her name first. She could only blame herself for being too conceited and not expecting someone to be eyeing her from behind. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand how such a flawless plan had been discovered and used by someone else in advance. "That's not a problem." Kai Shengnan agreed immediately, but she carefully persuaded Kai Songyin, "I will sue the blogger who posted the video as well." "Little Annie, shouldn't this kind of thing be hired by Uncle's Cabinet Ministry of Justice to fight the lawsuit? Think about it. This matter is to discredit the Cabinet Prime Minister and his wife. Shouldn't the Cabinet Ministry of Justice handle it?" Kai Shengnan had her own thoughts. First of all, Being a lawyer hired by the Huaxia Empire's Cabinet Ministry of Justice was completely different from being a private lawyer hired by someone. The former could be bragged about on her resume, and the latter obviously didn't carry as much weight as the former. Also, as a lawyer hired by the Cabinet Ministry of Justice, she could only receive legal fees. If she became Little Annie's private lawyer, just like that, she probably wouldn't receive any money. This was the first update. Today, there were 7 updates in a row. Flip back. There's more. You can vote for your monthly votes and recommendation votes now. Chapter 984. Kai Songyin was distraught and waved her hand. That's fine too. Call the Minister of Justice and tell him that I said that the Prime Minister and I were framed. Ask him to hire you as the Prime Minister's lawyer to represent us in the lawsuit. Auntie, shouldn't it be better for you or Uncle to do it? Will it work if I do it? Kai Xingnan was eager to try, but also wanted to save face and more protection. Kai Songyin rolled her eyes. I have something important to discuss with your uncle. Go talk to the Minister of Justice yourself. He used to be your uncle's deputy, so he'll definitely listen. All right then. Kai Xingnan immediately called the Minister of Justice after receiving the guarantee. Kai Songyin asked Tan Guiran to call Tan Dongbang in and handed him the phone. She said with a livid expression, Dongbang, look at this yourself. I want to see how you clean up the mess you made this time. Tan Dongbang had been drinking outside earlier and was confused when he saw his 2 relatives looking at him strangely. However, Kai Songyin had taken his phone away when he came to eat, so he couldn't watch the news. Now that Kai Songyin had returned the phone to him, he looked down at it. He was so shocked that he almost threw the phone away. What is going on? Who is this blogger? Why is he framing me? I'm going to send someone to arrest him. I'm going to sue him. I want him to go to jail for the rest of his life. Kai Songyin's heart trembled when she heard that. She quickly said, this blogger was also hacked. What's the point of suing him? Framing you again? He's clearly framing me. Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang were the only 2 left in the private room, so they didn't avoid each other. They closed the door and argued fiercely. Yes, he's framing you, but he's also slandering me. This video doesn't have a clear image of me, right? Why did it come out again? Tan Dongbang's face flushed and then paled. He felt terrible. He couldn't think of how he could go to the national television station's Lantern Festival party tomorrow and give a Lantern Festival speech to the entire nation. Kai Songyin leaned against the wall of the private room and looked coldly at Tan Dongbang's grief-stricken expression. She said sternly, Don't think about who did such a wicked thing. The most important thing now is to delete this video from the internet. Gu Yanren wasn't a big deal. Anyway, after the first porn incident, her white flesh was already stinky. However, Tan Dongbang was different. Even if Kai Songyin's relationship with him had fallen apart, they were still husband and wife. Moreover, Tan Dongbang was the prime minister. The prime minister of a country being seen naked was not something to be proud of. In reality, this crisis was even more troublesome than Tan Dongbang's impeachment. Even if he was impeached, it would still be considered an open fight. As long as he won the lawsuit, Tan Dongbang's reputation and prestige wouldn't be affected in any way. In fact, it would even be a bonus. Because in terms of impeachment procedures, if the other party initiated a second impeachment, the requirements would be much stricter than the first. Kai Songyin was confident that Tan Dongbang wouldn't be impeached a second time. But this time, the short video that made Tan Dongbang lose face was like a soft knife cutting through flesh. Kai Songyin felt suffocated just thinking about it. Who was this? So vicious. In a corner of her heart, she felt that Hua Xiaoheng had something to do with this. However, rationally, she refused to believe this speculation, because Hua Xiaoheng was clearly traveling with General Ji in the army, and Kai Songyin knew his daily schedule like the back of her hand. Kai Songyin had a lot of connections in the media world. Although the news media that followed the army this time was part of the military, they were all in the media industry, so they were inextricably linked to each other. Therefore, Kai Songyin knew that Hua Xiaoheng didn't have a single second to do something like this. During these 14 days, Hua Xiaoheng was like General Ji. He was followed by the news media almost from every angle. It was also because of this reason that Kai Song-yin had the guts to promote Hui Xiaoheng on the internet. She wanted him to have a taste of being an internet celebrity and then use a short article to knock him down. Then, she would get someone to help Hui Xiaoheng reclaim his reputation. And she would give all the credit to Tan Guiran. She would let Hui Xiaoheng know that she only helped him because Tan Guiran wholeheartedly cared for him. After experiencing the process of falling from the peak to rock bottom, and then rising from rock bottom to the peak, Hui Xiaoheng's mindset would definitely change. He would clearly realize that Tan Guiran was the woman most compatible with him in terms of personal qualities and family background. Unfortunately, before she could carry out her wishful thinking, she had already fallen into a completely passive and hopeless situation. Now, it looked like it wasn't Hui Xiaoheng who was about to fall from the peak to rock bottom, but her family. Kai Song-yin's eyes were red as she glared at Tan Dongbang. Hurry up and make the call. I'll call the head of the Ministry of Information right now and have him order Weibo to be deleted. Tan Dongbang was reminded by Kai Song-yin, and he frantically searched for the number of the head of the Ministry of Information from his phone. He called, and the person was also watching the news and waiting for Tan Dongbang's orders. Hurry up and order Weibo to delete the original video. Also, delete it from the entire internet. Don't miss anything on your cloud drive or email. Tan Dongbang held his phone with one hand and stood in the small room with the other hand on his hip. He was so angry that his neck was red. What? Weibo can't be deleted? Then what should we do? When Tan Dongbang heard that Weibo had a technical malfunction and couldn't delete or block the short video, it was the first time he felt like he was in big trouble. This was a helplessness he hadn't felt even during his impeachment. Who was behind this? Were they trying to force him to his death? Kai Song-yin immediately took the phone from Tan Dongbang's hand and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and give an order to Weibo. If they don't think of a solution in 5 minutes, they can forget about getting their internet license next year. If they couldn't get their internet license approved by the state, then Weibo would have to shut down." This was a truly ruthless move. The head of the Ministry of Information immediately relayed this request to Weibo's management and gave an order. If you don't solve this problem in 5 minutes, then wait for bankruptcy and liquidation. Only then did Weibo's management panic. After an emergency call with a major shareholder, they found the technical director of Weibo and asked him, "How much longer do you need to solve this problem?" "You still have 3 minutes. When the technical director heard that Weibo would have to shut down immediately if they couldn't solve this problem, he panicked and said, "It's not that there's no way, but I'm afraid there will be a huge loss." What loss could be greater than shutting down the company? Hurry up and tell me. Weibo's CEO was furious. He waved his fist and wanted to punch the technical director in the face. That means shutting down all the servers and restarting them with the backup data from a few days ago. The technical director coughed with difficulty. But this will cause Weibo to face a huge loss of data, and there might even be legal problems. They didn't know what kind of person their Weibo had provoked in the past year, but they kept being hacked and restarted the backup data twice already. Whatever, as long as it works, we can talk about the future in the future. Weibo CEO waved his hand. Hurry up and do it. Shut down all the servers and restart them with the backup data from a few days ago. Weibo's CEO made the decision, and the technical director immediately informed Weibo's server managers around the world to immediately shut down all the servers. This was going to be interesting. Weibo claimed to have hundreds of millions of users, and there were more than 100 million active users every day. Therefore, Weibo shut down all the servers around the world without any warning. The financial loss was a small matter, but the key was that it would have a very negative impact on the users. Weibo also had its own competitors. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several competitors quickly attracted new users and offered all kinds of benefits to steal many of Weibo's users. But no matter what, the video of the short film was finally deleted. Then the IT department took action and deleted all the relevant links and content from the entire internet. Cloud computing, email, and all the major forum website servers were all cleaned up. But in the end, it was too slow. By the time they realized what was going on and made the decision to shut down all the servers, the 5-minute short movie had already spread across the world at lightning speed. Even foreign users, including foreign intelligence agencies, received a copy of the video. It was a high-definition video, and Gu Yanran had a good figure and was beautiful. She was more eye-catching than many of the female celebrities in Japan. And the name Gu Ninji gave to Gu Yanran was Kasahara Naoko. When everyone saw this name, they all praised the rising star of the Japanese video industry. And after the foreign intelligence agencies analyzed the video, they discovered that Mrs. Tan's image was edited, but Prime Minister Tan's image was the real thing. In other words, the newly elected Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire had performed an intense video for the people of the world. This was going to be a big deal. Although the 5-minute video was deleted because Weibo shut down all the servers around the world, some people still had a backup on their personal computers. When the ordinary Huaxia citizens discovered that the woman was actually called Kasahara Naoko and was obviously Japanese, their anger erupted like a volcano. It was one thing for the dignified prime minister of a country to be recorded in such an indecent video, but it was also with a Japanese woman. Soon, on Shindu's search engine, the search volume for Kasahara Naoko skyrocketed, and Gu Ninji had already prepared the Shindu encyclopedia information on Kasahara Naoko for anyone to search. As information about the Kasahara family surfaced one by one, and people who were interested could even compare it with other historical information, they suddenly discovered that Kasahara Naoko's great-grandfather was actually a colonel in Japan's infamous numerical unit back then. Prime Minister Tan actually had a relationship with such a woman, and his wife was actually filming from the side. So it was definitely not someone else framing him. It was the second update, and the first update of the 100,000 Chidian coins awarded to Assistant Geo arrived. Chapter 985. Impulsive netizens had long been used to Weibo solving cases and cloud sentencing. When Weibo's server was restored, the impatient netizens realized that the data had returned to a few days ago. There was no data in between, which made them even angrier. Everyone vented their anger on Prime Minister Tan and his family. The active Weibo users who had been holding back for the whole night started to dig up information on the various bloggers related to this incident. Gu Ninji didn't need to do anything else. The truth would be revealed by the netizens step by step. Oh my god, see what I found. The fans of his blogger are almost all paid posters. Screenshots as proof. These accounts only follow the blogger and the official Weibo account of the First Lady's company. Could it be that someone is deliberately trying to slander Prime Minister Tan? Black my ass. Let me show you where these fake reviewers belong to. They are all from this company. See? Mrs. Tan's company. Why would Mrs. Tan defame her own husband? He even let himself out. You have to ask Mrs. Tan. As a result, Kai Songyin's Weibo account gained a few million followers within a few hours. Her most recent Weibo post was almost bombarded with questions. Everyone was asking her why she didn't just divorce her husband if she hated him so much. By doing such a thing, her husband's political future was obviously over. At this time, in the private room of the restaurant where the Kai family and the Tan family were about to eat together, everyone was like a statue. No one spoke and no one moved. Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang were talking in the private room and hadn't come out for a long time. Tan Guirin and Kai Shengnan followed the latest developments online. When they saw that Prime Minister Tan's short film had been promoted and marketed by Kai Songyin's Internet Water Army, they were all flabbergasted and almost speechless. Kai Shengnan was the first to react. What the hell was going on? Just a moment ago, Little Ant had indignantly said that the video was fake and that someone was trying to set them up. She had even asked her to be the Prime Minister's lawyer hired by the Ministry of Justice to fight the case. But in the blink of an eye, how did it become her who was setting up her uncle? So what the hell was she going to sue for? Help Uncle sue Annie? It took about an hour and a half for Weibo to shut down all the servers around the world and restart the backup data. During that 1.5 hours, Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin stayed in the private room of the restaurant and didn't come out. Looking at the Weibo status that appeared on the phone, She looked at the Weibo posts that netizens dug out one by one. In the end, all of them pointed to Kai Song-yin's Internet Water Army Company. You. It's you. Tan Dongbang couldn't contain his anger and raised his hand to slap Kai Song-yin. You're too vicious. How dare you use such a method to harm me? Kai Song-yin covered her face in disbelief. You're saying I hurt you? Tan Dongbang, do you have a brain? What do I get out of harming you? Haven't you been holding a grudge because of what happened between me and Gu Yanran? I was still wondering why you would be so kind as to forgive me in the end, but it turns out that you were waiting for this. Do you want me to never be able to make a comeback? Tan Dongbang felt that he couldn't live with Kai Song-yin anymore. Men were like this. Once they cheated, their feelings would never be as pure as before. Without trust in a relationship, a husband and wife who had helped each other through thick and thin would become estranged. Kai Song-yin truly felt disheartened, but she couldn't tell him the truth. After all, she was the one who came up with the plan to force Gu Ninji to back off and beat He Xiaoying. Tan Dongbang really didn't know about it. Of course, now that things had developed to this point, the short article that she had suggested had never appeared. She also wouldn't drag it out and cause more trouble for herself. If I wanted to hold a grudge against you, all I had to do was stand by and watch when you were impeached. Why would I need to do this? Didn't you see that even I was in your video? If I was the one who filmed it, why would I appear in the video? Are you thinking with your lower body? Kai Song-yin didn't back down and rushed over to slap Tan Dongbang. I've lived so long, and even my parents haven't touched a single finger on me. Tan Dongbang, how dare you hit me? Tan Dongbang also felt a bit guilty after hitting Kai Song-yin. Now that she had hit him back, it could be considered to have been canceled out. He covered his face and sneered. If it wasn't like that, how could you clear your name? Kai Song-yin, I really underestimated you. That's right, you're the queen of the media, the CEO, and you control half the entertainment industry. You can crush someone with a flick of your finger. But I never thought that you would disregard your relationship as a married couple and hit me so ruthlessly. Tan Dongbang, look at your own conscience, and then look at your own brain. Don't tell me you're saying something like that, because the water in your brain flowed into your heart, and all of it flowed out. Kai Song-yin glared at Tan Dongbang. Right now, I'm being framed. You still don't believe me? I've already asked Shangnan to make preparations. We're going to find a mastermind and sue him to death. Now isn't the time for us to have a falling out. Please control your pettiness and get through this with me. This was indeed the correct way to handle the situation. No matter how angry Tan Dongbang was, he had to suppress it. Fine, let's go home first and find someone to investigate this matter. Then we'll file a lawsuit. Tan Dongbang was no longer hysterical. He touched his gloomy face and walked out of the small single room. Kai Song-yin also followed him out. As soon as the couple left the private room, they immediately put on calm smiles and changed their expressions very quickly. Mommy, Daddy, are you okay? Tan Guiran came up to them worriedly. How did this happen? Is what the internet said true? Of course it's false. Your daddy and I were framed. Someone wants to mess with us, Kai Song-yin said calmly. Don't be afraid. We'll take care of this. Standing in front of the Kais and Tans, Kai Song-yin assured everyone, today's incident was purely an accident. We're going back to investigate this matter now. Please help yourselves to dinner. We'll be leaving first. Kai Song-yin led Tan Guiran and Kai Shengnan out. Tan Dongbang was the prime minister. When he went out, even if it was a family gathering, there would be people from a national secret service protecting them. However, as soon as they walked out of the restaurant, they were suddenly surrounded by reporters who rushed in from outside. All sorts of cameras and cell phones were pointed in their direction, and microphones of all sizes with recording functions were extended in front of them. Prime Minister Tan, may I ask what's going on with the short video that's spreading like wildfire on Weibo today? Mrs. Tan, I heard that your company was responsible for promoting those links. What's the meaning of this? Under the pitch-black night sky and the dim yellow street lights next to the trees on the side of the road, the cameras in the reporters' hands were highlighted. As soon as Tan Dongbang saw the reporters, his campaign style came out. He stood ramrod straight and said politely, I already know about today's incident, and I'm about to rush back to the cabinet for a meeting. I promise everyone that I will definitely find the instigator of this incident and bring him to justice." As soon as the reporters heard that there was hope, they immediately asked, "Prime Minister Tan, are you saying that someone framed you? But that video has been leaked before, and you didn't question the authenticity of the video." Of course he didn't question it, because Tan Dongbang didn't appear in the video at that time. Why would he deny it? Would he get himself into trouble? Tan Dongbang cursed the reporter who asked this question for being an idiot in his heart as he smiled and got into his bulletproof car. The Secret Service's security guards immediately separated the reporters. "Everyone, move aside and let Prime Minister Tan's car leave." Kai Songyin didn't say anything from beginning to end as she followed Tan Dongbang into the car. Tan Guirin wore large sunglasses and lowered her head as she got into Tan Dongbang's Prime Minister's car with Kai Xingnan. The car quickly drove away, leaving the bustling reporters behind. Tan Guirin looked back and took off her sunglasses. She rubbed her eyes and sighed. "Mommy, who's going so far? They're so evil. We must sue them." Kai Shengnan burst into laughter and rubbed Tan Guirin's head. "Cousin, you're so well protected by Annie. What is it? Did I say something wrong?" "This incident isn't that simple." Kai Shengnan stopped smiling. "From information online, we don't even know who our opponent is. How can we sue them?" "Sue who? Heir? Opponent? Isn't it the blogger who uploaded the video?" Tan Guirin asked in confusion. Kai Songyin quickly said, "My assistant has already gone to investigate. The blogger said that his account was hacked by a hacker." "Mommy, even you don't know who set us up?" Tan Guirin clenched her fists. "These people are too much. We can't let them get away with it." Tan Guirin wanted to vomit just thinking about that disgusting video. Luckily, her cousin had covered half of her phone at the time, so she hadn't seen her father clearly. She had only seen Gu Yanran's fair skin. In Tan Guirin's heart, her mother, Kai Songyin, was omnipotent. Even when her father was impeached by the Senate, she had helped him through it. This time would be no exception. Kai Songyin only wanted to cry. Where was she supposed to find a mastermind at this time? Kai Xingnan knew more about the ways of the world than Tan Guirin. She took out her phone and said to Kai Songyin, "Auntie, there must be a computer expert involved in this incident. We should first find a computer expert to look for clues." Yes. A computer expert. We need to find a computer expert to help us." Tan Dongbang nodded vigorously. "Shangnan, do you know anyone in this field? There must be a computer expert in the cabinet's information department." Kai Shengnan subtly reminded Kai Songyin. "Why don't we have Uncle talk to the director of the information department again?" Kai Songyin agreed. "That's a good suggestion. Dongbang, go and get a few computer experts from the IT department. Get them to check it out and see what's going on." Tan Dongbang immediately called the director of the information department again. However, the director of the information department immediately replied, "Prime Minister Tan, it's not that I don't want to help, but Weibo just restarted the backup data and used the data from a few days ago. Even if a computer expert went to investigate today, they wouldn't be able to find any information." It was the third update and the second update of the 100,000 Chidian dollars awarded to Assistant Geo arrived. Chapter 986. Tan Dongbang's heart sank. "Really? That can't be. There's no other data on Weibo?" Kai Songyin's heart skipped a beat, and her tense expression relaxed. If Weibo's server was rebooted using the data from a few days ago, then would the private messages they exchanged with the blogger also disappear? Then there wouldn't be any evidence left, right? Kai Songyin carefully calculated the possibilities in her mind. Tan Dongbang was also talking to the head of the IT department about borrowing a computer expert. Tan Guirin propped up her head with her hand and looked out the window silently. She sighed softly. Her home was a mess, and she wished so much that a strong man would come down from the sky and save her from this disaster. Where was her hero? While the three Tans were having their own thoughts, Kai Shangnan was also looking for a solution. She didn't know much about computers, and she didn't trust the people in the IT department. Therefore, she found an American computer expert she was familiar with and sent him an email, hoping he could help evaluate the situation. The American computer expert happened to hear about this incident and watched the entire process. He even downloaded a short movie. Now that he saw Kai Xingnan's email asking about him, the American computer expert called over the internet and praised the person who did this. Julie, this person is a genius. A 100% genius. He's so amazing. Just making Weibo unable to delete or block the video is not something a normal computer expert can do. I never knew there was such a computer expert in the Huaxia Empire. Julie, did you know? I only admired one computer genius before, and his name is Pink Piggy. He suddenly appeared last year and wiped out the German Federal Intelligence Agency. Now, I have a second person I admire. I want to call him Dark Angel. What the hell was Pink Piggy? Dark Angel. Childish. Kai Xingnan pouted and began chatting with this person. Is this very difficult? Of course. Theoretically, as long as it's content on my server, the system admin has full authority. It can delete, change, or block it as it pleases. There shouldn't be any problems. But the person who uploaded the video changed the system admin's authority. In other words, he added a restriction to the Weibo system admin, so it can't delete or block this specific file. Kai Xingnan was as confused as a Vajra. She stared at the dark night sky and thought for a while before continuing, can't the system admin's authority be changed? Theoretically, no. Only other accounts can be restricted. Think about it. What is a system admin? It means that the system is the master and can't be changed. But this person did it. I'm very interested in how he did it. The computer expert from the United States kept on expressing her admiration for the person who uploaded the video, which made Kai Xingnan feel very uncomfortable. So there's such a powerful hacker. No wonder you think so highly of him. Don't you even know how he did it? Kai Xingnan said deliberately, trying to provoke the American computer expert. The American computer expert fell for it and said excitedly, I'm also looking at Weibo's system. The security measures of the original Weibo blogger's account are really bad. I easily hacked into his account and took a look at his account. I realized that even his private messages were deleted. Looks like the rebooting of Weibo's data has greatly affected this blogger. The computer expert's private messages were all deleted? Did the original blogger delete all his private messages? Cannot be restored. Kai Xingnan asked casually as she wrote down all the important points in her electronic memo. Kai Xingnan heard it from the front row and turned to ask quietly, how do you know the computer expert's private messages were all deleted? Kai Xingnan gestured for her to calm down. She then said to the American computer expert, got it. Thank you. I'm on my way. Okay. She had originally wanted to invite this American computer expert to be her technical consultant. Just like that, when she went to court and saw the hacker who uploaded the video, Kai Xingnan was worried that this American computer expert would immediately change sides and kneel at the feet of that person. After ending the call with the American computer expert, Kai Xingnan nodded to Kai Xingnan. It was indeed deleted. The person I was talking to is very good. He just accessed the computer expert's Weibo account and looked through it. Tan Gairan listened quietly for a while and suddenly whispered, I heard from the art troupe that Major General Hua's department has a lot of computer experts. Why don't we ask Major General Hua to check? Oh, really? Major General Hua's department has computer experts? Even better than the computer experts in the information department? Kai Xingnan immediately expressed her interest and wanted to hold Tan Gairan's hand to ask. Kai Xingnan coughed lightly to stop Tan Gairan. Little darling, we'll find a computer expert. As for Major General Hua, they're a military organization. It's best not to trouble them with things related to the cabinet. Kai Xingnan was a bit disappointed. How could Kai Xingnan give up such a good opportunity to get close to him? She looked Kai Xingnan up and down and actually saw a trace of panic in her eyes that she didn't manage to hide in time. What was the reason? Kai Xingnan quietly looked away and looked at her phone. She picked it up and sent an email to her father. Father should know about what happened in the Huaxia Empire that night, right? Unfortunately, they couldn't take the first step. How did they find the hacker? Kai Xingnan's father, Kai Simin, had also paid attention to this matter. Because Tan Dongbang was his brother-in-law, he was more concerned about it than others. Kai Sumin immediately called when he saw Kai Xingnan's email. "Shangnan, where's your auntie?" Kai Sumin asked over the phone. Kai Xingnan looked at Kai Songyin in the front row. "She's here. Do you want to talk to auntie?" Kai Sumin sat in front of his desk and looked at the uproar online. He nodded with a headache. "Give her the phone." Kai Xingnan quickly said, "Auntie, it's my father." Kai Songyin was ecstatic. "It's your father?" She quickly took the phone and immediately said, "Big brother, you finally called back." Kai Xingnan's father, Kai Sumin, was Kai Songyin's biological brother. The siblings had been very close since they were young. Kai Sumin was one of the most famous Huaxia lawyers in the United States. He only asked a few questions and could tell something was wrong from Kai Songyin's reaction. "Songyin, tell me the truth. Does this matter have anything to do with you?" Kai Sumin asked slowly. Kai Songyin choked and quickly glanced at Tan Dongbang. She tried her best to maintain her calm posture. "This matter is very complicated. The blogger who uploaded the video keeps claiming that his account was hacked and that it has nothing to do with him." "Nothing to do with him? If he says it's fine, then it's fine?" "The truth is that the video was uploaded from his account, and the person who forwarded it was also his fan. What reason does he have to say that it wasn't him? And you just believe him?" Kai Sumin hit the nail on the head and pointed out Kai Songyin's unspeakable secret. Kai Songyin couldn't let Tan Dongbang know the truth, nor did she want Tan Guiran to know, so she took the blame herself. "Big brother, we've already investigated that blogger. He's just a lousy blogger with no background at all. How could he have done this? What is he after?" Kai Songyin still expressed her belief in the original blogger. "What is he after? Of course it's for money. Do you think he's after ideals or interests?" Kai Sumin was even more certain that this matter had something to do with his younger sister. However, he didn't know why she was so unlucky to be the victim of this incident. "Big brother, I don't know what to do either because he insists that it was a hacker. There's nothing we can do." Kai Songyin rejected him tactfully. Kai Sumin raised his voice. "You don't know what to do? There's nothing we can do? Then you can sue him directly. In a situation like this, he should be the one to produce proof to prove that he was hacked. We shouldn't just listen to him and believe that it was a hacker." "Songyin, don't tell me you don't even understand that." Kai Songyin's heart trembled when she heard that. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she already saw Tan Dongbang looking over. She quickly adjusted the expression on her face and continued speaking mysteriously. "I was so scared just now that I really didn't think about it. However, if Big Brother thinks this is feasible, how about we hold a video conference to discuss it in detail when we get home?" Kai Sumin was silent for a while. "Is it inconvenient for you to talk now? We're in the car. We're about to go back to the Prime Minister's official residence," Kai Songyin said with a smile. Her expression had already returned to normal. Tan Dongbang had been secretly observing Kai Songyin from the side. He finally sighed in relief when he saw that she wasn't uncomfortable at all. As long as Kai Songyin wasn't trying to mess with him, Tan Dongbang believed that he would be fine. Tan Dongbang was just like his daughter, Tan Guiran. He trusted Kai Songyin's abilities very much. However, only Kai Songyin knew that this time, she had kicked an iron plate. There was an uncontrollable panic in her heart. It was as if all these years of good luck had finally been used up in that moment. She hung up and returned the phone to Kai Xingnan. Kai Songyin tilted her head and leaned against the car window in silent contemplation. If they were sure that the original blogger didn't have any evidence and didn't have anything to use against them, perhaps they could choose to directly sue the original blogger, and the original blogger would definitely say that they wanted him to defame Gu Ninji and Hua Xiaoheng, and that he had nothing to do with the video. Then she could tell Hua Xiaoheng about the news and see how he would react. That way, public opinion would definitely be created, and their goal of defaming Gu Ninji would still be achieved. As for Hua Xiaoheng, they could also take the opportunity to see his reaction and see if he would save Gu Ninji or watch from the sidelines and protect himself. This was the fourth update. It was delivered to the president of Momo Moshi. Chapter 987. Kai Songyin could also use this opportunity to assess Hua Xiaoheng's feelings for Gun Yinji from his subsequent actions. Otherwise, his daughter's unrequited love might be for naught. The more Kai Songyin thought about it, the more she felt that this was a great idea. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only would they be able to save Tan Dongbang from danger, but they would also be able to drag Gun Yinji down with them. Hua Xiaoheng would also be involved, so their losses would not be too great by the time they returned to the Prime Minister's official residence. Kai Songyin had already thought through everything. When she video-called Kai Sumin, Kai Songyin was alone in the study and told him the truth. She explained the entire sequence of events and the freak combination of circumstances. Kai Sumin was so angry on the other side of the ocean that his veins were about to explode. Songyin, how could you think of such a lousy move that harms others without benefiting yourself? If they weren't separated by the entire Pacific Ocean, Kai Sumin would have picked up a stick and viciously beat Kai Songyin. One idiot. What's so good about Hua Xiaoheng? Is it worth it for you to take such a huge risk? Kai Susumin was exasperated that Kai Susumin didn't live up to his expectations and reprimanded Kai Songyin again and again. Kai Songyin didn't retort. She just quietly waited for Kai Sumin to finish scolding before saying quietly, "If we're talking about talent, little darling's taste isn't bad. If Hua Xiaoheng can be my son-in-law, even if Dongbang doesn't become the prime minister in the future, it would be enough for our family to have a son-in-law. Even if he's so good, why does he have to use such a stupid method?" Kai Sumin looked down on idiots the most. They could be bad, they could be poisonous, they could be despicable, but they couldn't be stupid. Do you think I want to? Kai Songyin wasn't happy either. Your niece likes him wholeheartedly, but coincidentally, Hua Xiaoheng also has an ex-girlfriend who's procrastinating. Although they said they broke up, I see that the 2 of them are still in love. If my daughter marries him, she'll be disgusted by that woman for the rest of her life. Therefore, she acted as the bad guy and helped her daughter get rid of this disaster first. Kai Sumin furrowed his brows. Then you can have someone write that kind of article to defame her? Aren't you afraid of arousing a man's desire to protect her and making it harder for him to let her go? Kai Songyin froze. What did you say? Kai Sumin rubbed his temples with a headache. Songyin, you're not stupid. You just don't understand how men think. It's only because Dongbang was your childhood sweetheart and gave in to you that you think you can do whatever you want. Big brother, who are you siding with? Kai Songyin stood up angrily. Tan Dongbang cheated on his wife and fooled around with another woman. I still can't forgive him. What man's mind? It's all bullshit. All right. Little sister, don't be agitated. Of course, Big Brother will help you and stand on your side. Kai Sumin saw that Kai Songyin was anxious, so he used the nickname he used when they were young to coax her. Kai Songyin hadn't heard her brother coax her like this in a long time, and her eyes couldn't help turning red. Ever since she had married Tan Dongbang, she, the beloved youngest daughter of the family, had become the backbone of the Tan family and shouldered the family's burden. It wasn't that it wasn't hard, it wasn't that it wasn't sad. However, she didn't have a way out. Tan Dongbang was the man she had cried about marrying all those years ago, and the Kai family had all agreed to it. Only her eldest brother, Kai Sumin, had disagreed. He said that Tan Dongbang was petty and solicitous. He only did superficial work, but he didn't take responsibility. He was afraid that she would have a harder time in the future. However, Kai Songyin felt that she had the support of the Tan and Kai families. So how hard could it be? Moreover, she was willing to be a strong woman and run her own company so that the business would flourish. However, in the middle of the night, when she felt tired, she still hoped to have a pair of strong arms to rely on instead of being someone else's support. This was also why she spoiled her daughter, Tan Geiren, and wanted to fulfill her wish of marrying Hua Xiaoheng. Kai Songyin felt that Hua Xiaoheng was the kind of man that women could rely on for a lifetime. She would only be at ease if her daughter married him, because her daughter definitely wasn't someone who could rely on herself to support a family. Only Hua Xiaoheng's status and ability could allow her daughter to continue living a pampered and spoiled life. She spoiled her daughter into a naive and innocent girl because she didn't want her daughter to be like her and struggle to support a family in the future and become someone else's backbone. Big brother. I was wrong. Kai Songyin choked up as she admitted defeat. Help me. Kai Sumin's heart also softened. I know. Of course I will help you. You just have to tell Big Brother the truth, and Big Brother will help you think of a solution. Kai Songyin nodded profusely and immediately explained her previous plans in detail. Kai Sumin listened calmly and felt that it was rather troublesome because Kai Songyin's plan was actually quite meticulous and effective. Even if he made the plan himself, he wouldn't be much older than this. However, such a bold and imaginative plan had kicked an iron plate and was even used by someone to turn the tables on him. The person behind this was truly too terrifying. Kai Sumin had been a lawyer for over 30 years, yet he had never seen such a cunning criminal that was practically impossible to find. At this time, he completely forgot that his sister, Kai Songyin, was the instigator of the entire case. It was only because she failed that she became a victim. Kai Songyin saw that Kai Sumin didn't speak for a long time and was a bit flustered. She said uneasily, "Big brother, can you not tell Shengnan some things?" Because it was quite embarrassing. She couldn't lose her dignity as an elder in front of Kai Shengnan. Kai Sumin nodded. I know. This case is rather complicated. I plan to personally return to the Huaxia Empire and guide Shengnan in this lawsuit. I'm telling you, don't be soft-hearted. This original blogger can't produce evidence that it's related to you, so you must sue him. In order to clear your name and Dongbang's name, for your position, this blogger must be the scapegoat. Big Brother wants to return to the Huaxia Empire. That's great. Kai Songyin truly sighed in relief. I'll listen to you. I'll sue whoever you say I want to sue, and I'll fight the lawsuit however you say I want to. She knew that even if Kai Sumin returned to the Huaxia Empire, he wouldn't personally help her with the lawsuit because he was now an American citizen and needed to avoid arousing suspicion. However, Kai Shengnan was different. She was still a Huaxia Empire citizen and could completely help them with the lawsuit. And Kai Sumin could guide Kai Shengnan behind the scenes. With Kai Sumin, they would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. It was 1 o'clock in the morning on the 15th day of the lunar calendar. Gun Yinji was still awake as she laid on the bed with her phone in hand. She admired the bloody storm she had single-handedly caused. She casually used an anonymous account to start a petition on Weibo and tagged the official accounts of the Senate, Cabinet, and military. Hashtag Prime Minister Tan Dongbang, who had an affair with a Japanese spy, must step down. Hashtag, although it was already late at night, there were still many active people on Weibo. As soon as the petition was started, it immediately received countless responses from netizens. Some people even reposted the petition link to major forums outside of Weibo. The moderator pinned it to make it easier for people to click on the link and vote. Although the petition had no legal effect, it was the same as what Kai Songyin liked to do. It was also public opinion. The prime minister was elected, so he couldn't ignore public opinion. Also, Gun Yinji had restored the original version of the video and uploaded it online. How could Tan Dongbang continue to be prime minister like that? If Tan Dongbang didn't admit his mistake and resign, Gun Yinji didn't mind sending him on his way and forcing him to step down. During the last impeachment case, Gun Yinji held back and didn't make a move because she felt that although she had disagreements with the Tans, it hadn't reached the level of a deep hatred. As long as she achieved her goal of dealing with Gu Yanran, and Tan Dongbang had already become the prime minister who was impeached as soon as he took office, there was no need to be ruthless. It was enough to teach him a lesson. She didn't expect that in a moment of soft-heartedness, Tan Dongbang, Kai Songyin, and Tan Guiran would actually think otherwise. To be honest, Gun Yinji had been suppressing her anger ever since she saw Hua Xiaoheng take Tan Guiran off the plane with Tan Dongbang, Kai Songyin, and Tan Guiran's family. They had used their high and mighty positions to use all sorts of methods to destroy her love, destroy her faith, and now they wanted to erase her personality and dignity. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. This time, they had touched her bottom line, and Gun Yinji knew she had nowhere to retreat. She had the courage and valiance that had been cultivated from following Hui Xiaoheng for so many years. This was the quality that a qualified soldier should have. She had spent her entire adolescence with these iron-blooded soldiers, so it was inevitable that she would be subtly influenced by them. She thought that if Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang still refused to admit their mistakes and resign, and still wanted to fight a lawsuit to create public opinion, she would definitely accompany them to the end this time. Scrolling through her phone, Gun Yinji saw that the number of votes for her petition was steadily increasing. She yawned and placed her phone next to her pillow, planning to sleep. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng's private car had just stopped in front of his official residence. "Hello, Chief." The guards at the entrance of the official residence immediately saluted Hua Xiaoheng as he got out of the car. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." He strolled into his official residence. He had been gone for half a month. Although he had often gone on missions in the past, he had never been as eager to return as he was now. Hua Xiaoheng walked into the entryway and looked at the brightly lit foyer. He passed through the living room and walked towards a spiral staircase. Gun Yinji and his room were on the second floor. He stood in front of Gun Yinji's door for a while and saw that the lights inside had already dimmed. He decided to go back to take a shower and change his clothes before visiting her. He had been at the grassroots level for more than 10 days. Although he showered and changed his clothes every day, he always felt travel-worn after such a long journey. He quickly took a shower in the bathroom and came out. Hua Xiaoheng changed into a clean, long black t-shirt and camouflage military pants before going to Gun Yinji's suite. There was always a dim yellow night light in her bedroom. Hua Xiaoheng came to stand in front of her bed and didn't say anything when Gun Yinji suddenly opened her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng thought she was awake, but she only glanced at him. Her gaze was unfocused as she mumbled, "I'm dreaming again." Then she turned over and went back to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. His hard and cold heart suddenly softened to an unbelievable degree. It was the 5th update for the alliance leader of Yunhan Yuqin. Chapter 988. Thinking about it carefully, over all these years, there were only a handful of times when his heart had softened, but every time, it seemed to have something to do with this little girl named Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaoheng bent down and very gently pulled up the blanket that had fallen down from turning over for Gun Yinji. His slightly cold fingers accidentally slid across Gun Yinji's neck. It was as if there was an electric current, and a tingling sensation passed through his fingertips and seeped into her skin. Gun Yinji opened her eyes again. This time, she was really awake. She suddenly turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng's incomparably handsome silhouette. The dim yellow night light shone from behind him, setting his silhouette with a dark golden background. Every inch was impeccable. Gun Yinji's eyes were still sleepy, and she murmured sleepily, "You're back?" "I'm back." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was even more magnetic and deep. He naturally lifted the blanket and slept with Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji's heart couldn't help skipping a beat. By the time she reacted, Hua Xiaoheng had already hugged her in his arms and was sleeping on his side, next to her in the most comfortable position. One arm automatically went under her neck and pillowed her head. Gun Yinji's mind was still a bit hazy. She couldn't tell if it was his left or right arm, but she still remembered that his right arm had been injured not long ago. She quickly raised her head with difficulty and refused to use his arm as a pillow. "It'll hurt you." Hua Xiaoheng kissed her cheek. "It's fine. It's already healed." Reaching out, he pressed her head down and placed it back on his arm. Gun Yinji stopped struggling because the familiar person and the familiar scent was by her side. The unprecedented sense of security once again made her let go of the vigilance she always carried. Drowsiness surged, and Gun Yinji fell into a deep sleep. Hua Xiaoheng thought about what happened that day, especially the sensational hype on the internet, as well as the 5-minute high-definition video. He originally wanted to ask if it had anything to do with Gun Yinji, but seeing how tired she was, he didn't ask again. Anyway, what did it matter if she was the one who did it? There must be a reason why she had to do it, so he would ask tomorrow. Not only were the cabinet and the Senate paying attention to the commotion on the internet, but the military was also watching. Hua Xiaoheng and General Ji had found out about this when they were in the military base. At that time, General Ji had discussed with Hua Xiaoheng whether they should get the Special Operations Forces to investigate who did it. They didn't want to seek justice for Prime Minister Tan, but they couldn't be kept in the dark and not even know who did it. Hua Xiaoheng did not agree at the time. His reason was that this was a domestic matter, and there was currently no indication that this matter was related to foreign forces, so it was not convenient for the Special Operations Forces to intervene. He also reminded General Ji that the cabinet had a secret service department, which was similar to the Special Operations Forces. The difference was that the Secret Service Department was in charge of domestic affairs, unlike the Special Operations Forces, whose scope of authority was overseas. This big incident that happened on Weibo would definitely require the Secret Service to investigate. Besides, it was the head of the cabinet who was involved in the accident. Whether it was emotional or personal, the Secret Service should be the vanguard. General Ji felt that it made sense, so he didn't bring it up again. Actually, as soon as Hua Xiaoheng saw the video, he could roughly guess who did it. Thinking of this, Hua Xiaoheng smiled. He touched his lips to Gu Nianji's forehead and fell asleep with her. When the two of them woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning on the 15th of the Lunar New Year. The official residence was quiet. The thick, soundproof, milky yellow, gold velvet curtains with white polka dots hung low to block out the light and sound from the outside world. When Gu Nianji woke up, her mind went blank for a second before she snapped back to reality. She tilted her head to see the man sleeping soundly beside her. Gu Nianji's gaze couldn't help but be drawn to his long, thick, and dense eyelashes. They were like two soul-stirring arcs that covered his handsome face. Gu Nianji couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Hua Xiaoheng's long eyelashes. However, as soon as her hand touched them, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly opened his eyes. Gu Nianji sheepishly retracted her hand and instinctively found an excuse. "Let me see if they are fake eyelashes." After saying that, she shut her mouth tightly, regretting that she had spoken without thinking. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. What was she trying to do by coming up with such a ridiculous excuse? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji's hand and placed it in front of his eyelashes. "Feel yourself." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Fine." Her fingers curled slightly and quickly touched Hua Xiaoheng's long eyelashes. Her pale fingertips felt like they were being pricked by fine needles. Of course, it didn't hurt or itch, but there was a presence that couldn't be ignored. Just like him, there was a needle hidden in silk floss. "Is it fake?" Hua Xiaoheng chuckled quietly and kissed Gu Nianji's cheeks, which were already as red as a little apple. "No." Gu Nianji buried herself in his arms. "I was just saying casually. Do you have to take it so seriously?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't reply. He lifted her head from his arms and held the back of her neck to give her a long and deep kiss. She didn't know if it was because the dopamine emitted by hormones made people feel good, but even when lovers woke up in the morning and were intimate, they didn't notice each other's smell. Gu Nianji was actually very nervous in this area, but because it was Hua Xiaoheng, she didn't think it was inappropriate. Before the kiss ended, Gu Nianji could already feel the tension under Hua Xiaoheng's body. She was so nervous that she didn't move, afraid that she would further stimulate Hua Xiaoheng. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng didn't have to do it. He hugged Gu Nianji tenderly for a while, then got out of bed and went to his room to wash up. Gu Nianji finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly got up from the bed. She also went to the bathroom to wash up and change into a comfortable white cashmere sweater with a blue bear embroidered on the back. She let her half-dry hair down and went downstairs to the dining room for dinner. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the kitchen had prepared brunch for them. Gu Nianji went downstairs and saw many orderlies coming and going in the official residence. Only then did she realize that the spring festival was over, and the soldiers on vacation had also come back to work. "Good morning, Miss Gu." "Good morning. Happy New Year." "It's pretty good. I just came back from my hometown." "Thank you, Miss Gu." "Miss Gu, I brought some pecans from my hometown." I've already shared some with my comrades. There's still a bag left, just for you. A younger orderly walked over with a small cloth bag and stammered as he spoke to Gunyenji. It was always good to be remembered and cared for. Gunyenji was overjoyed and accepted it with a smile. Thank you. I really like pecans. She wanted to pay, but the young soldier had already run away happily. He only said, if you like it, I'll bring more for you next time. Gunyenji was speechless. After thinking about it, she took the pecans back to her suite and went to the small fridge to pick out a large box of Godiva chocolates. She went downstairs to the orderly's duty room and immediately saw the young soldier working in front of the computer. Gunyenji walked in and placed the box of chocolates on his table. She smiled. Thank you for the pecans. Try my chocolate. It's delicious too. The young soldier looked up in surprise to see Gunyenji smiling sweetly. He couldn't help blushing and wanted to refuse, but when he saw Gunyenji's large, hopeful eyes looking at him encouragingly, he instinctively took the exquisite box of chocolates and looked at it. Godiva, this chocolate is very expensive. My sister loves it. He exclaimed in surprise. Okay, I still have some. If you like it, I'll give you 2 more boxes. Gunyenji smiled and nodded at him before walking out of the orderly's duty room. When they sat down in the dining room, Hua Xiaoheng put down the newspaper in his hand and asked calmly, where are the pecans? Gunyenji was speechless. I just happened to pass by and saw them. Hua Xiaoheng slowly poured milk for Gunyenji. I'll peel them for you. Gunyenji remembered how she used to smash the pecans with a small hammer when she used to eat them. Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangzi saw this, and each took a pile. They used their fingers to crush the skin of the pecans, as if they were practicing their strength. Gunyenji missed the days when Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were also here. Hua Xiao, when is Brother Xiong coming back? Gunyenji knew Yin Shixiang was home on vacation, so she could ask. Zhao Liangzi was on a mission, so she didn't ask him anything. Soon, Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled into a smile. He poured maple syrup on the pancake made in the kitchen and pushed it to Gunyenji. Today's brunch was Western food. As usual, Hua Xiaoheng had steak in front of him, but today it was Chinese charcoal grilled steak. Gunyenji had pancake, milk, and scrambled eggs. Not long after they started eating, they heard Yin Shixiang shouting, Hua Xiao, Hua Xiao, what's going on? I've been worried all day and night. Yin Shixiang rushed into the dining room and froze when he saw Gunyenji there. Hua Xiaoheng elegantly raised his wine glass at him. Big Xiong, have you had lunch? No, just in time. Give me the same thing, Yin Shixiang said to the orderly at the door. The orderly immediately went to the kitchen, and Yin Shixiang sat down next to Gunyenji. He originally wanted to ask about his marriage report being rejected and rewritten, but seeing Gunyenji there, he instinctively changed the topic. What do you mean, what's going on? Hua Xiaoheng asked slowly. Yin Shixiang's Adam's apple bobbed. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and said, It's on Weibo. It's such a big deal. Our Prime Minister. TSK, TSK. This is really an international joke. Gunyenji's hand shook, and the golden syrup on the pancake flowed onto the white bone china plate in front of her. This was the 6th update sent to the leader of the _Sing Alliance. Chapter 989. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gunyenji. You don't like pancakes? Gunyenji quickly shook her head. It's pretty good, but the maple syrup is a bit too sweet. She took a bite of the pancake. The golden syrup-coated pancake and scrambled eggs combined to taste as delicious as an omelet. It was indeed delicious. Hua Xiaoheng picked up a napkin and casually wiped a bit of syrup from her lips. Yin Shixiang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He suddenly asked, Nianji, where did you spend New Year's? Gunyenji turned to look at him and raised a brow. Here. Why? Yin Shixiang nodded and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. He secretly gave him a thumbs up. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and said dryly, Little Zay is out on a mission. Nianji is helping us here and contacting Little Zay. She was taught by Little Zay, so the two of them can work together more efficiently. So that's how it is. Yin Shixiang instantly felt that he had misunderstood. He had spent New Year's like he was soaking in honey. His vigilance and acuity had greatly decreased. In Shixiang felt a bit guilty when he thought of Zhao Liangzi, who had been sent to the Cape of Good Hope in Africa for bullying Hua Xiaoheng. He was happy, but he felt guilty for letting his brothers do all the work. He quickly sat up and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, can I come back now? Don't you want to rest a bit longer?" Hua Xiaoheng put down his knife and fork and down the red wine. "Why don't you come back after you have a son?" No. It's okay." In Shixiang quickly waved his hand. "We have to take it step by step. We just proposed." He chuckled. Gun Yinji also smiled. She thought Brother Xiong's sweet expression was very interesting. Hua Xiaoheng, however, thought In Shixiang's smile was annoying. "Brother Xiong, I saw your proposal with Chi-Chi. It was so beautiful." Chi-Chi was very touched. Gun Yinji noticed Hua Xiaoheng's cold attitude towards In Shixiang and quickly changed the topic. In Shixiang rubbed the back of his head and said dreamily, "I think it's pretty good too. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with this idea. That diamond ring is also very pretty." Gun Yinji pointed at the middle finger of her right hand. "Chi-Chi will look very good wearing it." In Shixiang smiled. "Chi-Chi has already returned to school. All right, now that you've graduated, will Chi-Chi be living alone? The school will probably arrange a new roommate for her." Gun Yinji also missed living with Ma Chi-Chi. She was her good friend. The two of them were having a friendly conversation about Ma Chi-Chi's roommates, but Hua Xiaoheng seemed out of place by himself. He didn't pay much attention to it. He had just finished the remaining charcoal grilled steak when he heard his phone ring. He put on his Bluetooth headset and answered the call. "What's up, Chief? General G is on the phone." "Connected." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and returned to his suite upstairs. Gun Yinji and In Shixiang were having a heated conversation, so no one followed Hua Xiaoheng upstairs. They also knew that he had gone to deal with official business. If Hua Xiaoheng didn't call for them, they couldn't follow. Returning to the suite on the second floor, Hua Xiaoheng walked into his study and closed the door. He turned on his computer and began a video call with General G. "General G, what's going on?" "Xiaoheng, do you know about what happened on Weibo last night?" General G's expression was very serious. There was no one behind him. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "What is it? What did the Secret Service say about this?" "The Secret Service is currently investigating. Apparently, Weibo was hacked yesterday, but the method was so clever that no traces were left behind. Also, Weibo's global server restarted the backup data and directly erased a lot of direct clues. They're also having a headache." Hua Xiaoheng was silent. Was there a loss of national secrets? Not really. General G laughed at Hua Xiaoheng's words and said humorously, "Of course, if the Prime Minister's private affairs are considered national secrets, then it is indeed a leak." Hua Xiaoheng laughed and leaned back on the tall swivel chair. "Then what are you worried about? You didn't see the news?" General G froze. "I thought you knew." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly embarrassed. He had slept with Gun Yinji last night, so he felt very secure. He had actually overslept. However, his expression didn't change as he casually turned on the wall-mounted TV in the study to take a look. Every channel was discussing yesterday's Weibo incident. Other than the 5-minute short movie, there was another matter that was the focus of all the major TV stations, media outlets, and the internet. Someone had started a vote to ask Prime Minister Tan to admit his mistake and resign. There were already tens of millions of shares and hundreds of millions of likes and support. With such a scale of data on the internet, Kai Songyin's water army had been completely drowned in the sea of people. Not even a shadow could be seen. What was public opinion? This was public opinion. Lincoln once said that you could fool everyone for a certain amount of time, or you could fool a portion of the people all the time, but you couldn't fool everyone all the time. You can fool all the people some of the time. Time and saw the tie fool all the people all the time. Tan Dongbang had appeared as a dark horse in the election. For someone like that to win the election, he had to have a noble and perfect persona in order to gain the voters' approval in a short period of time and defeat the political veterans. Once this persona collapsed in the eyes of the voters, the backlash will be very quick. In other words, they would hate you as much as they loved you at the time when they found out you had lied to them. People who didn't have a solid foundation and only wanted to rely on crooked methods to reach the top would often discover that the higher they climbed, the harder they fell. Tan Dongbang having an affair in his marriage wasn't particularly bad for a prime minister, but the Huaxia citizens couldn't tolerate his affair with a Japanese person who was suspected of being a spy. This was also why even elderly people who didn't go online often followed their grandchildren to vote online. Xiaoheng, did you see that? Even our military and the Senate can't ignore the popularity of this kind of post. General Ji spread his hands. Old Long already called me this morning, and we discussed it for a whole 2 hours. From General Ji's words, Hua Xiaoheng knew that these two big shots must have reached some kind of agreement. General Ji, go ahead and I'll listen. If there's anything you need me to do, I'll do it immediately. Hua Xiaoheng expressed his unconditional acceptance. Okay. General Ji nodded. It's like this. Old Long also called Tan Dongbang this morning and hoped that he could make a gesture. It would be best if he could admit his mistake and resign. Hua Xiaoheng raised his brows. He refused. You know Tan Dongbang very well. General Ji laughed mockingly. Yes, he refused. He said that he was framed and that the entire video was fake. Someone was messing with him, so he refused to step down. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and clicked on a program with a mouse in his hand. And then, Old Long said that since he refused to resign, then there's nothing they can do. Today, which is right now, the upper and lower houses of the Senate are holding an emergency meeting to vote on the issue of dissolving the cabinet and restarting the emergency election. Hua Xiaoheng was a bit surprised. Dissolving the cabinet? Restarting the election? Is there enough time? Regardless of whether there's enough time, we can't allow someone with Tan Dongbang's image to sit in the position of prime minister. Don't forget that according to our nation's constitution, the prime minister is the head of the country. General Ji's voice was very heavy. Did your special operations forces not receive any news? Actually, Hua Xiaoheng had received news yesterday that Tan Dongbang's short video had already been downloaded by countless countries' media and intelligence agencies. This was, of course, a devastating blow to the national image of the head of the Huaxia Empire. So he had to step down. Only when he stepped down would the short video in the other party's hands become worthless. Because the only valuable part of this short video was Tan Dongbang's identity as the Huaxia Empire's prime minister. If he was just a normal person, who would care about this short video? Just like I said earlier, I don't think Prime Minister Tan's short video is a national secret. So even if foreign intelligence agencies obtain it, it's not worth it for us to mobilize our field personnel to take action. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't hide the disdain in his voice. General Ji nodded. Okay, he won't be our prime minister very soon. The two of them were talking when Secretary Chow suddenly walked in and bent down to whisper something to General Ji. General Ji beamed and said to Hua Xiaoheng, All right, the upper and lower houses of the Senate just voted unanimously to dissolve the cabinet and restart the election. I think Bai Jiansheng is really going to be the prime minister this time. Because the election had been restarted, there weren't many qualified people. Bai Jiansheng, who had just narrowly lost to Tan Dongbang, was definitely a popular candidate. It was the 7th chapter. Today, there were 7 chapters in a row. Flipping forward, there were a total of 7 chapters and 20,000 words. You can vote for your monthly and recommendation votes now. P.S. Today is Monday. Don't forget to recommend your votes. It's already the end of the month, and important things have to be said 3 times. Monthly votes. Monthly votes. Chapter 990. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have any opinion on who the prime minister was. As long as it was elected and the voters supported it, he would support it. General Ji, I understand. Since the election has been restarted, I will have the Special Operations Forces field personnel around the world pay attention to the local VIPs. I won't let them disrupt the election. This was Hua Xiaoheng's responsibility and the reason General Ji had specifically sought him out today. General Ji was very satisfied that Hua Xiaoheng knew what to do without the need to say it. Okay, I'll leave the outside matters to you. Next, to prevent any accidents, The military will mobilize a group of reserve personnel to monitor the election and voting situation in various places. Last time, they used the Special Operations Forces Central Control Room to monitor the election and voting. This time, Old Long wants you to help monitor it again. General Ji picked up the Kung Fu teacup on the desk with a smile and took a sip of the fragrant Da Hong Pao tea. Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. You want to use the Central Control Room? Then I'll be clear. This time, only my people can monitor it. The people outside, whether it's the Senate, the Cabinet, or the military's 5 major military regions, can't interfere. That's for sure. General Ji agreed immediately. Last time, it was a mess of people who entered the Central Control Room. After Hua Xiaoheng came back, he carried out a major purge. Even now, there are still many people locked up in the military police. They couldn't be released without clarifying the situation. That's good. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Then please sign a special order with Speaker Long, and I'll make the arrangements immediately. Hua Xiaoheng knew that he had to follow the rules when doing things in the country. He had to follow the necessary procedures, and he had to ask for the necessary proof. General Ji had already prepared it. He took it out for him to see and smiled. I'll have Secretary Chow send it to you. Can you rest assured now? General Ji, you must be joking. I'm just trying to shut other people up. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and looked at his watch. It was already noon. The news is starting. I'm going to get someone to deploy the reserve troops. Since we've decided to restart the election, we only have a week to prepare in case of emergency. General Ji picked up his military cap and put it on. Xiaoheng, I'll leave the foreign affairs to you. Don't worry, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and gave a standard military salute. General Ji's video call was quickly cut off. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the wall-mounted TV in the study and saw that all the TV stations had interrupted their normal broadcasts to broadcast the Senate's special decision live. He thought for a moment, pressed the intercom, and said to the orderly outside, "Ask Colonel Een and Miss Gu to come to my study." The orderly responded loudly and quickly ran downstairs to the dining room to call Een Shixiang and Gu Ninji up. Een Shixiang and Gu Ninji walked in one after the other. The two of them seemed to be in a good mood as they chatted and laughed from time to time. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them and said dryly, "Close the door." Een Shixiang quickly closed the study door and asked in surprise, "Hua Xiao, what's the matter?" "Yeah, I'll watch TV." Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands together and leaned back in the tall, soft chair. Gu Ninji, they looked at each other, unsure of what Hua Xiaoheng was up to. "Sit. Why are you standing?" Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the 2 swivel chairs in front of his desk. Important breaking news. Oh, Een Shixiang's heart tightened, and he stopped laughing. Is it related to Prime Minister Tan's incident? Hua Xiaoheng grunted, but his eyes quickly swept over Gu Ninji's face. Gu Ninji's expression was very calm. If it weren't for her butterfly-like eyelashes that trembled almost imperceptibly, even Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have been able to see the anxiety in her heart. Of course, Een Shixiang didn't notice anything strange at all. He smiled as he sat down on the swivel chair on the left and waved at Gu Ninji. "Come, Ninji, sit here." Gu Ninji smiled as she sat down on the swivel chair on the right. At that moment, the huge wall-mounted TV on the opposite wall began to show the image of the Senate. In the glorious and resplendent hall of the Senate, the seats were arranged in a fan shape from low to high, surrounding the small podium in front of them. The white-haired, ruddy Speaker Long wore a black tuxedo with a snow-white bow tie. He stood behind the podium and began to speak with a serious expression. "Ladies and gentlemen present, and the vast television audience of the nation, hello. On behalf of the upper and lower houses of the Huaxia Imperial Parliament, I would like to first wish the people of the nation a happy Lantern Festival." There was a loud clatter, and waves of enthusiastic applause rang out in the Senate Hall. Speaker Long's expression softened, and he paused to wait for the applause to quiet down before continuing. "I'm sure everyone already knows about what happened last night, so I won't repeat it here. What I want to emphasize is that we will definitely pursue the instigator of this incident to the end and use legal means to protect the interests of the nation and its people. However, due to the huge international and domestic impact this incident has caused, as well as the conclusion reached after careful technical verification, we are certain that Mr. Tan Dongbang no longer has the qualifications and integrity to continue serving as our nation's Prime Minister. There was complete silence both inside and outside the TV. Not only the people of the nation, but people from all over the world were probably paying attention to this special meeting of the Huaxia Imperial Parliament. Unfortunately, after discussion, Mr. Tan Dongbang refused to resign as Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire. Under these circumstances, in order to protect the dignity of our nation's leader and the dignity of our nation, the upper and lower houses of the parliament unanimously voted to authorize the dissolution of the cabinet and restart the general election after an emergency meeting this morning. As soon as Speaker Long finished speaking, Yin Shixiang jumped up and screamed, "What? Dissolve the cabinet? Doesn't that mean we won't have a government after the Lunar New Year?" "It's just dissolving the cabinet. How is that a government?" Gu Nianji glanced at Yin Shixiang calmly. "Did you exclude the parliament and the military from the government?" "What I meant was the administrative department, okay? A logician?" Yin Shixiang glared at Gu Nianji. "I was just saying, do you have to be so serious? Can you just say something like that?" Gu Nianji felt a bit guilty, so she didn't let Yin Shixiang off. "This is a basic rule for national affairs. Don't paralyze the entire government just because you say something." Fine. I can't win against you in an argument." Yin Shixiang waved his hand angrily and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, what do you want me to do?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "As the Deputy Chief of the Special Operations Forces, inform our field personnel around the world. The operation code will be Nighthawks. Pay attention to the relevant local people and don't let anyone have the possibility of disrupting our general election." "Yes, Chief." Yin Shixiang stood up and saluted before striding out. The door slammed shut, and the sound made Gu Nianji's heart tremble. She pursed her lips and slowly stood up. Smiling, she said, "Hua Xiao, you're busy. I'll be going too." With that, she turned to leave. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stop her. He silently watched her open the door to the study and walk out. Not long after, he heard the door to the suite open and close outside. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the keyboard in front of him and typed 2 commands to check the network data of the official residents for the past 2 days. As he expected, the network data in Gu Nianji's suite was a bit abnormal. Hua Xiaoheng picked up the mouse and opened the surveillance program to take a closer look. Gu Nianji had connected to the external system from the Special Operations Forces intranet. Although it was difficult to find out what she had done after she went out, it was still possible to see her first destination. At least, what did Gu Nianji need to access the server of a library in a small town in Europe from the intranet? Hua Xiaoheng's hands flew across the keyboard as he quietly erased all traces of Gu Nianji's online activity from last night. After turning off the computer, Hua Xiaoheng went to Gu Nianji's suite. The living room of the small suite was quiet. The curtains were closed silently, and the sun shone through the snow-white curtains. Dust particles could be seen dancing in the light. The bedroom door was open, and Hua Xiaoheng walked in. Gu Nianji was concentrating on typing program after program on the computer. Hua Xiaoheng came up behind her and bent down to prop his arms on the desk in front of Gu Nianji. He pulled her into his arms and asked calmly, "What are you doing?" Gu Nianji was so scared that her whole body trembled, and she almost jumped up. Hua Xiaoheng reacted quickly and pressed down on her shoulders to sit down. Only then did she not bump her head against Hua Xiaoheng's chin. "Let go of me." Gu Nianji moved her shoulders uncomfortably and wanted to escape from Hua Xiaoheng's grasp. "What if I say no?" Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and gently brushed his cheek against Gu Nianji's earlobe. Half of Gu Nianji's body went numb, but she was too scared to feel this unusual touch. "What are you doing here? I still have something to do." Gu Nianji tried her best to speak calmly, but her voice trembled slightly at the end to show her true feelings. Hua Xiaoheng tilted his head to look at her and sighed softly. He reached out with his large, warm hands to hold both of Gu Nianji's hands. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not." Gu Nianji pretended to be relaxed and forced a smile. Her plump, curvy lips curled up, but the dimples at the corners of her lips didn't show. Hua Xiaoheng still maintained his posture and held both of her hands. He looked at her silently until he saw a crystal bead of sweat drip from the corner of her forehead. He could imagine how much mental pressure she was under. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and kissed her cheek. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything will be fine." What? What could happen? Gun Yinji was about to cry. She couldn't understand how Hua Xiaoheng knew she was the one who did it. She had clearly erased all traces of it. "Yinji, you can trust me." Hua Xiaoheng's arms tightened, and he pulled her into his embrace from behind. "Tell me, what did you do?" This was the first update. There were 2 updates today, so let me rest for a day. I'll continue with the 3rd update tomorrow and start increasing the monthly votes. Let me remind you about recommendation votes and monthly votes. The 2nd update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 991. Could she trust him? Gun Yinji thought about it anxiously. She wasn't afraid of Hua Xiaoheng scolding her, but she was worried that telling him would put him in a difficult position. Gun Yinji knew better than anyone else what kind of person Hua Xiaoheng was. In his heart, the country and the military were first, then his comrades and colleagues were second. Gun Yinji used to think that she was equal to Hua Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining, in 3rd place, but now she wasn't so sure. As for what she did yesterday, although she had a good reason and had vented her anger, she had indeed damaged the Huaxia Empire's national image. When Tan Dongbang's video was circulating online, he was still the Huaxia Empire's prime minister. In other words, the leader of the country had been completely destroyed by her. Gun Yinji closed her eyes. Also, because Gun Yinji's estate dispute had been closed previously, other than a few people, the public didn't know that Gu Yanran was Japanese. The name Kasahara Naoko had been specifically labeled in the video to ensure that Tan Dongbang would be removed from office. She had also included the Chindu Encyclopedia for people to search for her. Now that the public knew and were outraged, the higher-ups couldn't cover it up even if they wanted to. Therefore, this incident was a slap in the face to many of the higher-ups who were on good terms with the Tan and Kai families, especially those who voted against Tan Dongbang's impeachment and opposed his impeachment. They must hate her to the core now. This group of people originally made up the majority in the Senate. If they knew that this incident had something to do with Gun Yinji, they might blame it on Hua Xiaoheng. When Gun Yinji was hesitating, Hua Xiaoheng stared at her without blinking, trying to figure out what she was thinking. "Yinji, what are you worried about?" Hua Xiaoheng pulled her up and sat on her swivel chair. Hugging her on his lap, he held Gun Yinji's hand in his and wanted to click on a mouse again, but Gun Yinji used all her strength to hold it down. Gritting her teeth, her pretty little face was pink. Because she was nervous, she was like a pink, glutinous rice ball that had just come out of the pot. It was sweet and delicious with a touch of red. Hua Xiaoheng was worried that her ignorance would cause big trouble, but he also knew that she wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. Therefore, he wanted to know why. Why did she do this? After waiting for a long time, Gun Yinji still didn't speak. She turned to look at the corner of the bedroom. There was a long and slender plum vase placed under a rosewood floor lampstand that was as tall as a person. There was no flower arrangement. It stood there like a still painting. Hua Xiaoheng changed his question. "Yinji, why did you Photoshop Kai Songyin as well?" Hua Xiaoheng let go of Gun Yinji's hand and stopped trying to click the mouse. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief and moved her wrist, which was stiff from Hua Xiaoheng's grip. Her gaze wandered as she said, "How would I know? Anyway, you're still arguing with me." Hua Xiaoheng pinched Gun Yinji's elegant little nose and turned her around. The corners of his lips curved slightly. "The soundtrack is pretty good." Gun Yinji, she couldn't help but curl her lips and secretly want to laugh. "Why are you connecting to the server of a library in a small town in Europe?" Hua Xiaoheng asked again. He felt Gun Yinji's entire body tremble. He held her waist. "Can you tell me now? I've already erased all traces of you going online." Gun Yinji jerked her head up, her large, black eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "What? You erased all traces of me going online." Did he know what he was doing? Hua Xiaoheng wanted to laugh at Gun Yinji's shock, but he also felt a bit sad. It was true that he was very strict with her, but he never wanted her to have to deal with it alone when she was in trouble. However, he also knew that ever since the incident in Germany, Gun Yinji's unreserved and unconditional trust in him had disappeared. If it had been in the past, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have had to waste time to ask. Gun Yinji would have babbled about the entire incident herself, and then proudly asked him for kisses and hugs. However, Gun Yinji's heart was a complete mess. She was like a castle after the end of the world with broken tiles and walls everywhere. She never thought that this time, Hua Xiaoheng would actually not sternly lecture her and hand her over. Instead, he would help her deal with the aftermath. Did he know that by doing this, he would become her accomplice? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly. After a while, he frowned and said solemnly, "Yinji, if you don't want to say it, then I'll guess, okay? Gun Yinji, why did you choose to upload the video last night? Is it because of what happened last night that you want to make the first move? Gun Yinji, was what happened last night too much for you to bear? Gun Yinji, QAQ. Was it related to me? Gun Yinji, oh, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Oh, it seemed like she couldn't hide it anymore. However, she still denied it. No, it had nothing to do with you. However, when he saw Gun Yinji's large, jade-like eyes suddenly narrow, Hua Xiaoheng knew he guessed right. It really had something to do with me? Otherwise, why are you so nervous about denying it? At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng felt an indescribable feeling and impulse in his heart. His blood rushed through his veins, and his body swelled. It was like his heart was full of love and joy that could no longer be contained and was about to spill out at any moment. However, other than his slightly heavy breathing, he didn't show it at all. He sat there quietly and looked at the girl in his arms. Even though she said she didn't love him anymore, she still didn't hesitate to stand by his side when it came to matters related to him and fight for him. This little girl who had grown up with him had a kind of fearless courage that made him addicted. Gun Yinji looked up and murmured, "They're too despicable." It was really for him. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her all of a sudden and quickly undid her clothes in his hands. He carried her and threw her onto the bed. Gun Yinji flopped around on the bed like a little white fish and was turned over and over again by him. She became his meal, and he ate to his heart's content. When they were done, Gun Yinji felt like her waist was about to break. Hua Xiaoheng went to the bathroom to clean up. Gun Yinji laid on the pillow and scolded him, "Don't fold me in half next time. My waist is about to break in half." Hua Xiaoheng felt his body heat up as soon as he heard this. He looked up and sighed softly, then said calmly, "If you keep talking, I won't be able to control myself again." Gun Yinji was speechless. She narrowed her eyes as she watched this strapping man calmly put on his clothes and said word by word, "Major General Hua, are you blaming me?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and sat on the edge of the bed. "Where does it hurt? I'll rub it for you." "Thanks." Gun Yinji rolled away wrapped in the blankets. "I'm going to fall apart if you rub it again." Actually, Gun Yinji was only stating facts and didn't have any intention of seducing him. However, Hua Xiaoheng felt like every word she said was seducing him. This girl was getting more and more capable. Hua Xiaoheng sat back on the sofa beside the bed and crossed his legs. He sighed and suddenly said, "How are they despicable?" Gun Yinji wanted to pretend to be asleep and didn't move at all. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his hands. "Do you want to fold me in half again? If you don't tell me, I'll take it that you want to." Gun Yinji? Her entire body was sore as hell. She turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, "I'll tell you. You can't be angry." "Why do you think I'll be angry?" Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in a rush to ask for the reason now. He felt that it was more important to understand Gun Yinji's psychological state. Gun Yinji looked down and shrunk further into the bed with the blankets wrapped around her. After stammering for a while, she finally said weakly, "Kai Songyin found someone to write about you and me. I was 12 years old." Even though Hua Xiaoheng was experienced and knowledgeable, he didn't expect this to be the reason. He frowned. Was it that blogger? He remembered that after watching the video yesterday, he had also looked up the original blogger and found out that he was a terrible writer for new media. Therefore, He was certain that this person's Weibo account had been hacked. He really didn't expect that there was a reason his account had been hacked. This original blogger wasn't innocent. Gunyinji grunted and nodded like she was pounding garlic. How did you know? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. This was the question he was most concerned about. How did Gunyinji know that Kai Songyin had hired someone to do this kind of thing? Gunyinji blushed and mumbled. I thought it was a bit weird that you suddenly became an internet celebrity. So I made a search program and put it on Weibo to see if there were any strange phenomena. Then she found a novel that had just been uploaded. It became a logical thing to do. Gunyinji whispered, but you don't have to worry. I've deleted all the texts, and I've reformatted that person's computer. I've also searched the entire internet, but there's no backup in the cloud mailbox. That person might still remember some phrases, but I think Kai Songyin will make him shut up. Hua Xiaoheng was both angry and amused when he heard this. This little trick was quite thorough. He quietly listened to Gunyinji finish speaking and looked up at her calmly to praise her. Well done, Gunyinji. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Even the bright sunlight shining in through the white gauze curtains couldn't outshine their beauty. They were so dazzling and bright, like the first splash of fresh green and pink in spring. They carried the scent of spring. Not only did he not scold or blame her, but he even praised her. It was different from what she had imagined. Gunyinji sat up, wrapped in the blankets, and moved a few steps in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. Her eyes sparkled. Really? You're really praising me? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his legs. But there are still areas that could be improved. Don't be too proud. But I really damaged the nation's image. Gunyinji wanted to be remorseful, but her beautiful curvy lips curled up on their own. She couldn't suppress it no matter what. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said gently, I don't see it the same way as them on this. I never thought that Tan Dongbang could represent our nation's image. This is the second update. Let me rest for a day and continue with the third update tomorrow. I'll start adding more monthly votes. Let me remind you about the recommendation tickets and monthly votes. P.S. The Major General now has two groups. One is a group with official subscriptions. The group number is 146941331. Full subscriptions are required to enter the group, and the administrator will verify your fan value. Recently, another group for the Major General was opened. Readers who don't know their fan value can join the group first. There's no need to verify their fan value. The group number of the double core group is 657793292. Chapter 992. Oh, really? Gunyinji became suspicious. You're not saying this to comfort me, are you? I don't joke about this kind of thing. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm, as usual. From the first time Kai Songyin took the initiative to upload Tan Dongbang and Gu Yinran's video online, I stopped treating him as the leader of the country. Although Kai Songyin had blurred out the man and the surrounding scenes in the video, Hua Xiaoheng and the others had the original. Once this kind of thing was uploaded online, the consequences weren't something you could bear. Even without Gunyinji, someone else would restore the image. Tan Dongbang's personal image was long gone, let alone the image of the country he represented. So last night, Hua Xiaoheng had already refused to help Tan Dongbang clean up the aftermath before he knew it had anything to do with Gunyinji. He wasn't a saint. Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin had set him up once and almost caused him to lose the most important person in his life. He would remember it for the rest of his life. He was already giving face to the military and the country by not taking the initiative to slap them in the face. Now that Gunyinji had helped him vent his anger, he couldn't be happier. Who cared if Tan Dongbang's face would bleed? However, Gunyinji didn't need to know about this. Hua Xiaoheng was still a bit worried that Gunyinji didn't hold back and hurt herself. So his expression was very serious, and his gaze was like lightning. Gunyinji didn't dare to raise her head again and make a confession in front of him. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly for a while before hearing Gunyinji say quietly, I was already very careful. It's not as serious as you say. No. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and folded his hands behind his back in front of Gunyinji's bed. His tall figure was against the light, and his majestic aura couldn't be looked at directly. Gunyanji readily accepted his advice. I've never thought of myself as the best in the world. Hua Xiaoheng extended his right index finger. First, it's good to use a proxy to go online, but don't forget that any proxy will leave traces when going out from my network. So you have to learn to bypass the local surveillance first. She had indeed neglected this point, which was why Hua Xiaoheng had discovered it. Gunyanji quickly nodded in acknowledgement. I don't have many opportunities to be a hacker. I'll definitely be more careful in the future. You're still doing it. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He scolded her sternly. Do you know how lucky you were this time? Last time in Germany, they underestimated your ability, so they let you into the internal network to exploit a loophole. This time, I will deal with the aftermath for you. But you can't do it more than 3 times. Don't even think about having a 3rd time, because you won't be so lucky again. Gunyanji gaped in shock. She didn't know what to do with Hua Xiaoheng's lecture. Hua Xiaoheng's attitude changed too quickly. For the first time, Gunyanji understood the difference between professional face-slapping and amateur face-slapping. I'm not scolding you because you shouldn't have done it. I'm scolding you for not being careful enough. Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward. Also, if you don't want to do it, then don't give the other party any leeway. Don't think that Kai Songyin will shut the original blogger up. Instead, she'll make him talk and tell her their original plan. Gunyanji's eyes widened. No way. She's that crazy. Tan Dongbang's cabinet has already been dissolved, and the interim election will be held next week. Kai Songyin will go crazy if Tan Dongbang loses. She won't be Kai Songyin if she doesn't drag us down with her. Hua Xiaoheng took a step forward coldly. So think about how you can stop the original blogger from talking. Gunyanji was so scared that her entire body went haywire. She quickly lunged forward and sprawled on the bed. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's thigh and begged, Hua Xiao, don't. I beg you. Although that person is despicable, he doesn't deserve to die. Don't make a mistake. I can turn myself in. Hua Xiaoheng was so angry that he laughed. He looked down at Gunyanji, who was sprawled on the bed and hugging his thigh. She had completely forgotten about him. What did you think I was going to do? You? Didn't you tell him to shut up? Gunyanji murmured. What kind of person would shut up? Only a dead person. Didn't they always do that on TV? Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the ceiling and suddenly said, Stop watching those boring TV shows. Gunyanji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng took a snow-white wool blanket and wrapped it around Gunyanji. He said calmly, In your heart, am I that kind of person? Gunyanji obediently let him wrap her up and shook her head rapidly. Of course not. Then what did you mean just now? I was out of my mind just now. Gunyanji admitted honestly. She reached out from under the wool blanket and gently tugged on the corner of Hua Xiaoheng's shirt. Hua Xiao, teach me. How can I make that original blogger shut up? Of course, she didn't want to destroy him physically. Think about it yourself. Hua Xiaoheng pushed her hand away. If you don't want to add to your crime, what do you need to do? Gunyanji's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly understood. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. I know. Hua Xiao is amazing. Her beautiful curvy lips curved into a perfect angle for a kiss. Hua Xiaoheng resisted the urge to lower his head and kiss her again. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and left without saying another word. Gunyanji sprawled on the bed and thought for a while. She put on her clothes and sat in front of the computer. She opened Weibo and was instantly shocked by the wave of restarting the election. Her alternate account that she used to initiate the vote also had tens of thousands of fans. Gunyanji blushed and pursed her lips. She quietly opened another alternate account. Hackers loved having countless alternate accounts the most. She still used a proxy when she logged into Weibo this time. However, after Hua Xiaoheng's reminder, Gunyanji was very careful to avoid the local surveillance. She had to admit that the surveillance of the Special Operations Forces, especially the network surveillance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, was as complicated as a spider's web cave. She was still dizzy after studying it for a long time. In the end, she finally resorted to trickery and used the method that Zhao Yangzi had taught her to avoid the local surveillance. She used a proxy and then circled around a Weibo. It took him almost 20 minutes to complete the set. She looked at her watch and raced to the original blogger's Weibo account to research his two true fans. In the end, she hacked into the account to see the IP address of the two true fans and immediately gave up. These two fans were actually the original blogger's sock puppet, so there was no need for her to pretend to be true fans. She looked again and saw that the original blogger was online. Gun Yinji directly sent a private message to the original blogger as a passerby. "Blogger, I remember that I saw you post a very interesting essay here the other day. How come it's gone now?" The original blogger was feeling terrible and immediately replied, "How would I know? It was originally a short essay, but someone hacked the account and turned it into a video." Gun Yinji immediately replied, "Oh, how did that happen? I was wondering why I didn't have time at the time and didn't finish watching it. By the time I wanted to watch it, it was already gone." The original blogger sent a string of Gun Yinji sent another private message. "Does the blogger still have any essays saved? Let me see it. I promise I won't leak it." The original blogger replied instantly, "My computer has already been formatted. How would I remember what I wrote?" Gun Yinji was both relieved and worried when the blogger said that. She was relieved that no one in the world would remember that disgusting essay anymore. She was worried that the blogger had no evidence and Kai Songyin and the others would use it against him. Gun Yinji was still pondering how to lead the conversation to this problem and didn't expect the blogger to take the initiative to private message her. Perhaps it was because he was under too much pressure and didn't dare say these things to people in real life. So he poured out his heart to a stranger on the internet. "You on Weibo, did you know? It was clearly someone else who contacted me, but now there's trouble and my account has been hacked. They actually want to sue me. Gun Yinji's Sock Puppet X. You on Weibo blogger. Someone paid me to write that essay." Later, my account was hacked and the essay turned into a video. The Prime Minister and his wife in the video want to sue me. Gun Yinji's professional habits kicked in when she saw it. Gun Yinji's Sock Puppet X, huh? You want to be sued by the Prime Minister and his wife. Then what do you plan to do? Do you want to get a lawyer? You on Bo blogger. I don't have money. I can't afford a lawyer. Gun Yinji's Sock Puppet X. It can't be, right? If they really sue you and you don't hire a lawyer, you'll go to jail. Didn't you say someone paid you to write the essay? You didn't pay enough to hire a lawyer? You on Weibo blogger. Smile. JPG, they only gave me the initial payment, not the rest. I've thought it through. Worst comes to worst, we'll just go our separate ways. No one could take advantage of me. They think I'm an idiot. I know the person who asked me to write the essay is an employee of the Prime Minister's wife's company. They're robbers crying thief, but I'm not easy to bully. Although he didn't remember what he wrote, he still remembered the outline and purpose that person gave him. Gun Yinji saw this and secretly admired Hua Xiaoheng for standing high and seeing far. As expected, Kai Songyin was using the excuse of suing the blogger to try to make the situation even worse. She still didn't let Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng off. Gun Yinji's Sock Puppet X. I sympathize with the blogger, but if you expose this, won't you offend not only the Prime Minister and his wife, but also the military? Is that necessary? Yuanbo blogger was silent for a while before replying. I know, but I have nowhere else to go. Since he was going to die anyway, Yuanbo blogger had to fight for himself no matter what, even if it meant slandering two innocent people. Anyway, since he was paid to write this kind of essay, there was no such thing as fairness and justice in his dictionary. This kind of person was extremely selfish. Kai Songyin and her people found this kind of person because birds of a feather flock together. This was the first update. It was the third update today, so the monthly votes would start increasing. Let me remind you about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. It should be the first update at 1 p.m., so the monthly votes would be 3,300 and 3,600. The third update would be at 7 p.m. Chapter 993. Gun Yinji keenly sensed that as long as Kai Songyin and the others insisted on suing the original blogger, the blogger would have no choice but to expose the fact that someone paid him to write an article to smear Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng's name. He would say that he was the scapegoat and had been framed. At that time, even if everyone knew that it was defamation and slander, once the outline and purpose of the article was released, the onlookers' attention would be successfully diverted. Gun Yinji was furious and anxious. She wanted to reach out from the internet and beat up the blogger. However, she couldn't do that. She also couldn't destroy the blogger with her unrestrained body. What should she do? How could she make the blogger shut up without breaking the law? Gun Yinji sat in front of the computer and thought about it. She suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. Why did she keep thinking about starting with the original blogger? Although the original blogger wasn't innocent, he wouldn't cause trouble for her. Selfish people were the best at protecting themselves. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary and he had no way out, the original blogger wouldn't come out to talk about the article. He wouldn't have to go to court and appear in front of the public. As for whether he would write in the future or in private, it was none of their business. It also wouldn't cause irreversible social impact. After all, everyone already knew Hua Xiaoheng's identity. Therefore, her thinking had really made a mistake. If she wanted to give this blogger a way out, she should have started with Kai Songyin instead of beating the original blogger up. She remembered that the original blogger had said that Kai Songyin wanted to sue him. Therefore, he chose to reveal that Kai Songyin's subordinates had contacted him to write an article. Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang were in too much debt to worry about and didn't need to worry about their image. They didn't care if the original blogger exposed that they had something to do with this. With the lack of direct evidence, they would definitely have an advantage in the law and wouldn't be held accountable for this matter. However, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were different. Two innocent people were splashed with dirty water just like that. Hua Xiaoheng's image in the eyes of the public would suffer irreparable damage. His career would definitely stop at the rank of Major General. Gun Yinji understood the crux of such a vicious plan to cut off one's escape route and gasped. She covered her mouth as her mind raced. Therefore, the key to solving the problem lay with Kai Songyin. She needed to do something to prevent Kai Songyin from suing the original blogger. Not only could he not sue the blogger, he could not even sue the hacker who uploaded the video. This matter had to be resolved outside of the court. But what could she do to prevent Kai Songyin and the others from suing? From a legal point of view, there were only two circumstances that prevented the other party from suing. One was to dispel the other party's thoughts of suing. This was like taking drastic measures. The other was that even if you sued, the court would not be able to file a case. Out of professional habit, Gun Yinji first considered the possibility that the court could not file a case. According to the laws of the Huaxia Empire, civil and criminal complaints that met the legal requirements would be accepted and filed on the spot. If the complaint cannot be determined on the spot whether it is in compliance with the law, it will be decided whether to file the case within the time limit stipulated by the law. If the case could not be determined within the time limit prescribed by law, then the case could be filed first. Also, Kai Songyin and the others were going to be involved in a lawsuit, so the lawyer would definitely be the best in the industry. For example, Kai Songyin's niece, Kai Xingnan, was a lawyer who had returned from the United States. Also, Kai Songyin's brother, Kai Xingnan's father, was one of the few top Chinese lawyers in the United States. He had once helped the President of the United States, who had been involved in a scandal and impeached by the grand jury, win a lawsuit. With such a luxurious team of lawyers, if they still could not successfully file a case, then these elites in the legal world should all go to hell. It was obvious that the second situation was impossible. If Kai Songyin and the others wanted to sue, they would definitely be able to file a case. Then there was only the first possibility. Under what circumstances would Kai Songyin and the others voluntarily not want to sue in court? Gun Yinji stood up from the computer and walked around the room with her arms crossed. She racked her brain to think. After thinking for a long time, she still had no clue. Feeling defeated, she slumped on the sofa and hugged her head with a bitter expression. She almost wailed out loud. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Gun Yinji took it and looked. It was He Zichu. That was great. Someone handed her a pillow just when she wanted to doze off. She could ask He Zichu. Gun Yinji felt that He Zichu was probably an even more powerful lawyer than Kai Xingnan's father. Also, he was younger and already had such great achievements. He would definitely have a bright future. Gun Yinji happily swiped her phone to answer the call. "Happy New Year, Professor He." Her voice was crisp and sweet. It was filled with the joy of reunion and heartfelt feelings of dependence. When He Jichu first heard Gun Yinji's voice, he actually fell into a trance for a moment. It was as if he had returned to the days when Gun Yinji was by his side. The Gun Yinji who trusted and relied on him had really returned. "Professor He?" Gun Yinji didn't hear the person on the other end for a long time. She thought she had misread the number. "Professor He, is that you?" "Yes, it's me." He Jichu composed himself and smiled faintly. "What is it? Miss me a lot?" "Of course I do. I miss you so much that all my hair is about to fall off." Gun Yinji laughed exaggeratedly. She crossed her legs and rolled around on the sofa. "You're exaggerating." He Jichu raised his eyebrows. "Tell me, what's the matter? You must have encountered something to miss me like that." Gun Yinji was speechless. After a while, she chuckled. "Professor He, you're so amazing. I can't hide anything from you. Then it really is something?" He Jichu's voice was cold and clear. It was like lemon ice in summer. It actually calmed Gun Yinji's agitated emotions. Gun Yinji nodded. "Professor He, where are you? Are you back on campus?" He Jichu had just gotten out of the car. He looked up at the professor's building in front of him. "I'm here. I just arrived." "Oh, then you go ahead. We'll talk when you're free." Gun Yinji said politely. He Jichu shook his head. "Go ahead. I'm free. For you, anytime, any place, you are free. As long as I'm here." Gun Yinji thought about it, and suddenly realized she couldn't bring herself to say it. How could she ask He Jichu about this? Not to mention how He Jichu would feel if he heard about it. Gun Yinji wanted nothing more than to keep a secret and not let anyone know about it. Gun Yinji's mind raced, and she immediately changed the topic. She mumbled, "You had a really long vacation. How was your family?" He Jichu froze. After a long while, he finally nodded when he came out of the elevator. His cold voice was a bit hoarse. "They're all good." "Yinji, do you miss home?" He was elated and wondered if Gun Yinji's memory had been restored. Or did she remember something? Gun Yinji's mind was filled with Kai Songyin's mess. She didn't understand He Jichu's emotions at all. She sat up from the sofa and smiled. "No, why would I miss home? I spent the new year at home." "Spent the new year at home?" He Jichu completely froze. "Where's home?" "The military camp." Gun Yinji blurted out. "The military camp is my home." She actually wanted to say Huashao, but she swallowed the words when they were on the tip of her tongue. She also felt a bit embarrassed. He Jichu understood. His expression grew colder as he opened the door to his suite. "You spent the new year at Huashao's place?" I actually spent the new year at Annie Song's place," Gun Yinji said carefully. "On New Year's Eve, Annie Song came to pick me up for New Year's Eve dinner at her new place, so I went. Huashao was on duty. However, after New Year's Eve, she moved to Huashaoheng's official residence. Gun Yinji didn't dare tell He Jichu about it, but she ended up causing a huge disaster the moment she arrived. And then, He Jichu pushed his suitcase into the room and sat on the sofa. He sighed softly. Long journeys were really tiring. Although he was in good health, he couldn't handle such a long journey. Fortunately, this time, he had arranged everything for his family. He would stay here and accompany Gun Yinji until they grew old. Gun Yinji didn't expect He Jichu to continue asking. She didn't want to tell the truth, but she also didn't want to lie. After a while, He Jichu completely understood. "You were at Huashao's official residence?" Gun Yinji almost knelt down. In her panic, she couldn't think of a good excuse. She could only nod and quickly explain. Huashao went to the grassroots level since the first day and only came back this morning. He's gone to work now. Do you need something from him? He Jichu was silent. Then I'll come pick you up? Yinji, didn't you break up with Huashao? Why are you still staying at his house? Do you still have feelings for him? Or did he force you? Gun Yinji was speechless. This question was too complicated. Gun Yinji looked up at the sky and was speechless for a while. Then come pick me up. I'll go back to my own house. She had bought a second-hand house in Hepingli. Hua Xiaoheng had installed strict surveillance there, so it should be safe. He Ji-Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll come pick you up right away. He didn't even have time to change out of his travel clothes. He grabbed his car keys and went downstairs. He sped all the way to the main entrance of the Special Operations Forces encampment. He Ji-Chu didn't have a pass, so of course he couldn't go in. He didn't want to go in, so he didn't even get out of the car. He called Gun Yinji from the entrance. Come out. I'm here. Gun Yinji packed her things and left Hua Xiaoheng a note before rushing downstairs. When she was at the entrance, Hua Xiaoheng learned that she was leaving. He quickly rushed downstairs and chased after her. Why are you suddenly leaving? Gun Yinji quickly said, Professor, he is back. He's taken me back to Hepingli. Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change. He didn't try to persuade her to stay. I'll walk you out. He called for a car and drove all the way to the encampment entrance with Gun Yinji. He Ji-Chu saw a car drive over. He got out of the car and leaned against the door. He saw Hua Xiaoheng get out of the car with Gun Yinji. He Ji-Chu squinted and put his hands in the pockets of his camel cashmere coat. He stood up and nodded stiffly at Hua Xiaoheng. Happy New Year, Hua Xiao. Happy New Year, Professor He. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he held Gun Yinji's hand and her small suitcase. Yinji is spending the New Year with me. I'll have to trouble Professor He to pick her up. You're welcome. It's my job. He Ji-Chu looked at Gun Yinji coolly. It's good that you're here with Hua Xiao. I'm relieved that you're safe. Before Gun Yinji could speak, Hua Xiaoheng interrupted. Of course. Professor He is always elusive, and Yinji can only stay here with me. He Ji-Chu pursed his lips, but didn't retort. He played with the phone in his pocket with one hand and raised his chin at Gun Yinji. Let's go. Gun Yinji let go of Hua Xiaoheng's hand and smiled. Goodbye, Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Remember the problem I asked you to think about. If you can't think of a solution, remember to call me. I'm thinking. Gun Yinji waved at Hua Xiaoheng. I'll think of something. He Ji-Chu sat in the car with a solemn expression. He waited for Gun Yinji to put on her seatbelt before speeding off like an arrow. Gun Yinji looked around and saw that He Ji-Chu had changed another car. It was another world-class luxury car. Gun Yinji clicked her tongue. Professor He, even if you have money, that's not how you spend it. He Ji-Chu looked straight ahead as he drove. He didn't want to talk to her at all. Gun Yinji was enjoying herself by herself. She sat next to He Ji-Chu and began chattering about interesting things from her new year, especially Ma Chi-Chi and In Shixiang's engagement ceremony. Professor He, you didn't see it. It was so beautiful. All right, I have a video. Can I show it to you later? He Ji-Chu's expression relaxed slightly. He looked at her dryly. What kind of engagement ceremony can make you this happy? Professor He, it's not that I'm happy. It's that Brother Xiong can make Chi-Chi happy, Gun Yinji said seriously. It's a friend's engagement ceremony. As long as they're happy, I'm happy. He Ji-Chu snorted and skillfully turned the steering wheel to get on the highway. Why does that sound so hypocritical? How am I hypocritical? Gun Yinji glared at He Ji-Chu. That's really what I think. It's someone else's engagement ceremony. Of course, it's fine as long as they're happy. What does it matter if I like it or not? I'm just a passerby B. Passerby B? Then who's passerby A? He Ji-Chu glanced at her. Don't tell me it's Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji asked. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? He Ji-Chu was annoyed. Passerby A and B are a match made in heaven. Are you still unable to let go of Hua Xiaoheng? Gun Yinji? Why hadn't she thought about it from this angle? Was that what Hua Xiaoheng meant when he said passerby A and B? Although Gun Yinji tried her best to suppress it, her mood miraculously improved. When she was in a good mood, her mind was especially clear and agile. When she got out of the car, she actually had a whole plan in mind. How to stop Kai Song-yin from thinking about suing in court. Gun Yinji thought she already knew what to do. This was the second chapter, which was 4,000 words long and included 3,300 monthly votes and 3,600 additional chapters. Today was the third chapter, so the monthly votes would start increasing. Let me remind you about recommendation votes and monthly votes. The third chapter was at 7 p.m. Chapter 994. Based on Gun Yinji's understanding of the Tans, the only person who could stop Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang's crazy parents-in-law's final trick was one person. Their precious daughter, Tan Guiran. Gun Yinji had very complicated feelings toward Tan Guiran. Up until now, Tan Guiran hadn't done anything truly bad. Unlike Gu Yanran and Wen Shuyi, the damage these two had done to Gun Yinji was substantial and irreparable. Gun Yinji would never reconcile with them. Tan Guiran was even better than Su Piaohong and Gue Suyao. Although she had hurt Gun Yinji the most, she had hurt her the most. However, Gun Yinji knew deep down that Tan Guiran couldn't be blamed for that incident. She had a good father and a good mother to pave the way for her. She only needed to be responsible for being as beautiful as a flower and elegant. Even when it came to Hua Xiaohong, this girl had always been secretly in love with him. She had never openly provoked him like Su Piaohong. More importantly, Tan Guiran played the violin well. Gun Yinji had heard Tan Guiran's performance on Christmas Eve, and it was truly like the sound of nature. The zither was the voice of the heart. If a person who studied the zither had too many thoughts, the sound of the zither would not be pure. Music was the same as other arts. To achieve the highest level of achievement, one had to be pure or even pure. One must have a transcendent heart to be able to make real artistic achievements. If an artist was too sophisticated, his works would inevitably be full of craftsmanship. It could be said that Tan Guiran had been very well protected by her parents. She completely separated herself from the crowd and felt like she didn't fit in. That was why she could play the piano so well. What if I leave the protection of my parents? When Gun Yinji went to the kitchen to pour Hijichu a cup of coffee, she thought about it. Tan Guiran probably wouldn't be able to survive. Tan Guiran was a true daughter flower, beautiful but soft. Without support, she would die. She was destined to walk from the arms of her parents to the arms of her husband, and then spend the rest of her life under the protection of her husband. As for himself, his English name was Sirius. In Chinese, it meant night, epiphyllum, or the queen of the night. It could also be called a cactus because the epiphyllum was a plant of the cactus family Dianthus. The night epiphyllum looked white and soft, but in fact, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Think of the cactus blooming in the desert. They belong to the same sect. Gun Yinji deeply felt that this was a true reflection of herself. She had no parents or relatives, but she grew up safe and sound with Hua Xiaohong by her side. Unlike Tan Guiran, Gun Yinji had never thought about living under Hua Xiaohong's protection for the rest of her life. She was a cactus epiphyllum belonging to the desert. Not only was her vitality tenacious, but her entire body was covered with thorns. If anyone wanted to kill her, she would kill them first. It was that simple. Gun Yinji suppressed her sympathy and carried 2 cups of coffee out of the kitchen. She placed them on the coffee table in front of Hijichu. Professor He, black coffee, your favorite flavor. Gun Yinji made herself a cappuccino with sugar and milk. Hijichu brought it over and downed it in one gulp. I'm jet-lagged today, so I'm very tired. I don't want to drive back. Can I stay here for the night? Gun Yinji glanced at Hijichu and nodded quietly. I'll prepare a guest room for you. Hijichu sat on the sofa and watched Gun Yinji bustle around like a hard-working bee. His heart felt warm and fulfilled. Just like that, he leaned against the sofa and slowly fell asleep. When Gun Yinji came out of the guest room, she saw that Hijichu had already fallen asleep on the sofa. The setting sun shone through the gap in the curtains and scattered golden spots on the cherry wood floor. It had the calmness and leisure of the quiet years. Gun Yinji took a blanket and gently covered Hijichu's body. Then she walked to her bedroom and closed the door. She picked up her phone and called Speaker Long. Speaker Long had once said that if she wanted to apply for the Senate Secretariat, she could call him. Gun Yinji knew that this wasn't a good time. Speaker Long must be crazy busy, but she couldn't wait. Even if she knew Speaker Long was busy, she still had to call. Speaker Long was really busy. Gun Yinji called 10 times before Speaker Long finally picked up her call. Yinji? I'm sorry, I'm very busy today. I left this phone in my study and didn't bring it with me. Speaker Long's voice was clearly tired. Gun Yinji quickly cut to the chase. Speaker Long, I know you're busy. I'm just calling to help you. Oh, you want to help me? Speaker Long smiled and sat down to catch his breath. He took a sip of tea. How can you help me? Have you decided to apply for the exam? Gun Yinji nodded. Yes, I've decided. But I heard that the exam is still a month away. Since you're so busy right now, can you let me intern by your side? I can help you prepare for the interim election. I can also familiarize myself with the work process there. Once I officially pass the exam, I can start work immediately. Speaker Long thought about it and thought it was fine. The Senate had many internship slots to begin with. Gun Yinji was a master's student in law at B University and an outstanding graduate who had graduated early. She had also received his recommendation to apply for the Senate Secretariat, so it was only natural for her to intern at the Senate. Speaker Long was also very short on manpower right now. He wanted to try and see if Gun Yinji was as outstanding as he thought she was. Because Special Assistant Yang had once mentioned to Speaker Long that Gun Yinji was very outstanding, but she didn't rely on herself. More importantly, she relied on standing on the shoulders of giants. Although Special Assistant Yang didn't say explicitly, Speaker Long already knew that he was talking about He Ji-chu and Hua Xiaoheng. One of them was Gun Yinji's master's tutor in university, and the other used to be her guardian. He was also the youngest major general in the military and had tens of thousands of subordinates all over the world. Okay, if you're willing, you can come to the Senate for your internship tomorrow. Follow me, and I'll personally arrange work for you. Speaker Long began to ramble. You know, right? The election is going to be held in 2 weeks, and the Senate is going crazy with work. Of course I know. This is the hot news these 2 days. I'm afraid everyone in the country knows about it. Gun Yinji chuckled. Then I'll come to work tomorrow? Okay, come directly to my office tomorrow. I'll go talk to Special Assistant Yang now and ask him to arrange work for you. Speaker Long knocked on the table. He was very happy. Not only was the talent he had chosen talented, but she also knew how to handle things and volunteered to find work. From Speaker Long's perspective, this was already half the battle. The other half would depend on Gun Yinji's performance in the specific work. For Speaker Long, the successor he identified must not only have attitude, but also work quality. Only attitude without quality wouldn't do. Of course, quality without attitude would also be difficult to accept. Speaker Long and Gun Yinji finalized tomorrow's matters and immediately notified Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang had also been very busy these past 2 days, and he really wanted to find someone to help him. However, the candidate he was optimistic about was his junior from high school, Romance, who is now a 4th-year student in the B University Faculty of Law. But forget it, since Speaker Long said Gun Yinji would follow him, then there would be no conflict with Romance. They were all interns anyway, so Special Assistant Yang had more than enough to get a spot. Gun Yinji put down the phone and saw that the lights were already shining outside the window. Night had fallen. He Ji-chu was sleeping soundly. Gun Yinji looked back and didn't wake him up. She planned to go to the kitchen to make something to eat. Just then, her phone rang again. It was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Yinji? Gun Yinji replied. Yes, Hua Xiao, what's up? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was very calm. Is Professor He still at your place? Is there anything else? He must have come to check on Gun Yinji because He Ji-chu entered Gun Yinji's house and didn't come out the entire afternoon until it was dark. Gun Yinji whispered, Professor He is asleep. I don't want to wake him up. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. It's okay. Professor He is a gentleman. Gun Yinji softly dispelled Hua Xiaoheng's concerns and cleverly changed the topic. She said softly, Hua Xiao, I have an idea. I will go to Speaker Long's place tomorrow to help. Give me 3 days, and I will make sure Kai Songyin doesn't dare to sue for the rest of her life. It was the 3rd watch. Today was the 3rd watch, so the monthly votes are going to be added. It was the end of the month, so it was time to remind people about recommendation votes and monthly votes. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.